Here's a diagram that I've been using in the past modules that relate the four main database objects to each other. The most important at the top of the form, at the top of that diagram, are the tables. The tables contain the data. All the other objects interact with those tables, either pulling information from the tables or feeding information into the tables. Two-way streets there, the queries and the forms, can both be used to look up data and also to feed data back into the tables. The reports you can see is a one-way arrow from the tables to the reports. There's really nothing you can put in a report that will feed back into a table. So we're going to go open one of those practice files, and we're going to do something a little differently today than we have in the other modules. That is, normally when we open up a database, it warns us that certain content has been disabled. And basically it's talking about macros. And up until this module, it didn't really matter whether we were enabling those or not. But this time, for the first time, I would like us to not enable that content right away at the beginning, because we do have a couple of macros in here, and I would like you to see what it looks like if we try to do something that would trigger a macro and the macros are still disabled. So again, we're going to open this file, and we're not going to click on Enable Editing. So here we go. I'm going to step out of PowerPoint into Microsoft Access. Go ahead and start Microsoft Access 2016, please. So here I am in the opening screen, the startup screen for Microsoft Access. I see lots of templates here. If you've taken our previous classes, we've looked at a couple of these templates. But in our case, I would like to open some other files. So we're going to come with me and click on Open Other Files. We're going to browse. And we're going to head to our Access 2016 samples. I have a little shortcut for it over here, but if I didn't, I could just go to my desktop. And then on the right-hand side, you can double-click to go into my Access 2016 samples. More specifically, Access Mods 7 and 8 with a double-click. And then let's open up this top one here, CMD BTNS, command buttons. So I'm double-clicking on that database, command buttons. And this time, as it shows me the security warning, we are not going to click on Enable Content as we have done with all the other modules. So open up your database named CMD buttons, but don't click Enable Content, please. Catch up with me that far. All right, good work, everybody. So I'd like to show you a form down here. In the navigation pane, I'd like to open up a form named Form Data Review, and just watch my screen for the moment. So I'm double-clicking to open that form. And here's a form very much like one we created yesterday, where we started out with a columnar form and then started moving the fields around. And you would know how to create everything on this form except for that button right there. So let me zoom in on a couple of things here. So I have, we are a bookstore, so our customers are retail bookstores. So I've got a customer ID and a customer name, and when I click on the contact button, I would like to see the first name and last name of the person that I usually do business with at that customer. So right now I'm clicking on the contact button, and I get this warning in the middle of my screen. It's really an error message. It says the echo macro action can't be run in disabled mode. So there is some set of automatic actions I would like it to take when I click that button, but they're being blocked because we haven't enabled the content. So if you'd like to try that for yourself, by the way, in this window, I'm now going to click OK. And then it shows me the name of a macro it's trying to run, and I'm going to choose Stop All Macros. So why don't you try it that far? That is, open up Form Data Review and try clicking the contact button. You should get the same error message you saw me have, and then you'll click OK, and then you'll click on Disable All Macros. So please do that much. Catch up with me, please, so you can see what happens if you are trying to run a macro in this disabled mode. All right, now let's see what I really wanted it to do. So we're going to click on Enable the Content. And now I'm going to reopen that form that was FRM Data Review with a double click. And so I'm looking at customer number 20151. And then when I click the contact button, I get another form here with contact information for, as I zoom in, customer ID 20151. So I would like you to try that. You can see I've got two forms open here at the same time. There was the data review form, where I was looking at customer ID number 20151, By the way, this is my first customer of a total of 14. And then when I clicked the contact button, I got the contact information for that same customer ID 20151. Your turn to try that much. Go ahead and do that, put the video on pause, and make yours do its magic. All right, I'm assuming things are working well. Now let's go back and we'll go to the main form here, Form Data Review. And down here at the bottom, let's head to record number 2 here by clicking the right arrow. I am now looking at Lakeview Bookstore, customer number 20181. And when I click the contact button, it opens up the contact information for customer ID 20181. All right, try it that far. Things should be going well. All right, everybody, good work. Now, one thing I would like you to notice, if I go to record number 3 in what I'm calling the parent form here, data review, if I go to record number 3 and I don't click the contact button, under those circumstances, in the form data review, I'm looking at customer number 20493, and if I don't click the contact button and just go to the child view, the child form here, you'll notice it does not automatically hook that up by the customer ID. It's the button that does the hooking up. It's the button that runs the macro. So try that for yourself. In the form data review, go down here and go to record number 3, customer number 20493, and then without clicking the contact button, go to that child form, form DR contact, and you'll see without clicking the button, you don't get a match by the customer ID. Make sure that's working that way for yourself. All right, everybody, hopefully everything's working exactly the same way for you as for me. Now, one of the things that I want to be able to talk about today is when I have the parent form on here, maybe that child form about contacts should appear over here or down here or someplace that I can control. That way, maybe I can have 2 things happening on screen at the same time, or maybe 3 in an arrangement sometimes referred to as a dashboard. And if I want to be able to control the size and the placement of the windows, for the first time in all of our modules, we need to not use these little tabs up here. Anytime I'm using these tabs, I can't control the placement and the size of the window. So again, for the first time in any of our modules, we're actually going to turn that tab browsing off. So here's how to do it. I'm going up to the File Command tab, which produces this area called the Backstage View. In the Backstage View, I'm clicking on Options. Opens up this dialog window that has a left frame and a right frame. So go that far, please. Go to the File tab, click on that. In the lower left corner, slide down and click on Options. That will put you right here with me. Pause the video and do that much. All right, taking it from there, I'm now going over here to Current Database instead of General. And pretty much right in the middle of my screen here is the thing I'm looking for. Tab Documents versus Overlapping Windows. So in a couple of the other modules, we started with the overlapping windows and changed to tab documents. This time I want to go the other way. I've got the tab documents to start with, and I want to change them to overlapping windows. So we'll do that. We'll click the radio button for overlapping windows, and then down here in the bottom right-hand corner, we'll click OK. And you'll see this little warning message that says you're going to have to close and reopen your current database for that specified option to take effect. So when that happens, let me remind you how I did that so far. So I went to File, I went to Options. On the left side, I went to Current Database. On the right side, I clicked on the radio button for overlapping windows. When I clicked OK, this window appeared, and now we're going to click OK again. So go that far, please. Finished up with a couple of OKs. All right, assuming you have done that, it's kind of hard to tell, but it has not closed and reopened the database for you. You're going to have to do that. So you can go right up to the Close button in the upper right corner. It's slightly off screen on my screen. So you're going to go Close Access, and then Reopen Access, and then reopen that file named CMD Buttons, please. Put the video on pause, do that. In the meantime, I will do the same. Welcome back. Now, assuming that you have done what I've done, and that is go to the tab Browsing, now if I get on here and double-click on my Form Data Review, notice it's not taking up the full screen, and when I click the Contact button, The subform appears down here. Now you might notice, those of you who did forms in Module 5, we had a parent and child form, but in that case, the child form was inside the detail section of the parent form. Notice in this case, the child form is actually free-floating. It's a totally separate little window. So right now I can see that these two are being matched by their customer ID. And I'm going to close the child form here. And I'm going to go to the parent form here and go to record number 2 of my customers, which is now customer number 20181. And again, when I click the contact button, it matches up by that customer ID, 20181. And the way things are right now, every time I want to do that little matchup, I have to close the child form, go back to the parent form, choose whatever record I want to look at, and click the contact button. So that's in general how this thing is supposed to work. Check and make sure that that's happening for you. Now that the tabs are gone, you can see different sizes here for your form and subform. So that whole process is occurring because of a macro. So we're going to rebuild this eventually, but we'll be doing it in baby steps. First, we have to figure out how the heck do you create a macro in the first place. So that will be the subject of our next section. Let's close the child form. Let's close the parent form. And we'll rebuild something like that again in baby steps. The parent and child forms that we saw in the previous little session there are based on a couple of tables, so I should mention these tables here for a moment. So the idea of this particular database is, this is a database that we've used in some of the other modules. We are a wholesale bookstore. We sell to retail bookstores. They sell to the public. We occasionally hire authors and graphic artists to produce the books in the first place, and we then pay the publishing costs for those. So those kind of books are stored in this table, TBL Book Project, where I have a primary key of the part number, and then I have the book title, the development costs, a wholesale book price that I sell to my customers, and then our suggested retail book price that they would use to sell to their customers. So that's in the Book Project table. Our customers are stored in TBL Customer. And again, our customers are not Bill Smith and Mary Brown. Our customers are wholesale bookstores. And then we have information about those bookstores. And way over here at the end, the salesperson that handles each of those customers along the way. Then we also have a table named Book Sales. And the Book Sales table has a primary key, and then it has the transaction date, and then it has a part number for a book sale. The part number is a foreign key that hooks up with the primary key of TBL Book Project. Over here in my book sales table, I have a customer ID that's the foreign key to hook up with the primary key of the customer table. And then we've also got our table of employee information, and in at least one place, there's a place that talks about who was the salesperson during that sale. Now, I also have a couple other tables down here, TBL Personal, TBL Health Plan, HR data, more information about our salespeople and our employees. So that's what's going on in this database. Let me close each of those tables here. Because we don't have the tabs, we can't just right-click on a tab and close them. But if we did have the tabs, we wouldn't be able to control the size of the different windows that are going to appear. All right, it's time to create our first macro. Any of you who have ever taken any kind of a programming language class, usually the first program is called Hello World, where you produce something on screen. That will be part of our first macro. Basically what I want our first macro to do is open a form, and this will let us see the process of creating a macro in the first place. Those of you who have worked with macros in Word or Excel, you're used to using a macro editor that lets you perform actions, and then it writes Visual Basic code in the background. For our access macros, there is no recorder. We build our macros out of a script of available actions. So let's see how this works. Time to build our first macro, everybody. Woo, woo, woo. So we're going to go up here and click on the Create tab, which produces the Create ribbon. In the Create ribbon, I have this group of buttons at the right-hand side called Macros and Code, and we're going to click on this little thing that looks like a script. Macro. So that's what I'd like you to do. It doesn't matter what you have selected over here at the left side, unlike when we were using our form and report wizards. That pretty much has no effect this time. So here's what we're going to do, everybody. You're going to go up and click on Create, and then over here at the right side, click with me on this little script labeled Macro, and welcome to the Macro Editor. And when the Macro Editor shows up, this action catalog will come along with it. So please go that far. Go to your Create tab and click on that little macro icon, and welcome to the Macro Editor, one and all. All right. I'm assuming that you have done that. Now this action catalog, we'll be using it a little bit later, but right now it's going to be covering up some of the things that I want you to see. So the action catalog has its own close button. Take just a moment and close the action catalog. You can always get it back later anytime you want by clicking on this button right here, action catalog. And by the way, I could click that button again to make it disappear. I don't have to use its close button. So I'll put the video on pause and do that much. I'm assuming you're looking at the macro editor window already. If not, go to Create, click the macro icon, and then do what I just did, close the action catalog, please. All right, I'm assuming things are going well. So our first action is going to give a message to our users, and this action is called message box. So one of the ways to find an action is down here in the little box labeled Add New Action. I can click on the list arrow and see a list that's basically alphabetized. Once I get past the first 4 or 5 choices here, the list is largely alphabetized. And I'm looking for one called Message Box. So I'm going to grab the scroll box right here in the scroll bar, and I'm going to drag down to the M's, and I see one here called Message Box, and I'm going to click on it. Why don't you do the same? Go down there and click on the Message Box action. When you do that, you will see this window open with the arguments for that action. So come join me. Pause the video, click on your list arrow, and click on Message Box, please. All right, assuming that you have had a chance to do that, let's now put in a message. Now, this message box is going to have a message in the middle of the box, and at its top, it's going to have a title bar. So I'll tell you what, why don't we slide down and click in the title argument. By the way, when you hover over one of these arguments, the little pop-up window appears trying to tell you what it does. It's probably hard to read on my screen. You can probably read it on your screen better if you do it. It says, enter the text to be displayed in the message box title bar. For example, customer ID validation. Yeah, that's not what I want. I want it to say, hello world. So that's what I'm typing in there right now. Hello world, maybe with a couple of exclamation marks. So take just a moment and put that in the title argument, please. Hello world. Pause that video. All right, welcome back. Now the main message is going to tell our audience, our users, what we're about to do. And I'm going to use the royal we here. We will do this, we will do that. Although I don't know who the we would be in general, but that's how I'm going to fill it in. So I'm going to type in we will, I'll say it right now, and then rather than making you watch it type me, you're just going to type it, and when you pause the video and come back, I will have typed it. But here's what I want it to say. We will now open a form, resize it, and close it as you click OK. Man, that's kind of a long-winded thing. We will now open a form, resize it, and close it as you click OK. So pause the video and type that in, and if you type part of it and you can't remember what all the heck that was, just come on back and I'll have it on screen already. So we will now open a form, resize it, and close it as you click OK. All right, so there's what I typed in there. Hopefully you did too. We've got hello world in the title. We've got we'll now open a form, blah, 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 in the message. All right, now the next argument down there says beep, and by default it says yes. That just means when the message box comes up, do you want it to go boop? I'm not sure we'll hear it as I'm doing my recording. It's up to you whether you want to say yes or no. But if you're going to choose yes, then you want to make sure that your speakers are actually activated and working and all that kind of stuff. And then there's an argument down here for the type of message box. And when I click on its list arrow over here, I get some choices about critical versus warning question mark versus warning exclamation mark versus information. And really all this is talking about is a little icon that will appear at the left-hand side of your message box. So by default it says there won't be a little icon. I'm going to choose critical. I would like you to choose something other than critical so that we can compare when we run our macros. So I'm going to set my icon type to critical, and again, set yours to something other than critical, please. All right, again, I'm assuming you have done that now. Every time you hear me kind of pause, maybe I'll even stop and say, now pause the video, but hopefully you'll understand that that's what I'm assuming you're doing. You're pausing the video and you're trying stuff you're seeing me do. All right, so this isn't any great shake so far, but let's see what happens if we run our macro with just this one action in it so far. So you can see what the actions are, and then up here in the upper left corner, like I had when I was doing queries, I have a run button to run my macro the same way I used to be able to run a query. So here I am clicking my run button, and here comes my message box. It says you're going to have to save your macro before you can run it. Do you want to save it now? Well, let's click yes, please. And now it says, what do you want to name it? How about instead of macro 1, we'll name it first macro. Now, I've been using Lazinski naming conventions, prefixes, all throughout these modern lessons. So if I wanted to make it a prefix, I might name it MCR for macro. MCR, first macro, no space in there. So why don't we name it that? We tried to run it. It says, oh, you can't run it. You haven't saved it yet. We said, yeah, I'd like to save it. It says, what do you want to name it? We'll name it MCR, first macro, no space in there. And then click OK. And here it is running that macro. So go that far. Tell it you want to run it, fill in that information, and now you're actually looking at it in action right here. Pause the video and catch up. Okay, now you're looking at my screen again. So I'm just pulling this down so that I've got the actions happening here and I can see the code back here. So the title bar, hello world, there it is right there. Mine went beep, I could hear it. I'm not sure it came through on the recording. Critical in this case is that icon right there, the red circle with the white X in it. If you tried information, you probably have a blue eye. If you tried warning with an exclamation mark, you've got an exclamation mark icon. If you tried warning with the question mark, you got the question mark icon. So that's what the type argument is about. And then it's waiting for us to click OK. But right now when they click on OK, it doesn't open the form or resize it because we don't have the actions. So good work so far. We're going to come back and add something to this in just a moment. But now it's time to start doing what we have promised up here in the message box. For example, we have promised that we're going to open a form. So that's going to be our next action. The name of the next action is called Open Form. So maybe this time I'll click in the box, get myself a cursor, and I'll start typing OP. And by the time I type OP, it has found this action called Open Form. So the more I type, the more it focuses in on exactly what the action is. Let me back up there for a second. So again, I had clicked here, I started typing OP. By the time I typed OP, it knew I was talking about Open Form. And at that point, if I want, I can just hit the Enter key to finish typing that, and then several arguments appear. So maybe try that one that way. Yes, you could click on the pull-down list arrow next to Add New Action and scroll down and find it, but try the way you just saw me do. Click in the box and type OP. When you see the words Open Form, tap the Enter key. Your screen should look like mine. All right, so when I tell it to open a form, one of the arguments it wants is what's the name of the form. And so as I'm hovering over that form name box, it tries to tell me that. It says, select the name of a form to open. The list shows all forms in the current database. Oh, by the way, this is a required argument. The list shows all the forms. What list? Oh, there's a list arrow over here at the right edge. Everybody see why I wanted to close the action catalog? Because it was going to cover up my little arrows over there. So I'm turning that action catalog out of there. So form name, pull down arrow. I would like to open the form named FRM Personal, and this will show me information about my employees. So I'm choosing that one as the form name, FRM Personal. Second argument here says, what do you want to have as your view? And I've got choices of opening it in the design view, the print preview, datasheet view. We're just going to let it open up in the form view. That means we can actually do data entry into it. Filter name would be a query that basically acts as filtering criteria. Maybe when I open that form, I only want to see people in a particular department or from a particular city. I could do that in the filter name argument. We're not going to. The where condition argument gives me a way to join two tables together by a shared field. We're going to see that there's a little wizard button that'll let us do that way easier than trying to write a bunch of code. We've got an argument here called data mode. And if I go and click on the list arrow over there, I've got choices about open it in add mode or edit mode or read only. And those names are probably fairly self-evident here. If I open it in add mode, then the user can't see any of the old records for my form personal, my employees, but they would be able to add a new employee. The default, if we don't choose anything, is called edit mode. It won't actually say the word edit, but it will be opened in edit mode. Edit mode means I can look up old records, I can modify records, I can delete people, and I can add new people. So edit means we can do everything. And then there's a third choice called read only, and that's pretty self-explanatory. I can look up information, but I can't edit, and I can't add new, and I can't delete any. So maybe, along the way, I've got certain forms where I want people to only be able to look up information. I could have a query that does that. It opens a particular form in read only. We're just going to leave it blank, which means it'll open in the edit mode. And then that was the data mode. And then there's one called window mode, where you can create a window. And then there's an argument down here called window mode, where you could create a form that is loaded, waiting to appear, but is hidden until you click a particular thing. Or there's also something called a modal window form, where you have to deal with that window before it will let you do anything else. So we're not going to get in, again, I'm not going to go over every argument of every action, but basically the open form command has one that's absolutely needed. It's required. It was the form name. All right, so we've made a message box that says we're going to open a form, and then when I click OK, it's actually going to open this form. Let's add another couple of actions here before we move on. So we've got open the form. Next action I would like to add, after we've told it to open the personal form, is another message box. So I'm going to click in Add New Action, and maybe I'll just start typing MES. Alphabetically first on the list of available actions. One action that starts with MES, the first one is message box. So by the time I type in MES, it says, oh, you must want message box. I hit the enter key, here come the arguments. So this time the title is going to say resizing form. And the message is going to say we will now resize the form when you click OK. Shouldn't have made you watch me type that, but it's easy to talk about it and say it at the same time. The type, if you want, you can try a different little icon than you did last time. I'm going with the information icon. Feel free to choose something other than that. So we've got the title bar will say resizing form. The message box will say we will now resize the form when you click on OK. Right now mine is going to beep, and I'm going to have a little I for my icon. So catch up with me there. Put in the title, put in the message, choose an icon. It can be different than information if you wish. And then we'll be adding to this even more. So catch up with me there. We've got a form that we're opening named FRM Personal, and then we got this message box. So do that much, please. Let me magnify that on screen in the meantime. All right, I'm assuming that you have paused the video and done that. So when they click on OK after reading that little message, we're going to want it to actually open So when they open that form and it says we will now resize the form when you click OK, the resizing is going to be an action called restore window. Now, why would it be called restore window? Well, just a little backstory here. This macro editing window right here is an example of an average window. It has a minimize button. It has a maximize button. And if I use the maximize button switches to become something called the restore down button. Watch me for a second here. I'm clicking the maximize button. There, now I've got a bigger window in there. And then way up here at the top, I now have minimize, restore down, and close buttons for this editor window. And if I hover over what used to be the maximize button, you'll notice now it says restore window. And when I click on it, here it is not maximized anymore. Now in Microsoft Access, basically when you maximize one window, you are maximizing all windows from then on until you give it some kind of action that undoes that somehow. So let me show you what I'm talking about here. So you're going to watch, and then we're going to do some stuff together. So I'm about to run this macro so far, and I want to start it out with my macro editor window maximized. So I'm maximizing my macro editor window, and now when I run my macro, by the way, the one box, the one window that the restore and maximize buttons won't affect is the message boxes. So here I come. I'm clicking my run button. Gotta save the macro before I run it. So here's my macro running. Hello world, we're going to open the form, we're going to resize it, etc., etc. I click OK. Here it is, opening that form named FRM Personal. That is the form. Notice that it is maximized because my editor window had been maximized. And now I've got a promise that we'll resize the form when we click OK. When we click on OK, right now it doesn't resize the form because we haven't put in that action yet. But I would like you to do that much. Go ahead and run your macro. When you click the button for OK, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, we're going to do this, it should open up this form. And if you have maximized the editor window, then this form will come in maximized as well. So pause the video and do those things, please. All right, again, I'm assuming that you have just put the video on pause and done those things. All right, so now how do I myself make this window not maximized anymore? Well, I'm going to go up here to my new restore down button and click on that. And now here's my form window is no longer maximized. And behind it is my editor window, which is no longer maximized. So please do that. Go up in the upper right corner, click on the restore down button, and make sure you're using the lower of the two. Right now off the top of my screen, there's something you can't see. Let me move this up a little bit. So in the upper right corner, when I have this window maximized, I have two close buttons. The upper one is for the program named Access. The lower one is for this particular form. So I'm just making sure that I'm clicking the restore down window for the form, and that way I can see what's going on back here. So pause the video and do that, please. Maximize the editor window, and then run the macro and see it maximize the form window that appears. And then when you click the OK button, it can't restore the size of the window yet because we haven't given it that action. So please try all that out. When you're done, you ought to have the form sitting here like this, no longer maximized, and then go ahead and close that form so you're back in your editor window. Please go do all of that. Okay, so we've made a couple of promises here. We said we would open the form and we would now resize it. So now we need an action that will unmaximize all windows. So here I'm going down to my add new action. This time I'm going to click the arrow so I can see a list of the actions. And the actual action itself is called restore. So I'm looking for restore. More particularly, it says restore window. And there's an interesting thing about this particular action. Watch what happens when I click restore window. There's the action restore window, but no arguments. Right now, I've got another box here that says add new action. So restore window doesn't have any arguments because it will unmaximize all windows. You don't have to tell it which ones to maximize or unmaximize. And again, let me mention this in passing because it's going to come up in the future. The message box windows are never restored or maximized. They are unaffected by the restore window action. So add that action so that when they click the OK button, it will make the window not maximized anymore. Pause that video and add that action restore window, please. All right, welcome back. I told you we were going to do this in baby steps. Right about now, and in fact I should have done it before this would be a really good time to save this macro. It's a real drag to get 45 minutes into creating a macro and then accidentally close it and realize that there's no way to get it back. So let's go up and we can do this a couple of ways. My favorite way is to just go way up here to the upper left corner and click on the little floppy disk icon that says save. So when I click on that, it's not saving the whole database. it just saved that macro. So it just saved the object we were working on, is maybe a good way to say that. So this would be a really good time. Go up and click on that little floppy icon. All right, so now should anything terrible happen, we can at least get back to this point with all this hard work that we've been doing so far. So my next action is going to say we will now close the form when you click on OK. That's going to be a message box. Let's make its title say closing form, make the message say we will now close the form when you click OK. Do that. I'm going to catch up with you in the meantime. Title to say closing form, message to say we will now close the form when you click OK. All right, you should now have a new message box and a new add new action list down below. And so now we need an action that will close the form that's open. Any guesses as to what it might be called? It's actually called close. So I'm going to click on there and I'm scrolling down a little bit. I see one about close the database. That would be more than I want. I see one called close window. Let's click on that, close window. And now there are some arguments here about what to close. First argument says object type, meaning is it a table or a form or a query? For us, that's going to be a form. So the object type will be form. Then the actual object name. Now, if I've clicked on form, then the second box gives me names of forms. If in the first box I have said query, then in the second box it'll give me a list of queries. You see how that works? So the object type will be a form. The form in question will be the one that we opened earlier, the one that will actually be open on screen at that point, FRM personal. And then as it's closed, on screen you can have it ask them, would you like to save changes that you made to the form? That would be prompt. There's also a choice here about yes, save it, or no, don't save it. And that just means don't ask the user whether you want them to save it or not, just do save it or don't. We'll say yes rather than prompt. Tell you what, actually let's leave it as prompt. That way the user can decide if they've made some change to a record, do they actually want to save that change or are they changing their mind? All right, so what I've done in the last couple of minutes, I put in a message box. Actually, you did that before I did about closing the form. And then when they click on OK from that message box, then we wanted to actually close window, specifically a form named FRM personal, and prompt them as to whether they want to save it or not. So do that last close window bit right there, and then we got one more message box to add. All right, everybody. So add new action. I want one last message box. MES. ME seems to be enough. I'm hitting the enter key. And so for the title, I'm going to say closing. Let's see, we did close the form. So the title will say, that's all, folks. Thinking of Porky Pig in the old Looney Tune cartoons. Some of you are too old to remember Porky Pig, probably. And then the message could say, thanks for running our macro. So that's my last piece of this macro, a little message box that says, hey, thanks for doing that. Your turn. All right, this would be a really good time to save this again. So I'm going to go click that little floppy icon up in the corner. By the way, years ago, I had a lady in the class ask me, hey, Dan, what's that little TV set up in the corner there? She apparently had never seen a floppy disk. A friend of mine and I were having a little discussion. Should we change that icon to something like a little thumb drive? We decided no, probably not. That would just confuse people. All right, so I'm going up there. I'm saving my fabulous first macro. And now I'd like to actually run it. So first of all, I want to make sure that this editing window is maximized. Otherwise, when I say, hey, we're going to resize the form, nobody will be able to see that it gets resized because it'll still be maximized. So yeah, I'm going to go up and do that right now. I'm clicking on the maximize button up in the corner. I would like you to do that as well, please. And now let us run our fabulous first macro. I'm going to have to go over here to the Design tab up here at the top so that I can get to my Run button at the left side, and I'm going to run my macro. Here's my special message box. Here's all these things we're going to do. I click OK. Here it is, opening the form. The form is maximized, just like the editor window had been. We will now resize the form when you click on OK. I'm clicking OK. There it is. It resized the form. Now we will now close the form when you click on OK. I'm closing the form with an OK. That's all, folks. Thanks for running our fabulous first macro. OK, and it returns to whatever window had been opened when I first ran it. And by the way, you might notice that this window is no longer maximized because it has a maximize button there right now. So when it resized the R form, it also resized all of the windows. So that is our fabulous first macro. So what have we seen in our last couple of sessions? Well, we've seen that we could go to the Create tab in the same way that we've been able to create tables and queries and forms. We've seen how to create a macro by using this button thus far. We'll see some other ways in a little while. We've seen what the macro editor looks like. We've seen that macros have actions and that the actions very often have arguments. Now, I just want to mention that you can also collapse the arguments here. If I hover over message box, I see a little minus sign just to its left, and if I click on that minus sign, it collapses the arguments of that message box. Let me scroll up so I can prove that to you. So all the arguments are collapsed here, and now I can see the open form action and its arguments, and I'm clicking its little minus sign and collapsing that one. And in fact, if I go up here to the form tools, and in fact, if I go up here to my macro tools and click on the design button, there's one here to collapse all the actions at once. So I'm going to click on that, collapse all. Now I don't see any of the arguments, and if I want to see the arguments for any one of them, I can hover over it, see a little plus sign now, click the plus sign, there are the arguments. So you can hide them one at a time, one action at a time, or expand or collapse all of those actions all at once. Here I have gathered several different ways that we're going to run our macro. And the first one we've seen already, by running it from the editor window. That meant by clicking the little red exclamation mark labeled Run. Second way I can see on my list says by double-clicking on the macro's name in the left side navigation pane. Oh, yeah, that navigation pane where I normally see the names of my tables and my queries, and now my macros. So that's what we're going to use next as the way to trigger our macro. So here I am back in Microsoft Access, and I'm going to use this close button to close the macro editor window. It says, do you want to save the changes to the design of your macro? Yes, please. And so now I just don't have any object open, not even my macro editor. But now as I look at my list of objects over on the left side, maybe I can collapse my list of queries, collapse my list of forms, collapse my list of tables. Here's a list of macros. Now, two of these existed when we opened the database. One of them was used when we had the parent form open and we wanted to see the contact info. So that was one of these macros. And then you can also see the one that we've created, MCR first macro. So my previous slide said I could run a macro by double-clicking on its name. Well, I'm going to do that right now, MCR first macro. Now, I don't have any window maximized right now, so when I get to the part about resizing it, it'll be interesting to see if anything happens there, but let's try it out. So here I am double-clicking on MCR first macro, tap, tap. We will now open the form and blah, blah, blah as I click OK. So here's my OK. Here it opened the form. Notice in this case it is not maximized because there wasn't anything else maximized on the screen. We will now resize the form when I click on OK. I didn't really see anything happen there because it wasn't maximized. And last but not least, we will now close the form when you click on OK. Here I am clicking on OK. It's gone. Thanks. Thanks a lot, folks, and thanks for running our macro. That's all, folks. So, play your macro there by double-clicking on the name of the macro over here in the navigation pane. Let it run through its paces. Here I am back in my PowerPoint slide. So we've seen that we could run it from the editor window with the exclamation mark. We've seen that we could double-click on its name over in the navigation pane. Now we see that we could run a macro by clicking a command button. And in fact, that was the very first way we saw when we opened up this module. So we're going to go create a command button to run our fabulous first macro. And then eventually we'll take that command button and have it open the child form from a customer list. So right now we're working on a list of our employees, and I want to put in a button that would run our fabulous first macro. So let's see that in action. I'm going to step out of PowerPoint back to Access. So come with me one and all over to the navigation pane. Let's open our list of forms. And I would like to open a form named FRM Customer Data with a double click. This is just like the form that we saw at the beginning of the lesson, but it doesn't have any button down here. The one that had the button was named Form Data Review. That's this one that has the button. I would like to open up Form Customer Data that doesn't have the button yet. So please do that. Let's go open up FRM Customer Data, please, with a double click. It should appear like this. All right, now let's go to its design view. I could have done that initially by right-clicking on its name and going to design view. In fact, I still can. Or I can go to the design view button right up here under the home tab. Whichever way you'd like to do that, come with me to the design view of this form. There's my old friend, the dot grid pattern. Those of you who did the forms module earlier, you always know you're in the design view of a form or a report when you see this dot grid pattern in the background here. So here we are in the design view of this form where I would like to now add a button. And up here towards the top of my screen, I have Form Design Tools. Actually, I could make that a little bit easier to read. I did that in an earlier module. I'm going to do it here again, and you can do it with me if you like. When this thing is dark red up here, it can be hard to read things. So I'm going to go to my File tab. Here I am in the area called the Backstage View. In the Backstage View, I'm going to click on Options down here at the bottom left. And down here towards the bottom, I've got something called Office Themes, says Colorful. If I click on Colorful and instead go to White and then click OK, it's much easier to read what's going on up here at the top. So I'll try to remember to do that for the rest of this module. Leave that up there as white stuff. So if you want to do that and make it easier to read on your screen, that was File, Options, Office Theme, change it from colorful to white, and then click the Okie dokie button. Okay, so hopefully things are easier to read on my screen and yours. So it's time to add our first command button. Right now, under Form Design Tools, I have 3 sub-tabs. One of them says Design, Arrange, and Format. We're going to need the one labeled Design because it has these different controls in it. And you're probably there already. It's the default setting. So in earlier modules, making forms, we created text boxes that came with labels. We created labels on their own. We made tabbed controls where we could have like a private side and a public side, a multi-page form. We have not seen this object yet. As I hover over it, it tells me its name is button. The official name for that is a command button. It just says button. So around my company, we've been calling it the button button. So I'm going to go click on the button button. And then I'm going to come down here below my lowest field, and I'm going to draw a little box. By the way, hopefully you can see what my mouse looks like right now. I can't zoom on it with my third-party software. So I've got a set of crosshairs with a little icon that looks like the button. And I can either just click and it will draw one at some prepared size that I can change later, or I can do what I'm about to do. I'm going to drag open some little rectangle here. So again, go up and click on the button button, draw that little rectangle, and this button wizard should appear. So pause the video and do that much. You've got this form open named Form Customer Data. You're in its design view. You click the button. Don't try to drag it. You just click it and let go. Come down here, draw a little box, and the command button wizard should magically appear. Pause the video and do that much, everybody. All right, welcome back. So now I'm looking at this form wizard. It says, what actions do you want to have happen when the button is pressed? Different actions are available for each category. In other words, when I choose a category at the left, I'll see a fair different number of actions available at the right. Not the arguments, but the actions. So what I'd like you to do is go click on each of these choices on the left and see what's available on the right. I'm not ready for you to choose any of them yet, but for example, right now the default says record navigation on the left, and then on the right it says I could have a button to go to the next record or the previous record, go to the last record, etc. But if I click on record operations on the left, then on the right I get choices about delete the record, duplicate the record, save it, print it, and so forth. So I'd like you to just click on each of the categories at the left side and see what's available at the right-hand side. So take a minute and do that. Pause the video and do that much. So I would wager that you're probably down at the last one here, the miscellaneous category, where one of my choices is to run a macro. Hey, how handy is that? So I see things about run a query, run a macro. I don't see anything about run a table. Well, I guess that's billiards. Auto dialer, yeah, I'd have to have some third-party dialing software installed on my computer. So you're not going to be able to do auto dialer just out of Access and suddenly you can use your phone. It takes more software than that. But having a button that would run a macro is going to be really handy. So we're going to click on that. Miscellaneous on the left, run macro on the right. Now, when we click next, it's going to ask us a question. What do you suppose the question will be? Yeah, that would be, which macro do you want to run? So I'm choosing run macro at the right. I'm now clicking the next button. Sure enough, it says, what macro do you want to run here? Well, I would like to run our fabulous first macro. So, in that previous screen, choose miscellaneous, choose run macro, and then in this window, let's choose MCR first macro and click next. And you and I will be in the same place. All right, so now it's asking us how we want the button to look. And by default, it's going to look like a little script icon, pretty much the same one we clicked on when we were creating the macro in the first place. But when my user sees that, how are they going to know what that thing is about? So I got to give them a clue in words, and in fact, maybe instead of a picture, maybe I'd like to just have some text. And instead of having the plain text that says run macro, I'm going to make it say, run our fabulous first macro. Those are actually the words that are going to appear on the button. And you can see over here that we may need to resize the button, but we can do that anytime along the way. So let's put it in there as text rather than a picture. Run our fabulous first macro. Once you type that in, click next, and your screen should look like mine. All right, at this point, it's asking me, what do you want to name that button? It says a meaningful name will help you refer to the button later. Really what they're talking about here is maybe later I'm going to have a macro that I want to use to trigger that button somehow. And so it would be good to give it a better name than Command 48 or whatever number you've got on your screen. So maybe we'll start out with a Lazinski naming convention CBT for command button, and it's supposed to run our first macro, so maybe we'll name it CBT first macro. That's what I'm about to name this. CBT as in command button, 1ST macro, and no spaces in there. And in fact, maybe I should capitalize the M in macro. So that's what I would like us to name that one, CBT first macro. And then once you've done that, notice we are out of nexts. It's time to click finish. All right, everybody, hopefully you've done the same. Now you can see that my button slightly resized itself to put all the words in there. Maybe I would like the button to be shorter left and right, but taller top to bottom. So I can grab this resizing handle over here and make it skinnier. You might notice that when I do that, it doesn't necessarily automatically get taller. So instead, maybe I should grab the corner so I can make it skinnier left to right, but taller top and bottom. Again, a little trouble getting my two-headed arrow there. There we go. So you should have some kind of button down there. You don't have to resize it if you don't want to. But right now, as I click on it, nothing much happens other than I get a cursor in there. And that's because I'm in the design view. You can't run the macro while you're in the design view. So I want to build a good habit here. So I've got this macro created, and I remember that I saved the macro several times as I was building it. And then I'm going to recommend that you always, before you test a button in a form, save the form, because things have changed in the structure of the form by adding the button. So I'm going to go up there and click on the little TV set up in the corner. And then I'd like to try the macro button. So do that. You got your button. You're stepping out of the wizard there. You're going to save the form right now. And then let's go under either the Design tab here or the Home tab so that you can get to your View button. And let's switch to the Form view where you can actually try the button. And remember, as part of the macro, it's supposed to resize. It's supposed to unmaximize all windows. So why don't we start out by maximizing this window that has the button. It's got its own maximize button right there. So click that maximize button. Here we are looking at a particular customer ID, but that doesn't have any connection to our button. That's going to list names of our employees. Eventually, we will tie the button in with the customer ID. That'll be coming up soon. In the meantime, let's try running our macro from that fabulous button right there. Hello world, we're going to open the form. There's my form, maximize. We're going to resize the form. Okay, there we are, resizing the form. We'll now close the form when you click on OK. I click on OK. Notice it didn't close everything because we told it what to close. We told it to close the form named FRM Personal. Thanks all folks, and thanks for running our macro. Hopefully yours is working every bit as wonderfully as mine. Woo! There's a third way to run a macro now. Either by using the exclamation mark in the macro editor, which is no longer open, or by double-clicking on the name of the macro in the navigation arrow at the left, or now by clicking on a command button. Hope you're having a little bit of fun maximizing and minimizing and automating things. When we created this first action button over here, command button is its official name, we did it through a wizard. And I'd like to show you that you don't need the wizard in order to make a button that's attached to a macro, because what the wizard did was set up certain properties of that button. And that means if we were to go to that button's property sheet, we would be able to see some of the properties that were performed by the wizard, and that way maybe we don't need the wizard next time. So first of all, I'm going to show you a couple of the properties, and then we'll do this button again without the help of the wizard, and we'll set the properties for ourselves. So I am headed to the design view of this form right now. Under my Home tab, I've got the View button. Click on the View button. Takes me right to the design view, or I can click the pull-down arrow to see what views are available. But I'll tell you, if you just click that button, it will toggle normally back and forth between the design view and the form view. If you wanted the datasheet view, you have to choose that on your own here. Okay, so anyway, long story short, I'm going to go to the design view of that so that I could then click on this button without actually triggering the macro. And now I'd like to see the property sheet of that button. Now, I could do it by going up here under the Design tab of my Form Design Tools and click on the property sheet. But those of you who have seen the earlier modules, you know that my favorite way is to point at the border of that object, double-click on it to open up its property sheet. So whichever way you'd like to do that, click the button so it knows what you're working on, and then go to the property sheet in whatever method you prefer. All right, having done that, over at the right-hand side, I've got these several different little index tabs inside the property sheet. By default, it says All. And as I begin scrolling down, man, there are a lot of properties of that button. But really, all I'm worried about is the macroness of it. And this is called the events. So there is a little index tab up here for event, and I'm going to click on that. And now I have far fewer things to look through. And in fact, the one I'm interested in is this on-click event says that it's got something called an embedded macro. So why don't you catch up with me there? Go to the design view, otherwise clicking the button triggers the macro. And then in the design view, point at its border, so you get this four-headed arrow. Give it a quick double-click to go to the property sheet. Switch from the All Index tab to the Event Index tab, and you should be able to see that there's this on-click embedded macro. Do that much, please. Pause that video and catch up. All right, now if I want to be able to see what the actions are in the embedded macro, I can click where it says Embedded Macro, and then I've got two things happening over at the side here. A little pull-down arrow. The pull-down arrow gives me a list of available macros, like ours, our MCR first macro. So that's one way that I could assign a macro to a button, is to create the macro first and then create the button. And when the wizard asks me, do I want to do stuff, I could just say no and come here to the properties of that button and create a macro. Now, to create the macro, if I didn't have a macro existing already that I wanted, I could click the 3 dots next to the little pull down arrow. And look, that took me right into my macro editor, only because I had already used the macro editor for the macro that's embedded in there. Okay, and then you'll notice that what it's doing is running the macro named MCR first macro. Okay, so that's going on in the background. That's what the wizard did. So we're going to create another button, and we're going to assign it to our fabulous first macro without the help of the wizard. So I'm just closing this thing. You don't necessarily have to do that if you don't want to, but if you want to see what I just saw, you can do what I did. You're probably in the property sheet right now. You might as well go ahead and click on the 3 dots and see that it's embedded your macro in there. All right, let's do one for ourselves now. So we'll close the property sheet. We'll reopen it when it's needed. I am in the design view. I hope you are too. You pretty much have to be able to see what we were looking at. Time to create another button here, so I'm going up to the Form Design Tools. I'm clicking the Design sub-tab. Here are my different controls, including my button. I'm clicking the button. I'm going to go down here and draw myself another little button. Here comes my wizard. This time I'm going to say, I cancel thee, O wizard. I don't know what spell to do with that. The only one I can remember from Harry Potter is Wingardium Leviosa, but that'll just make the guy float, so that's probably not too terribly dangerous. But I'm going to say, cancel that wizard. And then I'm going to go to the property sheet. So please do that much. Make a little button down here, and when the wizard appears, cancel it, and then open the property sheet for that button. All right, I'm assuming things are going swimmingly here. So now, under the Event tab, we want to go to the OnClick Event tab. And since the macro that I want already exists, we can use the pull-down arrow here. So you click the pull-down arrow, you should be able to find your macro named MCR first macro. Give that one a click. I usually then get in this habit. I hit the Enter key after I've assigned a macro, because sometimes I make that choice and then I just start scrolling up and down to look at something else. And I don't realize that by rolling the scroll wheel, I'm making a different choice in the on-click thing here. So, like if I click this thing and I've got it open and I just start rolling the scroll wheel, sometimes I find myself scrolling up and down in here. So yeah, I'm choosing first macro, and then I want to make sure I hit the Enter key. All right, so that should be pretty much everything we need, except right now the button is going to say Command something on it. That's going to look kind of weird. So let's now switch from the Event tab to the All tab. And then you're probably going to need to grab this scroll box down here and drag it to the top, because the thing I want to look at, the property, I want it to look at the name of the button. And as far as what it's going to say on the button, I would want to change its caption. Now, if this was a button that I wanted to refer to in code later on, I would give it a good name. In this case, I'm not going to refer to this. This is a kind of just a one-time button. We're going to move on to other things in a minute. So don't worry, in this case, too much about the name of the button, although in real life I probably would. Let us instead change the caption. So I want the caption to say, run our first macro. Now, I could do it 2 ways. I can either go down here on the button and drag across it and type it, or I'm going to do it this way. I'm going to go up to the caption property and drag across whatever words are in there. It keeps jumping around on me a little bit. Dragging across what's in the words there, and then I'm going to say, click to run our macro. And when I put it in the caption and then hit the Enter key, it will then appear on the button. So click to run our first macro again. And then I'm hitting the Enter key. And oh look, now it says that on the button. So we didn't use the wizard this time. We canceled the wizard. We went to the property sheet. We went to the Event tab and chose as the on-click event, we chose our first macro. Then we went to the All tab, and again, you probably have to scroll to the top to find the caption property, and I've typed in what I see down here. Click to run our first macro again, and then I hit the Enter key. All right, do that much, and then go ahead and close the property sheet. All right, welcome back. I'm assuming you have closed the property sheet. Now let's go to our form button again up here, either under the Design tab or the Home tab. We'll go to the Form view, and I'm ready to click the button, but there was a habit I said I always want to build. Yeah, save the form before you click the button. Sometimes the macro you're about to run will break down, and it could conceivably even crash your machine. And if you haven't saved that thing and you've just spent an hour building it, you are not going to be a happy camper. So before you step out of a macro editor, try to save it in the macro editor, and then before you click a button to run a macro, save that form again. So that's what I just did. I went and clicked on the little TV set. All right, now I want to maximize this window so I can see the resize part go on in my macro. So I'm maximizing the window. Now I'm clicking to run that macro, and you know what it does. You're just going to put it through its paces, man. Resizing the new form, closing the new form, that's all, folks. Make that happen. We've been creating these command buttons, and we made the command button run a macro that we had created ahead of time. First time we let the wizard assign the macro. Second time we said, no thanks, wizard, I'll do it myself by assigning properties of the on-click event for that button. So what I want to do is set this thing up so that it does what we saw when we started this module. I'm looking at a particular customer ID, and I want to be able to click a button that pulls up the contact information for that customer ID. But all of that is based on a couple of tables here. So let me give you a little bit more background about this database. Over here in my list of tables, I have the customer table. When I double click on it, it has this information about my customers. Remember, my wholesale bookstores. And then that table was used as the record source for this form. So if, for example, I go up and kind of click on this upper left-hand corner where the two rulers meet, and then go look at the property sheet, let's see, it's under my Design tab, Property Sheet, then I will be looking at properties of the form itself. If, on the other hand, I'm still down here clicking on the button, then I'm looking at properties of that command button. So there's a couple of ways to get to the properties of the form. One way you just saw me do, if I click here at the intersection of the two rulers, that takes me to properties of the form. The other way is to notice that this is actually a list box right here. And if I click on that list arrow, I can choose any of the text boxes, any of the labels, or the form itself. This is just an alphabetized list of all of these objects. So now that I'm looking at properties of the form, I notice its record source. The record source for this form is that table that I was just showing you, TBL customer. So that's how those two things are lined up together. Now, when I was in the form that we started with, which was very much like form customer data, but not quite the same, that was FRM data review. And if I go to its design view by right-clicking on it and go into its design view, here is a similar form with a different name. And when I look at its property sheet, it is also based on TBL customer. So both of those two forms are based on TBL customer. And then let's talk about this button. So when I click on the contact button, it opens up the form named FRMDR contact, which looks like this. And then it should hook up their customer IDs. So I could actually show you the macro that does that. And it's got a really complicated where clause, it's called, structured query language where clause, where a field in one of those forms matches a field in the other form. Also, I'd like you to see that DR contact uses as its record source, let's see, customer table. And then in that one, when I click on the contact button, it opens up this other form called FRM customer data. And when I come over here and click on the contact button, it opens up a form named FRM DR contact. And so this is the child form that pops up. And then what's that one based on? Well, let's see, if I go to its design view and I look at its record source, it uses the table name TBL billing info to get the actual contact name of the person that works for that customer. So if I go over here and open up TBL billing info, alphabetized up here at the top, so you'll see that it has the customer ID and then it's got a contact first name and a contact last name. So that's what those forms are built from. This form is built from the billing table. This form is built from the customer table. And they look each other up that way. And there's something called a where clause that ties those two things together. And we used to spend about 20 minutes talking about how do you build that where clause until we discovered the wizard can do a really nice job of it way, way, way easy. So let me show you the efficient way to make a relationship between these two forms by a button. So I'm closing FRM data review. That's the one that we started with that had the button already there. And then I'm going to reopen our FRM customer data form in its design view, which is right where we left off. So you don't have to do any of that. You're sitting right where I want you to be. All right, so here's what I want to do. I don't necessarily want to throw these two buttons away, but I'd like to move them down. So I'm pointing at this one. I'm grabbing it, dragging it down here. Same thing for this guy. Drag him down out of the way, and then I'm going to scroll up here. And your monitor probably has different resolution settings than mine. So, don't worry that you might still be able to see that button because you're kind of zoomed out on it a little more or whatever. Don't get too hung up in that. So what I'd like to do now is make a button that runs a macro that doesn't exist already, so that we can see how you can make the button and the macro sort of on the fly. And we'll use the wizard to do a big part of that job, the command button wizard. So here we go. So I want to go up here to the design tab, and I need the button. I'm clicking the button. I'm coming down here. I'm going to draw a little box for it again. All right, so this time we're going to do form operations on the left side. And then on the right side, we've got all these different form things we can do. I would like to do open form command. So go that far. You've made a button, the wizard opens. On the left side, click form operations. On the right side, click open form. Catch up with me that far. All right, we're about to click next, and I bet you can predict what's going to happen. Remember, there's a required argument for the open form command. It is the name of the form. So when we click next, it says, yep, what form name do you want? We would like to open one named FRM Contact, not DR Contact, not FRM DR Contact, but the one right up here at the top, alphabetically first. FRM Contact, and then click Next. And here comes a nice window that will do what I want to do, that is join these forms by the shared field in the tables that they're built from. And so I see these two radio buttons in this next window here, and the default is open the form and show all the records. That's not what I want to do. I want to open the form and find specific data, namely the data that matches up with the customer ID. So we're going to switch radio buttons here. We're going to go to the one that says open the form and find specific data to display. So catch up with me there if you can. I know it can be kind of hard trying to go back and forth between what I'm doing and what you're doing, especially if you only have one monitor. So sometimes that can be a bit of a challenge. Sometimes you have to kind of watch all the steps and go back and do them, but I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt here. So what have I done in here so far? Well, I created this button. I said through the wizard, give me form operations to open a form, specifically the form named FRM Contact. And now we're going to open the form and find specific data to display. And then go ahead and click Next, and you should see this really cool screen. So catch up with me there. Okay, on the left-hand side, I have the form that has the button. On the right-hand side, I have the form that the button is calling for. And if I look closely up here at the top, it says, which fields contain the matching data the button can use to look up information? And it tells me what to do. It says select the fields on the two sides here, and then click the left-right arrow button. So that's what I'm about to do. And it turns out the shared field is the STR customer ID. So I'm going to choose that on the left. I'm going to choose that on the right. And I'm going to click this button right in the middle, and notice how it does a thing down here in the matching fields box. So from the customer data form, it's taken the shared field customer ID primary key, actually. And then on the right-hand side, from form contact, it's also taking the primary key, STR customer ID, meaning there's a one-to-one relationship between those two tables that the forms are built from. So that was pretty easy. Customer ID on both sides. Click that little button right there. You get the arrows. Let's click Next. So now it says, what do you want the button to say? Well, I think I would like it to have text caption up here that says click to see contact info. So do that. Put in that caption. That's what the button is going to say on the button itself. And then click next with me. You will see you are down to the end of this thing. And it says, what would you like to name your button? How about we'll call it CBT, command button. And what does this one do? This one finds a contact. So maybe we'll call it CBT, customer contact. CBT for command button. Customer contact as the rest of the name of the button. And you'll notice there are no more next, so you're going to click finish. So I just stepped out of the wizard. I've got the button down here. I'm ready to try it out. It won't work while I'm in the design view, so I need to go to the form view up here. And then I'm about to try a button, so I'm going to stay with that good habit of clicking on the little TV set up there. By the way, that's what we called it the rest of the semester for that lady. Everybody had a good laugh every time we said it. So I'm clicking that save button. And I'm ready to try my command button out now. So I am looking at customer number 20151. I click the button to see the contact info. Here is the customer contact for 20151. And as we saw earlier, before I switch in the parent form and click that button, I really should close this child form. We can do something about that a little bit later. So I'm closing the child form. And now in the parent form here, I'm going to go down in the record navigation box, and I'm going to go to record number 2, which puts me looking at information about customer number 20181. And when I click to see the contact info, here is contact info for customer number 20181. And this is the person I deal with at that Lakeview bookstore. I sure hope yours is working just as well as mine. I'm going to close the child form. And again, this is different than the Module 5 form because the child form is independent from the parent form. It's not inside it. I hope things are working well for you, and I hope you're having some geeky fun along the way. More importantly, I hope you're thinking about how you might use this to be able to create a little dashboard where there's one thing happening on one part of the screen and another thing happening on another part of the screen at the same time, perhaps. All right, I want to give you a little bit more background information, and then I've got an exercise for you to try on your own. So I'm going to close the contact form here. I hope things are working as well for you as they are for me. And then a little bit of background information. So in this customer form, I have the ID number of the salesperson that handled that handles that particular customer. And that number right there, the salesperson number, is a foreign key that would hook up with the primary key of TBL Personal. So if I go over here and double click on TBL Personal, I can see that salesperson EN1-39 is Edward Meyer. So maybe what I'd like to be able to see is when I click on the button on this form, I'd like to see a form of information about that Edward Meyer. What form would that be? Well, it turns out I have a form over here labeled FRM Personal, and when I double click on it, it pulls up the records from TBL Personal. Which means we ought to be able to make a button right here that hooks up this form, customer data, with that form, FRM Personal, by the shared field, which is called salesperson in FRM Customer Data, and is called employee ID in FRM Personal. So your job is to make a button over here that when you click on it, it pulls up FRM Personal with the shared field. Salesperson from this form with employee ID from the personal form. So take a couple of minutes and do that. Put the video on pause, go make that button through the wizard. If you get lost in the middle, you know I'll be back and I'll show you how to do it. But I think it probably always feels kind of cool if you can do it before I show you how to do it. So try that out. You're making a button that's going to hook up with FRM Personal, please. Make that happen. All right, here I come. I'm about to join you. So I'm going to my design view. I'm going to make me a button. I'm going to use the wizard to open a form. I'm going to open the form named FRM Personal. I'm going to open the form and find specific data to display. So in my customer data table, I want to find the salesperson. And then in my personal data table, I want to hook that up with the employee ID. Foreign key here, primary key here. I think I'm ready to click next, but I would be forgetting one step, and I have to admit I've forgotten this step before. Yeah, I need to hook them up with the arrows right there. So I got the two fields, hook them up with the arrows now. Then click next. And maybe I want to have this thing say, show salesperson data. Or maybe info, I think that's what I've used in the past. Show the salesperson info. Clicking next, I'm almost done. Says, what do you want to name the button here? Let's see. I'll just let this have this generic name so far. We're not ready to use code that refers to the button yet. So I'm going to let it finish. Here's my new button. I'm going to go to the form view. I'm going to save the form, and then I'm going to try that button out. So I'm looking at Engels Books, salesperson EN1-20. I click this button, and here is info for employee number EN1-20, the salesperson who handles that customer named Engels Books. If I close this child form, and in the parent form I go to the next customer, where EN1-39 is the salesperson, I click Show the Salesperson Info. Here's the info for employee EN1-39. So I did that kind of fast. Feel free to rewind the video and do that for yourself, but maybe you got that all done before I showed you how to do it. It was a little bit tough because you had to know which two fields to show up. But if you didn't get that done before, go try it right now, everybody. Pause that video and make that hookup. All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm so proud of you. So we were able to see contact info by clicking this button. Maybe I'll move this guy aside to show the salesperson info by clicking this button. And then maybe eventually I want to resize some of these things so I could have 2 or 3 of them on screen at the same time. Right now that would take a little bit of work. We'll talk about that later. But hopefully you're able to get these 3 things happening all at the same time so far. Well done, everybody. We've seen several different ways to trigger our macro by now. We had the exclamation mark in the macro editor window. We saw that we could double-click the macro's name in the left side navigation pane. Lately, we've been clicking a command button. Now I'd like to expose you to another way of triggering a macro, either by opening or closing a form. So instead of on-click event, this one I want to talk about right now is called on-open. So maybe every time I open this particular form, named Form Customer Data, maybe I want it to maximize itself. And then anytime I click this button, I want this window to make itself smaller. I'd like it to tuck itself in the upper left corner and maybe only show about this much and not the extra stuff off the side. And that would leave me a little bit of room so that when I click this button, this window would get smaller, and then maybe the child form could appear over here. So that's what I'm about to do. We're going to be talking about how can you control the size of the window. And it's going to involve 2 commands, 2 actions. One of them is restore, meaning make the windows not maximized. That one we've seen before. And then a new one that we haven't seen before called move and size window. So that's what we'll be talking about in this session. First of all, the on-open event that would make this form become maximized automatically. So let's talk about the properties of this form. Here's a quick way to do it. I'm in the design view. I've done this a couple of times before where I went and clicked at the intersection of the 2 rulers and then went up and to the design tab and look at the property sheet. But you've also seen me point at objects and double click. So watch what happens if I point at the intersection of the 2 rulers right here and double click, tap, tap, property sheet for the entire form. This is going to be an event that I want to talk about. So when you open up your property sheet, if it says all here, yeah, the events are in here, along with a million other things. So to narrow our list, let's look at events for that form. It's still a pretty long list. just not as long as the all list. So do that for me if you would. Double click in the design view of this form, the form named FRM Customer Data, the one where we've been building our buttons. Double click up there at the intersection of the row of the two rulers, and you'll be looking at the property sheet of the form. And then if it doesn't already say event here, why click on event. All right, assuming that that has happened for you, I now want to find an event called onOpen. And this list isn't really alphabetized. So I'll show you where this one is. It's not in the top third. I'm going to click below the scroll box in the scroll bar, just anywhere down here. So now I'm about halfway through the list. And here I am looking at onOpen right there. So I'm going to click over here on the right-hand side for the onOpen property. And then I would like to have it run a command where the macro doesn't exist yet. If I had a macro that already did what I want, I could click this pull-down arrow and just choose it, but I don't have one with that. So instead, I'm going to go over here and click on the three dots. So take just a second and join me. We're still working in the same form. We're still in its design view. We double-clicked in the corner. We're looking at the property sheet. We go into the event tab. And instead of being right at the top, I've clicked below the scroll box. Now I'm about halfway down through the list. I can see where the scroll box is. And then right now, up near the top of the window, we can click on onOpen. Join me there, please. Okay, now to get into our macro editor, we're going to click on the three dots over here at the right side. And when I click on that, we've not seen this window before. It says, choose your builder. Pick your poison. We're going to go with Macro Builder. That's the one we've been using. We just didn't necessarily know that was its name. Later, we'll get a chance to talk about Visual Basic. That's the code builder. The expression builder you've actually already seen. We've used that to make formulas in either forms or queries. So let's go with the default choice here, Macro Builder, click OK. And here we are back in our macro editor that we're used to. So please do that. You're choosing properties of the form, you're choosing the event called onOpen. You click the three dots, you choose the Macro Builder, and here we are. All right, everybody, so I need an action that will first make sure that the window is maximized. And that's actually called maximize. So I'm going to type M-A. Looks like I don't even have to type M-A. The first of the M's is actually maximize window. I'm going to hit the Enter key, and just like the restore command, there are no arguments. You don't have to tell it which windows to maximize. It automatically maximizes all of them. All right, so that's what I want that to do. When this particular form is opened, I want it to maximize itself, and it really is that easy. So you're making an onOpen event macro, and then tell it that's our action, maximize window, and that's all we need for that one. So catch up with me. All right. It would be a good idea to save this macro before we close it. You can click close, and it'll ask if you want to save it. But then if you accidentally say no, then you have to go back and start it over again. Not too bad with this macro with only one action in it, but it's a bad habit to get into. So I always choose to save my macro first, and then I'm going to click close. All right, so it calls that an embedded macro, and the command is to maximize that window. All right, well, let's test that much out. So hopefully you've caught up with me, you've maximized the window in your macro. Let's close the property sheet. Let's go to the form view. And right now you can see that that form is maximized right now. So let's go to the upper right corner here, and we'll click the Restore button so it's not maximized. And then let's close it and reopen it again. And as we reopen it the second time, it should maximize itself because of the onOpen event. So make the form customer data not maximized like I just did. I clicked its Restore Down button. And now let's click its Close button. It says, do you want to save the changes to the design of it? Yes, I do. And now let's go reopen it with a double click. FRM Personal. I'm sorry, now let's reopen it with a double click. That's FRM Customer Data. I'm double clicking on it. Tap, tap. So here I have the form in question. Right now it's maximized. I'm going to click its Restore Down button. There, now it's not maximized. And now I'm going to close it. When you close that, you may get a question about, do you want to save the changes to the layout or the design? If you get that question, tell it yes. All right, so as I just closed it, I had clicked the Restore Down button. But now the next time I open it, my macro should make it maximized again. So here I go, FRM customer data, double clicking. You may have seen it appear not quite maximized, and then before it finished opening, it maximized itself again. So that's the on open trigger. So check yours and make sure it's working. And the way you're going to check it, up here in the corner, make it not maximized, close it, and then when you reopen it, it should maximize itself. Catch up with me there. Pause the video and check your on open command. All right. Next thing I'd like to do is set things up so that when we click on this button, this parent window, the customer data window, will make itself smaller and tuck itself in the upper left corner. And this is going to let me introduce something called the Move and Size Window command. Now, just as a little side note, if the window is maximized, then anytime you're going to run a Move Size command, you need to precede it with the Restore All Windows command. So those are two things I'd like you to just build into your head as linked at the hip. Before I do any Move and Size Window command, I will always choose to do the Restore Window command. The Restore window makes sure it's not maximized, and then the Move Size window will take effect with the next one. If I don't unmaximize it first, if the window is maximized, Move Size won't have any effect. So always restore the window and then Move Size. And that's what I'm about to do right now for this on-click event of that button. So we've already got it opening a form. What we need are a couple of commands before the first command that's there already. And that'll also let me show you how do you insert commands before the actions that are already there. Whew, there's a mouthful. All right, so we need to go to properties of that button in its design view. So back to the design view here. And this time it's not properties of the form, it's properties of this button right here. So I'm going to point at that click to see contact info button. I'm double clicking on it to open up its property sheet. And it has its on-click event. So do that if you would. Double click on the border of that button to open its property sheet just like this. Okay, now to go in and edit the macro, we're going to need to click on the three dots over here. Those three dots officially called ellipses, if you care. Most of us just call it the three dots. So I'm clicking on the ellipses, and that takes me back into my macro editor. And I need to add a command before the open form part. Eventually, I'm going to want to control the size of the form itself, and we'll do that. By the way, notice this where condition. This is the result of the little arrows that we had in the wizard that joined the customer ID fields between the two tables that the forms were built on. So that's what the wizard did, making this thing. I'm sure glad I don't have to type that. With two equal signs and then quotes and then all kinds of stuff in there. All right, but what I want to do now is insert an action right here before the open form action, and it's going to be my restore window and move size commands. So one of the ways to do this is to add your new action down here at the bottom and then move it upward. So let's see that method. Let's see, I need a restore window command. So clicking here on the in the add new actions, and I can start typing RES. And that's enough to get me to restore window. I'm going to hit the enter key. Remember, there aren't any arguments for that, so it doesn't show me a bunch of boxes here. It just shows me the next piece. So now what I want to do is move that thing up. And you might notice a little arrow right here that'll let me do that. As I hover, it says move up. So I'm going to move it on up to the east side here. I'm clicking on that up arrow, and now my restore window command comes first, followed by the open form. But the other thing I want to do is not just make the window not maximized, which is all I've done now, but I also want to control the size and the position of where it appears. And that action is called Move and Size Window. So maybe I'll use the same little trick here, add new action. I'm typing MOV. And there it is, Move and Size Window. I'm going to hit the enter key. And this time there are 4 arguments for this action. So I'd like you to do what you saw me do. We added an action called Restore Window, and we moved it up. So that's up here at the top now. Now we're doing a Move and Size Window, and eventually we're going to move it up as well. But I want to talk about the arguments of the Move and Size Window action. And I have a little slide about that. So let's imagine that I've got my navigation pane over here. This is my list of tables and queries and so forth. And then I've got the working canvas over here. And so we saw that there are 4 arguments to the move and size window. The first 2 are called right and down. And so measured from the edge of the working canvas, we're talking about the upper left corner of whatever form is supposed to be sized here. So right and down are measuring from the edge of the working window over to the right, and then from the top of the working window down to that corner. And this used to be measured in inches up through the 2010 version of Microsoft Access, where they switched over to something called TWIPs. And a TWIP is 1/1440th of an inch. And they picked that number because it's easily divisible by 2 and 3 and 5 and 10 and 12 and just all kinds of different numbers. So basically in my head, I round that off to 1,500. So if I want to measure in inches, I say, like if I want 2 inches, I call it 3,000. 1,500 by 2. Don't necessarily have to worry about that 1440-ness. So let's see this in action here. So I've got the right and down argument, and I've got the height and width argument. And that's what I'm about to set for our parent form here, the customer data form. So I actually have a ruler back here. So I just want to make it wide enough to show the edge of the widest thing in that form. Looks like about 5.5 inches. So if I get out my calculator and I multiply 5.5 times 1,500, I come to 7,500. So that's going to be the width of this particular form. Also, I want to measure the upper left-hand corner measured from the edge of the working window. I'd like to tuck that right up in that corner. So that'll be 0 down and 0 right. And then for the width, I was just calculating about 7,500. So let's fill in some numbers here and we'll see how things go, and we may have to tweak them a little bit. So measured from the upper left corner of the canvas to the upper left corner of my working window, I would like that to be 0 TWIPs to the right and 0 TWIPs down. And then for the width, let's see, that was about 5 times about 1,500 would be 7,500. And then as for the height of the thing in the background, let's see, I've got this lowest thing right about here, that's the 2-inch mark, but that's just measured from the details section. So let's see, it's about 1 inch for my header and another 2 inches below that. 3 times 1,500 TWIPs per inch, about 4,500. So that's my first guess as to the size, and I may discover I need to come back and work that out a little bit. But why don't you join me that far? We put in our move and size window command, and we're setting up these measurements 0, 0, 7,500, 4,500. Catch up that far, but then the next thing we want to do is move this action up above the open form. So get those numbers first. All right, assuming you have the numbers, now let's move that action upward. So we're going to have the restore the parent window here, makes it not maximized. Move and size is going to make it about the size that I want to hold all the stuff that's in there. And then we'll start worrying about the child window after that. So I'm hoping you're right there with me. Let's go try it out. I'm going to save my macro here. Then I'm going to close the macro editor window. Yes, I could run it here, but it really needs to be run by opening that form and then clicking a button. So I've got the close window here, closing my macro editor. All right, so we're ready to try that button out. First of all, close the property sheet here, and let's go to the form view. Once we go to the form view, notice it maximized itself. And now I'm about to click a button with an untried macro. I am definitely going to save that form one more time. I know you can't see my save button, but that's what I'm clicking on. All right, I'm ready to try it out. So I'm clicking on this button right here. Bang. So there's my parent form, tucked right in the upper left-hand corner, 0 down, 0 to the right. And then I made a pretty good guess for my 1,500 per inch numbers. Made it just big enough to show the bottom of that thing. Looks like I might need to make it slightly wider to get that one in there. And then this window appeared because that's what the button does, opens the window. Now you'll notice the child window appears right in the middle of the screen. We might want to tweak that so that when this thing is opened by that button, that it would appear maybe over here somewhere. So that's what we'll do next. First of all, it looks like I need to increase the width number. I'm going to guess by maybe another ½ inch, about 750 or so. But I hope things are going well for you with the numbers that I've selected. If not, go back in there and play with them a little bit. I went in here and I widened this form as a property of that button right there by another 750, changing it from 7,500 to 8,250. And that seemed to be about right for getting this last field in there. All right, now, the way things are right now, when I click this button, put my child form away. When I click this button, notice the child form appears pretty much smack dab in the middle of the window, but I would like it to appear over here. So let's see, if I talk about its move size command, measuring to the upper left corner, that would be 0 down. And then measured from the left of this working area is going to be just a little bit more than whatever the width of this form was. So I just made mine 8,250. And so maybe I just want to tack on another, 50 dots here and make that the upper left corner of this one. So maybe like 8,300 for the upper left corner. So 0 and 8,300. And then as far as how wide I want it to be, let's see, if I could get into the design view of this, I'd be able to see that ruler. So I'm going to go to the design view of this child form right now so that I can then see the ruler at the top of my screen. Right here. So that thing is about, 2.5 inches wide times 1,500. So that'll be about 3,000, 4,000, somewhere in there. And maybe, let's see, right now, the inches on the side, a little bit hard to tell because I've got all this extra stuff in here, like the rulers themselves. So I'm going to guess that that thing is about 1.5 inches tall. So if I made it 2.5 by 1.5 inches, multiplying that by 1,500, might need to get your calculator out. So this is your job now. Your job is to try to figure out the upper left-hand corner and the height and width for this child form. And this will still be properties of that button, but it'll happen as this form is being created here. So I'm going to go look at properties not of this form, but of that button still. I'm headed back to my design view for this form. Click on this form, go to its design view there. Now it knows which one I'm talking about. And I'm going to its property sheet now. And more specifically, I want to go to the property sheet of this button. So I'm scrolling down a little bit, double-clicking on that button. So I'm talking about the button called Button Customer Contact. Still talking about the on-click event, using my 3 dots to get back into my macro editor window. Maybe I'll make this thing full screen so I can see it a little better. All right, so here's what we're talking about. This time I'm talking about restore down and move size after I'm bringing up the child form. So we'll be talking about the child form now when we're talking about our move size and so forth. Now I did a restore window up here and we're still in the same macro, so I probably don't need another restore window. Remember, that just made sure everything wasn't maximized, including the child window. So now we want to control its move size command. So I'm clicking down here, I'm doing my move size window. MO is probably enough. All right, time to put in our numbers. I remember it was 0 down and $0 per month for 24 months. You can rent. No, I'm not renting anything. And let's see, the width of my parent window is around 8,250. So maybe I want this one to be about 8,300. And then you're going to make some guesses for the width and the height of the child window. So pause the video. You can probably, make good with those numbers so far. Also notice my width of the parent window. I changed that one since the last time we were looking at it. So make some numbers up for this thing. And it may take you 2 or 3 tries, but sometimes that's just part of hacking your way at this. So make up some numbers there, try them out. Need to go back and forth, that's fine. In the meantime, I'll be doing the same thing. See you back here in a couple of minutes. All right, here's how mine looks. And as far as my numbers, if you want to compare mine with yours, probably doesn't matter too much. If yours is looking good, your numbers don't have to be the same as mine. But if you're just totally flummoxed and you got lost in all of that, let me go back to the design view of this parent form here. And again, I want to talk about properties of that button right there. And I'm going to go look in my on-click event. And here's the numbers that I wound up with for my child form. And again, yours don't have to be exactly the same as mine. If you can get yours looking good, that's great. But again, if you're just totally baffled, well, here's some numbers to try out. So a couple of things built into all of that. Generally, before you use the move size command, you want to use the restore window command. I didn't do that for the second move size command because it was in the same macro. I'd already done an unmaximize all the windows, restore command as the very first thing there. So play with those numbers a little bit more if you need to. But in general, this is how you can start setting up a dashboard where you can control the size of each of your forms and control their placement. And that was through restore window followed by move size window. You always want those two things together in your brain. What did restore window do? Well, it unmaximized all the windows, because if any of the windows are maximized, then all of them are maximized, and the move size window command won't have any action at all. So I hope you've enjoyed being able to start the idea of a dashboard where you've got several things going on at the same time. In this exercise, I would like to switch gears. Instead of talking about controlling the size and positions of things, I would like to maybe make life a little bit easier for my data entry operator when they're doing this customer data entry. That is in this form right here, FRM customer data. Notice how it nicely maximizes itself when I open it, and that's because of its on-open command. All right, as I look through my records, so my first customer here is in New York, and notice when the region is New York, it doesn't list the country. But if I go to record number 2, I've got somebody here from Hamilton, Ontario, and there it does list the country. So when they're in Canada, the country says Canada. When they're not in Canada, the country is essentially null. We've seen that term before, those of you who have been going through the other modules. So here's what I'd like to set up. And this will be kind of a proof of concept thing. They're going to wind up doing a couple, 3 different ways here. So I would like to set it up so that when my data entry operator types in a Canadian province name, that it will fill in the country equal to Canada. So this is going to be triggered by typing a particular thing into a particular spot, not opening a form or clicking a button. So new idea here, a new way to trigger our macro. And this will let us talk about this next way of triggering our macro by typing magic words into a field. So let's go check it out, everybody. So let's go to the design view of this form. This is still the form called customer data. I'm going to go to its design view here, and I want to talk about a property of this region field. Notice it says region rather than state. We could have it say state/province or something like that, but right now it says region. So I want to talk about a property of this text box right here. And I double click and I'm now into its property sheet. And this is going to be a new event that we've never had a chance to talk about. It's called after update. And it means after they type something in this field and then somehow indicate that they're moving to another field or another record. In this case, probably to another field. And maybe our data entry operator goes through these boxes by tab keys. That's very often how people will do data entry. So this is going to be called after update. So let's go to the property of that region text box with a quick double click. That's how I got here. And now I'm going to the after update property on the right hand side. And we're going to need to create a new macro. If we were going to trigger a macro that existed already, that had a name and was down here in the lower left corner of our navigation pane, we could just choose it with the arrow, but we are not that lucky. So instead we're going to the ellipses, the 3 dots, and we're going to stick with our macro builder. So we're clicking OK or hitting the enter key to go into the macro builder. So please do that with me. You're double clicking on the text box labeled str region. And then you're looking at its after update property. That's how I got to where I am right now. So please join me in the after update property. So again, what I said I wanted to do is when they type in the name of a province, I want it to automatically fill in country equal to Canada as soon as they hit the tab key, for example. So this is an action called SETVALUE. And apparently Microsoft considers this a fairly dangerous action. And let me show you why I'm mentioning that. So I want something called SETVALUE. I'm clicking in here. I'm typing SET. Well, I see one about set displayed categories. I'm going to add the V for SETVALUE. And it doesn't seem to find SETVALUE. Even though Dan has said there's a SETVALUE, we don't see one here. And that's because there's a button we haven't had a need to talk about yet called Show All Actions. So I'm going to go up and click on that, Show All Actions. I move away from it. It's pretty hard to tell that much of anything has happened. But now when I start that job again, SETV, oh look, I now have one called SETVALUE. And when I hit the Enter key, it's got a couple of arguments. So that's what you'll need to do. You'll need to turn on the Show All Actions button. And then you can go start typing SETVALUE, and when you type SETV, it'll actually find it. And then when you hit the Enter key, you'll see these couple of actions appear. So catch up with me there. Pause the video, show all actions, and get a SETVALUE action in there. All right, now we need to tell it what item to set, and then the expression to set it to. So as far as which item to set, I'm going to go over here and click on this little magic wand. That's going to take me to my expression builder. We haven't used it today, but we have used it in the past. This should look familiar to you if you've been playing along in the other modules. So in this case, the only thing I need is which item is going to get changed to Canada. And that, in fact, is going to be, I have to scroll down to find it here, STR country. Not the label next to STR country, but STR country, the actual text box. So I point at that, I double click on it. You'll notice as it appears up here in the top, square brackets have appeared around it. And that's a good thing, as it turns out. And I'm just about to click on OK. So that was in the SETVALUE. This is the item property. And I got there by clicking this little magic wand over here. Took me to the expression builder. And all I've done is double click on STR country. And now I click OK. So come join me there. All right, very good. And then the expression to set it to is going to be Canada. And you need to put quotes around Canada. So here I go, quote, CANADA. Close the quotes. And that's all I need there, at least so far. So set the item country equal to Canada. Of course, we haven't told it when yet. That'll be something we need to worry about in a moment, but let's see it in action here first. So catch up with me, STR country for the item, expression equal to Canada. You had to spell Canada out and make sure you put quotes around it. All right, here we go. I am closing this window. Do you want to save the changes you made to this macro? Yeah, I certainly do. And then I'd like to test it out by typing something in that region field. So I'm going to the form view, which maximizes my form. I'm going to save it. All right, so I'm going to go right here to the region field. Now, usually this is used for new records, quite frankly, but I can test it out in one here. So I'm going to go to the region field, and I'm going to type in Ontario. Notice a little pencil appears. I'm editing the record, and I'm going to hit the Tab key to jump to the country field. And as I do, it says Canada. All right. So far, so good. Try it out. Okay, with Canada still selected, tap the Delete key to erase it. And let's go back here where it says Ontario, drag across that. Let's type in New York as what used to be there. And now hit the Tab key. Ooh. Looks like New York has defected. It has seceded from the Union. It is now part of Canada. I don't think they can do it quite that easily. But you can see that right now, no matter what I type in the region field, it says countries equal to Canada. All right, well, we need to do something about that, obviously. So I'm going to tap the Escape key, which lets me put this back to what the original record said. It did say New York there. Okay, so you can see what the problem is. Why don't you try that out for yourself? Type in pretty much anything in the region field, hit the Tab key, no matter where it is. Hey, you're in Canada all of a sudden. And then please delete Canada out of there. And if you tap the Escape key, it'll set it back to New York. So do what you just saw me do, please. So obviously we need to tell it what the conditions are under which it should fill in Canada. And the first way I'm going to do it is not necessarily the easiest way, the best way, but again, it's a proof of concept. I'm pulling up 3 or 4 things that you might wind up using other ways. This is going to be based on the kind of data that you use. So what I'm going to do over the next, couple of sessions here is expose you to things. And then hopefully while you're learning them, you'll be thinking about how you want to use them in your data. So here we go. We need to go to the design view of this form so that we can look at the properties of this field right here. And maybe yours, like mine, is already still selected. If not, double-click on its border so that you're looking at the property sheet for the text box labeled STR region. And then we need to go back into the macro editor. We'll do that by clicking the three dots, the ellipses. Welcome back to the macro editor. All right, so in this case, I need to tell it under what conditions it should set the value equal to country equal to Canada. And what we're going to do is create an if situation. Now, in earlier versions of Access, up through 2007, the only way you could do an if-then kind of structure would be to do it in Visual Basic. But starting in 2010 version of Access, you can actually do some if-then stuff right here in the regular macro editor. Visual Basic will be in the next module. So let's talk about how we could do an if-then kind of a thing right here in this macro editor. So I'm going to right-click where it says Set Value, and one of the choices on my pop-up menu says Make an If block. And I'm going to click on that, and you'll see that we now have the word if, and then we get to tell it what the conditions are, where it should do this, and then it will set the value of country equal to Canada, and then any other kind of things we want to do. And notice then there's an end if. Just a general rule, no matter how you do your ifs and that kind of stuff, you always need an end if, whether you're doing it through this macro editor or through Visual Basic. All right, so I'm going to introduce a structured query language keyword called in, I-N. And so what this means is I'm going to say if what they've typed is in the following list, and then I type in a list, then that's what will trigger the macro. So the first time you see this, you're going to think, oh, man, I hope there's another way to do it. And there will be. But hang in there. Again, I'm doing proof of concept here. How to make a list from which you could have your people choose. So here we go. In my if block, in my if section here, I'm going to say, here's the conditions that I want. And it would help a little bit to use the builder over here. So I'm going to click on the magic wand, opens up my expression builder. So I'm talking about them typing a particular thing into that region field. So I'm double-clicking on STR region, puts that field name right up here. And I'm going to say if it is in, and then I'm going to make a list. So the list has to be in parentheses, and it needs to have quotes around each of the choices in it. And I'm going to start adding names of provinces, like Ontario. Closing the quotes, comma in between the choices, quote marks around, how about French-speaking Quebec, quotes, comma, quotes again. I'm trying to avoid spelling Saskatchewan, so let's see, maybe we'll have Ontario, how about Alberta? And that'll be enough to get going what I wanted to show you. So I'm now closing the parentheses. Let me magnify that with my third-party magnifying software. So we had the name of the field in question, STR region, and then the structured query language keyword in, and then my list has to be in parentheses, surrounded by quotes, and separated by commas. So catch up with me there. Fill that stuff in. Remember, I didn't type STR region. I double-clicked on it on this list. So catch up with me there. Fill that stuff in, please. I'll leave that on screen for a moment. All right, I'm assuming you have paused the video and filled that in, so let us click on OK now. So that should be enough to change things around so that next time I type in New York, it won't trigger the Canada. So I would say let's save it and close it. It says, cannot parse the expression STR region in. Let's see, what is it not like about that? I see what the problem is now. I'm going to go back to my builder. And you probably didn't get that error message because I said it the right way, but then I typed it the wrong way. Note that I typed a period right here, so that's why it's having a little bit of a problem there. I didn't do that on purpose. but I guess it makes for a good lesson. So I'm going to go change that to a comma instead of a dot. And then I'm going to OK that. It has no complaints now. All right, so that's probably just as well for you to see an instructor make a problem for themselves, because then you get to see how to debug it at least a little bit. Okay, so now I'm going to try it out. I am saving that thing. No complaints this time. I'm closing that macro. And I'm ready to go try it out. I'm going to my form view. I'm saving the form. I'm ready to go fill in a region here. So if I type in CA for California, for example, I hit the tab key, no Canada. I go back to the CA. I type in Ontario, which was on my list. I hit the tab key. We've got Canada. I'm deleting the word Canada. Let's see if it's case sensitive. Like, what if I type in Ontario with all lowercase letters? Ontario in lowercase letters works just fine, so it's not case sensitive. But if I spell it badly, then I will have problems. So I'm deleting that, and let me go type in Ontario, and I'll misspell it kind of on purpose. Ontarrriow. I hit tab. I got no Canada. All right, so try that out. Hopefully things are working well for you, and even better for you since you typed in all commas instead of a dot like I did. So I'm hoping things are going just swell, and go test it out. And now you can see I'm going to hit the escape key to put that back to the New York it was originally. So pause the video and test it out so far. All right, so that was allowing me to introduce you to the idea of furnishing a handwritten list that you can test against and make certain things happen if they type something on that list. Here I am back in the parent form, the form customer data. And you may remember we've set this thing up so that when I click on this button, it makes the parent window smaller, just tall enough to show what I've got in there. But what I would like to do next is, I'm not real satisfied with the in command for the region field. So instead what I'd like to do is create a couple of list boxes down at the bottom, one that would be a list of states and one that would be a list of provinces. And I'd like to put those about where these buttons are, and I'd like to move these buttons down about an inch. Now, the thing that made this window this size was a property of that button right there. So let's go back to the properties of that click to see contact info button, please. Let's go to the design view of this form. We can actually close the child form. It has nothing to do with this. So let's go to the design view of this form, and let's again talk about properties of this button right here. So if you'll double click with me on the border of that button, you will see its property sheet. So pause the video and catch up with me going to the design view, back to the property sheet of that button. More specifically, click the ellipsis to go back into the code editor. So come with me that far, looking at properties of that clickable button. All right, so we're talking about the parent form here, not the move size for the child form, but the upper one. And I want to add an inch to its height at roughly 1,500 twips per inch. So 4,500 plus another 1,500, 6,000 for the new height. So I'm changing that to 6,000. I'm going to save that macro. I'm going to close it. So please catch up with me there. We'll leave the width, but change the height to 6,000. Save it. Let's close it. And then we'll test it out. We'll test out that much. So I'm going to the form view now. So catch up with me there. You've changed the height. Let's now go to the form view, everybody. When we click this button, here comes my child form. That's good. And now I see about an extra inch of space down here, and that's what I was trying to create. So I hope that's working well for you as well. All right, let us close the child form. Let's go to the design view, and we're going to move these two buttons down a little bit to make room for our new list boxes. So moving that button down, moving this button down. Actually, I probably don't need it to move that far. So we'll go about like this. And don't worry about exact measurements there too much. Just we need room to put some stuff right in here. So just move those two buttons down a little bit. And then we're going to add what are called combo boxes. So we've created room for our list boxes to go in here. Lists of provinces, lists of states. So for the list of provinces, we're going to build it by hand. So if we come up here and look through the controls, the top two arrows in this controls gallery lets me scroll up and down through the different things that are available. Or if you use the third arrow right here, you can kind of see them all at once. And the one I want looks like this. And as I hover over it, you can see its name is Combo Box. So come with me, let's go find that Combo Box control. And here's how we're going to use it. I'm going to click on it. And then I'm moving my mouse down here, and I can either draw a box or just click and let it make a box, and then I probably have to adjust its width later no matter which way I do it. So I'm going to put my set of crosshairs right under the left edge of my text boxes. I'm going to click right about here, and it makes a little box that I can resize later if I need to, and it opens up the Combo Box Wizard. So please go find the Combo Box control. Click right about where you saw me click. We may have to tweak it a little bit later. And this wizard should appear for you. All right, I'm assuming you have done that. Now I'm looking at the wizard window. It says the wizard's going to create a combo box. How do you want it to get its values? Choice number 1 says I want the combo box to get its values from another table or query. I do not have a table of province names. So we're going to go with choice number 2. I will type the values that I want. So let's click that radio button, and when we click next, it says, all right, here is the place for you to make a list. So let's see, I want to put in Alberta, and I'm hitting the down arrow key. If I were to hit the enter key, it would choose next, and I'm not quite ready for that. Yeah, I could just click back, but instead I'm going to hit the down arrow key. Pencil has disappeared. Alberta has been added to the list. So let's see, how about Manitoba, down arrow. Ontario, down arrow. French-speaking Quebec. And again, that's probably enough for the moment. I am going to now hit the enter key. And you'll notice it chooses next. And if you're feeling a little bad about that, you can always click back, and things are looking pretty good there. So life is good. So now, in this next window, hopefully you've had a chance to fill in Ontario and Manitoba and Quebec and any other ones you want to add in there. Newfoundland, Saskatchewan. I was kind of trying to avoid those. So put some in and click next if you haven't already. In the next window, it says, Access can store this in RAM memory to be used in other ways, or do you want to actually store that value in a field? Well, I would like to actually store that value into the field named region. So I'm going to click with the radio button right here, store that value in this field, pull down arrow, we're looking for str region. So we're going to have this list box, whatever you choose in the list box, it will fill that into the region field here, which would normally be a state or a province, in this case a province. So with that chosen, store it in the str region field, click next. It says, what do you want to name your combo box? What label would you like for it? That is, what word do you want to have appear over here? I would like that to say provinces. So join me in that. And it says, those are all the answers the wizard needs to create your combo box. So fill in provinces as the name. We'll click on finish. So there's a label that says provinces, and we'll test it out in a couple of minutes. But first, I'd like to have another one for the states. And I'd like to put it right next to this one, but it looks like I don't have them lined up very well. So I'm going to grab this one and drag it down a bit. We've seen in the past that the label goes right along with it. And then I'm going to put another combo box over here. But it just so happens I do actually have a database table with the names and abbreviations of the states. They are not in this Mod 7 and 8 module, however. They are in my Mods 5 and 6 module, but they're easy to get to. So let's go check that out. This will let us practice something that we did in an earlier module, importing tables from other databases. So let's go do that next. For our next combo box, I want to get the list of state names from a table that exists already in another database. So first, we're going to bring in that table from another database. To do that, let's go to the External Data ribbon up here at the top. And then in the section, the group of buttons called Import and Link, we're going to click on Access. So again, take a moment and join me. Go up there and click on External Data, and then click with me on Access. Having done that, you should be looking at a screen like this. It doesn't call itself a wizard, but it basically is. It guides you through steps. So next thing I want to do is go to our practice files folder for mods 5 and 6. I know we've been using 7 and 8, but I've got a database file with the names and abbreviations for states in module 5 and 6 folder. So we're going to browse, and we're going to head to wherever you have put your expanded folders. For example, here's my Access 2016 samples over here, or maybe you have to go to the desktop and then Access 2016 samples over here. And instead of 7 and 8, we're going to mods 5 and 6, where you will be able to find this states database. So do the same thing on your screen. Head to that folder named Access 2016 samples, mods 5 and 6, and then double click on the states database. Tap, tap. You should be back in your basic wizard here. So join me there. Pause the video and go find that states database, please. All right, assuming things have gone well, the radio button down here says we're going to import, or do we want a link? I would rather import. It's a nice small table. It's not going to expand the size of my database a lot. So we will go with the default choice here, import tables. We'll click OK. And then here comes a list of all the tables that are found in that database. And it turns out there's only one. So the name of the database is states, and the name of the only existing table in that database is also named states. And even though there's only one there, you need to click on it to select it. And then over at the right side, click OK. It says, all right, that's everything you needed. It was imported successfully. Now it says, do you want to save these steps? Are you going to need to do it 6 months from now or something? No, this is the only time we're doing it. So we won't choose to save the import steps. We'll just go down here to the bottom and click close. And if you look closely, there is suddenly a new table over here named states. Now, it doesn't have the Lizinski naming convention prefix TBL. I'm not going to worry about that. So now that we have that one there, we can use it as the basis for our next pull-down list. So take a moment and bring in that states table, please. And now let's use that states table for the basis of our next pull-down list here, our next combo box. So we're in the design view, and we got the 3 subtabs up here. Design, arrange, format. Let's click on design under form design tools. And we're going to do another one of those combo boxes. So I'm clicking the third of the arrows. I'm going to go make myself another combo box. I'm going to drop it under the text boxes over here, maybe about even with my list of provinces. So right around here. Here comes the wizard. So come join me. Make a new combo box, please. All right, so this time we're going with the first choice there. I want the combo box to get values from another table, because I do have a table of states. So with that one selected, click Next. And of course it wants to know which table would that be, and that's going to be our states table. And it's alphabetically first, because it doesn't have a Lizinski prefix on it. And with state selected, we'll click Next. And so now it only has 2 fields in it, the abbreviation for the state and then the state name spelled out. And I would like to have both of those things. If I only see the abbreviation, I'm likely to forget, let's see, is Arkansas AR or AK, or is that Alaska or what? So we'll use the double wedge to bring in both fields, both the abbreviation, which happens to be the primary key, and the state name spelled out. So come join me there, click on the double wedgie, and let's click Next. All right, it's asking us about sorting. We'll let it sort by the primary key, meaning we'll make no choice here. We'll just click Next. So now I can see the name spelled out, but I'd also like to see the abbreviation. So let's uncheck the part about hiding the primary key column. And I can also see that the state field might need to be a little bit wider here, at least for District of Columbia. And, oh, by the way, there's going to be a little pull-down arrow at the right edge of it. So I'm going to widen this thing a little wider than District of Columbia, maybe another, I don't know, 1/4 of an inch or so, because a little arrow will appear over here eventually. And then the abbreviation column, I probably don't need to be that wide, so I'll skinny that one up. Maybe I want the whole word abbreviation to fit in there, but that should be pretty good. All right, so catch up with me. I made the abbreviation column a little skinnier. I made the state field a little wider than it needed to be. and then we'll click Next. All right, in the next window, it asks you which one do you actually want to store there. And if I were to look at the data that's already in the table, it's the 2-letter abbreviation. So we'll let abbreviation be the value that gets stored. And click Next. So you're almost at the end. It says, you want to remember this value in RAM memory to be used copying and pasting somewhere? No, I'd actually like to store the value in a field, particularly the field named region. Hey, didn't we use region for the province part? Yeah. So the region field is sometimes provinces and it's sometimes states. So it'll be a province if I use the province list, and it'll be a state if I use the states list. Gee, who'd have thought? So pretty good there. STR region, make that choice, and let's click Next. And it says, what label would you like for this one? Well, I labeled that one provinces. How about I'll label this one states? And I'll click Finish. Okay, so I'd like to test it out here, and then there's maybe an extra thing that I want to do on top of that. So take a moment and finish off that pull-down list for the states, please. All right, so let us go to the form view. And the way we're really going to use this thing is for new records. So let's go down here towards the bottom, and I see the little navigation arrows down here. And there's one that's got a right arrow with a little, supposed to look like a flash bulb going off. It says New Blank Record. Let's click on that. So we're making a new blank record here in our form. And so normally I would fill in the customer ID and all that kind of stuff. But let's deal with just our combo boxes here so far. So I'm going to click on the pull-down arrow for provinces, and I'm going to choose Alberta. And as I do that, notice how it stored Alberta in the region field. Oh, by the way, right now it also says Alberta in the states field over here. That part looks a little funny. So we might want to deal with making things hide themselves here somewhere along the way. But so far so good. Try yours. Try your provinces box. Okay, now let's try the states box instead. So I'm going over to my list of states. I'm going to click on one of these guys. Notice it fills that into the region. Oh, by the way, it puts it in the provinces list as well. But at least so far, my pull-down lists in general are working as far as filling in the region. Woo-woo, so far so good. Next, let's talk about that country thing. So maybe if I use the provinces pull-down list, I would like it to store the province in the region and fill in the country equal to Canada. And then since country is actually filled in, maybe we'll have it jump to the postal code field all by itself. So that's what we're going to add next. So far, the combo boxes are working. In the next session, we're going to add a little bit of code so that it handles the idea of filling in the country or not, and then whether it's country equal to Canada or country equal to null, we want to then jump to the postal code field. So that's what we're doing in the next session. For the moment, let's go ahead and tap the escape key so this pencil doesn't actually finish trying to make a new record. And then we're going to go back and add some more to the macro that's being handled by the two list boxes here. So catch up with me. Hope you have tested out your list boxes. So let's tap the escape key so it doesn't finish trying to enter a record. And then we're going to go add some code here to the provinces box. So that's what's coming up in our next session. I said at the end of the last module, I wanted to add some more code to the provinces combo box and the states combo box. By the way, notice I'm still down here entering a new record. That's why all these things are blank. So I want to go to the design view. And I want to go to the property sheet for the provinces combo box. So I'm double clicking on that to get into the properties of this thing. Specifically, I want to talk about the after update property. After they have selected one of these provinces, what should it do next besides storing the province name in the region field? That's already happening because of the wizard helping us set that part up. But now I want to talk about the after update property of that combo box. So here's after update. Clicking over in the second column. Let's go to our ellipses, the 3 dots, back to our by now old friend, the macro builder. And so I want to do that thing where we set value of the country field to equal to quotes around the word Canada. And you may remember that the set value action is not going to be on the list unless we say show all values. So since we've learned that, let's take advantage of the fact that we've learned it. Click on show all values, and I can go over here and start typing SETV, and it should find set value. And when you hit the enter key, you've got the two parts here. It's which item and what to set it to. And the item in this case is the country field. And maybe I don't remember exactly how it's spelled or exactly the syntax of it. So I might as well go use my magic wand expression builder over here. And that way I can scroll down and find that there is a field named STR country. Not the STR country label that will appear next to the country field, but the actual country field, STR country. So I double click on that. And I don't tell it what to set it to here in this window. I just tell it the item is STR country. Notice it's got square brackets around it, and it would need to say STR. So that's why I didn't just type in country. I'm ready to OK that, so do that part with me. Use the expression builder to set the item equal to STR country, please. All right, and then in the second part, the expression argument of our set value action is going to be Canada in quotation marks. So set the item equal to STR country in square brackets, and the expression that goes in there will be the word Canada. All right, so far so good. And then I want to add one new action. Once the country is set to Canada, I don't need it to stop on the Canada field. Might as well just have it jump to the very next field, which turns out to be STR postal code. Unfortunately, there won't be a list box that says that. I'm just telling you, I know from my experience with this particular table, with this particular form in the database, that that's going to be the name of the next field here. So the next new action is called GoToControl. So maybe I'll click there and start typing GoTo, G-O, and looks like that's enough. Apparently the first thing on the list that starts with G-O is GoToControl. So I'm going to hit the enter key to finish typing that. And now it wants to know the name of the control, the name of the text box or whatever, and there is no lookup list and there's no wizard. So I'm going to start typing STR, and now I get a list of things that start with STR, and the one I'm looking for is the STR postal code. Got to scroll down to find that. STR postal code, I'm going to click on that. I'm going to double click on it, and it fills that in. So I am actually using the list box, the combo box. I choose one of the Canadian provinces. As I do that, it puts that province name in the region field, and it goes to the country field and sets the country field equal to Canada, and then jumps right over the country field and goes to the postal code field, waiting for me to fill in the postal code for that province. All right, I'll leave this on screen. Maybe I'll even magnify it a little bit. So catch up with me there. This is in our macro builder window, and we needed to do the show all actions to be able to do the set value part, and then GoToControl is a brand new object that we haven't seen before, a brand new action. All right, hopefully you have filled those things in. Let's save that and close it. All right, now my impossible mission force. Do you think you could remember how to do that enough to go over here to the states combo box? So why don't I'll get you started here. We're going to go to the states combo box with a double click so that you're looking at properties of that combo box. We're going to talk about the after update event. We're going to use our macro builder. All right, so your job here is, we're talking about the fact that they've chosen a state instead of a province. So what I want you to do is set value of the STR country field equal to null, and then GoToControl for STR postal code. So that's your job right now. I'll come back and join you, but I'd like you to try it first. So that's what you're headed for. You want to set the country field equal to null with no quotes around it this time. No quotes around the word null. And then GoToControl for STR postal code. Work that out. I will join you momentarily. Go try it by yourself first. All right, hopefully you got that worked out. And if so, I'm very proud of you. I'll award 20 points to Gryffindor or Hufflepuff or whoever you would like to donate your points to if you got that going. And if you got partway through it and couldn't quite remember how to do it, you can always rewind the video here and work it out. Or you can come with me right now as I work it out. So I'm in the section where I have just used the combo box for a state. And so now I want to add a new action. It's going to be the set value, so I'm going to need my show all actions button. Now I can get to set value. And the item is going to be my country field. Using my builder here, str country. I don't tell it what it's equal to yet. That's just an OK. And then the expression is null. Now don't put quotes around the word null, or it will actually put the word null right in there. Hey, you're from the country of null. We just want to use the expression equal to null. And then when we click down here to add a new action, it's not going to put any quotes around the word null. It wouldn't have done that for Canada either. So our last action here was going to be GOTOCONTROL. And the control is str postal code. All right, that should do it. Let's save that macro. Let's close that macro editor window. It is time to test this bad boy out. And again, I don't necessarily want to do that on a record where it's already got data. Let's go use it on a new record, which is really the way it should normally be used. So I'm going to my form view. And I'm ready to try this thing out, but I got new code in there, so I'm going to save my form just in case things crash. All right, I'm ready to try it out. So first of all, I'm going to go down here and click on this button to start a brand new record. And then I'm going to the provinces list. And I click on one of the provinces. And it fills in the region with the province I selected. It sets the country equal to Canada, and it moves the cursor to the postal code field. Woo-woo! All right, so far so good. I'm going to tap the escape key so it doesn't finish trying to enter that record. And now I'm going to try out my states list. So I click on a state here. I'm originally from Michigan, so I'm going to drop this down here to Michigan. And you'll notice that it filled that into the region. It filled the country with nothing, and it jumped to the postal code. I hope things are working equally well for you. If so, well done, everybody. Way to go. I'm going to tap the escape key to stop trying to enter that record. Now remember, this isn't the be-all, end-all. This is me showing you things that are available here in coding. So maybe you can think of ways that you want to have a pull-down list that you could fill stuff in. And maybe you want to have one list here and a different list here that both interact with something up here. Again, I don't know what kind of data you work with. I don't know, exactly how you're going to use these things. My job is to tip you off to what's available, and then hopefully you're thinking about how you're going to use them in your databases. Our next couple of sessions are going to involve writing code in Visual Basic. So Visual Basic is a separate programming language. And then we have Visual Basic for Applications, also called VBA for short. VBA is the Visual Basic language pared down a bit for working with Office objects, and then built up a little bit for different things that you would work on in Word compared to Excel, compared to Access. For example, in Word, you deal with words and sentences. In Excel, you deal with worksheets and rows and columns and cells. In Microsoft Access, you work with tables and queries and records and fields. So they all have slightly different objects that they work with. And then there is sort of a syntax to the way the code is put together. This will be, let me repeat this a couple of times, this will be an intro to Visual Basic. I say an intro. One of the things about Visual Basic code is you have to talk about it a lot to get a little bit done. So when we're done with this, you will not be able to put on your resume, I am now a Visual Basic programmer and I demand $200 an hour or anything like that. Let me say that one more time. This will be an intro to Visual Basic. But we will see how to do a couple of nice things, and we might give you some ideas about how this might work in your data. So even though Visual Basic is a separate language, there are certain ways that it would be able to interact with some of the things that we've done with the access macro builder as well. So here we go. Let's say that we want to have an opening form that appears on screen that asks the user what they would like to do now. And we'll see a couple of ways to do this. We'll see, for example, give them a place where they could type something and then make certain things happen based on what they typed. We haven't seen anything like that yet. We've seen something called a message box. If I want to give them a place to type something and then act on that, there is an object called an input box that's available in Visual Basic. So that'll be one of the new things we're going to see, input boxes. We're going to see a little bit more about if-then logical structures, and then we'll also see kind of a parallel structure called select case. So these are things that we'll deal with a bit in Visual Basic over the next couple of lessons. So let's get started. Let's talk about maybe this opening form that I would like to see with a couple of clickable buttons on it that do things like run a macro of some sort. So let's build, how about we'll build a brand new form here, and we'll just build it in the form design view, and then we'll add buttons to it, and we'll take it from there. So first thing I'd like to do is go to the Create command tab to produce the Create ribbon. And then in the Create ribbon, let's go to the Forms group, and we'll go right to Form Design. When we go to the Form Design window, it doesn't necessarily know what table or tables you want to talk to or anything like that just yet. We'll build that as we go. So come with me. We will click on Form Design. Doesn't really matter what you have selected over here on the left side. So Form Design, here comes a blank form in the design view. Mine has a property sheet, but not too many properties of it for it just yet. Let's go ahead and close that property sheet for the moment. So welcome to a blank form here, everybody. I'm just going to grab its title bar and move it up a little bit. So join me. Again, I went to the Create button, and then I clicked on the Form Design button, and here we are. So maybe I'd like to put a label up at the top that says Welcome. Maybe we'll eventually make this the opening form that users see. So to make some free-floating text, we need to go to the Design tab up here. And a free-floating text is called a label, which is the AA button. So I'm clicking on the AA button. I'm not dragging it anywhere. I'm letting up on my mouse button. And then down here in the detail section of this form, I'm going to draw a fairly big box. And I'm going to type in the word welcome. And so far it appears over at the left side, and maybe I decide I want to make it bigger and center it and things like that. If you were working with me in earlier modules, you know that the way this thing is set up, in order to do things like that, you need to click outside that label you just created and then click inside it again. And then when you go up here to either the Format tab here, you can get to text and that sort of thing at the left. Or you could go to the Home tab over here and get to the formatting stuff over at the right. And then you can select the font color and the size and the font and the color of the letters and the color behind the letters and any of those things you would like. So I'm going to start out by making my letters quite a bit bigger here. Instead of the 11-point font, I'm going to go like 24. And maybe I want that centered inside this label box here. I've not found a good way to center the box on the form. And then you could play with the font and the color and the background color and all that kind of stuff here. But if you've sat through earlier modules, you've already practiced at that. So make that label, type in the words. Remember, you got to click outside it and then back inside it. Otherwise, these things don't work. And maybe make it bigger and center it and any of those other things you want to play with. But then let's move on. All right, so far so good. Now I'd like to add a button. And through the button, we'll go into the Visual Basic editor this time. So first, to get to the buttons, we're going to go to the Design tab of our Form Design Tools. And we're going for the Command button, what I've been calling the button button. So I'm going to click on that and let go, and then I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to click so far. I can always change the size of this thing later. Here comes my wizard. And we're going to decline the help of the wizard. We'll click on Cancel. And then we're going to look at properties of this button. You know the drill. You just double-click on its border. Here comes our property sheet. And we're going to do an on-click event. So over at the right side in your property sheet, If yours says all, then all those events are in there, but you can narrow your list if you click on the Event tab. Then you've only got a few to look at for a button. And we want the on-click event. Now, again, we don't have a macro that's already built for this, so we can't use the pull-down arrow here. That only lets us choose macros that are over here in our navigation pane. So we're going to use the 3 dots, only this time, for the first time, instead of going to the macro builder, we're going to the code builder. By the way, if you've already clicked on the macro builder, sometimes people get a little ahead of me and you've clicked OK, then you're over here in this macro builder that we've been using already. You would need to close that. And then sometimes there's still a thing over here that says event or something like that. If there's anything sitting there, you'll drag across that and tap the delete key to erase it. And then let's go over and click on that 3-dot builder, and I'm hoping that you actually chose code builder. That's what I'm going to go with this time. And I choose OK. And welcome to the Visual Basic Editor. Now you'll notice that it took the name of that button and added a click event to it. And I did that on purpose because I'd like you to see this is one of the places where it would be good to name the button before you actually do this thing about adding code to it. So for the moment, please, let's erase the stuff that's in here. I did that on purpose because I wanted you to see it's going to take the name of your button and add something to that. So it's actually good to name the button first. So select that data in your macro editor, tap the delete key to get rid of it. And then a quick way to toggle back and forth between the Visual Basic Editor and the Microsoft Access program is this key combination, Alt and F11. So I'm about to hold the Alt key, and while I'm holding it, I'm tapping the F11 key. And look, I wind up back in Access. And if I do that again, Alt and F11, I am back in the Visual Basic Editor. So that's a quick toggle that'll get you back and forth between the program and the editor. Okay, so we still have the button selected. We're going to give it a name, and then we're going to go to the Visual Basic Editor. To give it a name, switch from Event to All. And then you may have to scroll to the top to be able to see the name property. And so for this name property, I'd like to call it Q button, as in question button. So Q button. And I'm not worried about Lozinski naming conventions. So I'm going to go up here and click to drag across the name. And maybe I'll backspace it out of there, and I will type in Q button as the name of this. I'm not worried about Lozinski naming conventions, BTN, and so forth. It just makes things a little bit harder than it needs to be. So come with me, we'll name that thing Q button. Hit the Enter key, so that becomes the name of it. And now let's set our event to be an on-click event. And we'll see how it names our event in the Visual Basic Editor a little better this time. So going to the event, we're still talking about an on-click event. 3 dots, ellipses, code builder, and OK. So now you can see it's got the name of the button, and then an on-click event produces this underscore click as the rest of the name of this subroutine, it's called. That's what sub stands for. And then every subroutine has an end of subroutine command. So catch up with me there. You've named the button, and then you've clicked to come here into our Visual Basic Editor. Welcome aboard. The word private means that the subroutine we're about to make only works in this form. Now, one of the things that you have to do in Visual Basic is if you're going to be asking questions of your user and you want it to store the answers, you have to create what's called a variable, which will be an area in RAM memory that can store information that we want to exchange with the user. And the command that creates such variables is dimension, D-I-M-E-N-S-I-O-N. But over the years, they've worked it out so that you can get away with typing just the first 3 letters of it, D-I-M. So that's what I'm about to type, D-I-M, and then leave a space. And then I want to have a storage place in RAM memory for a choice that the user is going to make. So I'm actually going to name this variable user choice. And then I'm going to leave a space, and I'm going to add the word as and leave another space. And now I have to tell it what sort of data it's going to be storing. Is it going to be storing characters? That would be called string. Is it going to store numbers? Is it going to store whole numbers? That would be called integer. And in fact, that's what we're going to put in for this one, integer. So I start typing INT, and the more I type, the more focused it becomes on the various things that are available. Now, if that's the last thing that's going to be on this line, with integer blue highlighted like this, I can just hit the enter key. If I needed to put the word integer in and then keep typing on that line, I would hit the tab key instead of the enter key. In this case, we can hit the enter key. So finish typing the word integer, and that means that it's actually going to be storing numbers there. All right, now we need to give the user a chance to interact with this variable called user choice. So I think most programmers do this. After they've declared the variables with their dim statements, most people will hit the enter key and leave a little gap. So now we're going to start building our if, then, else logical routine here. So this is how we're going to set the initial value of user choice. We're going to retype the variable name, user choice is equal to, so we're going to set this thing up so that user choice will be filled in by a choice that they get to make in a message box. Now, up until now, the only message boxes we saw said OK. All they could do was click on OK. We're going to set up a message box that has a yes or a no and a question. So message box is spelled a little bit differently here in Visual Basic. MSG box. And it doesn't have to be capitalized that way, but most people do capitalize it like that. M and the B. So message box and then parentheses. And now you might see that at the bottom here it's trying to help me with the sort of things that it expects next. So anytime you see something in bold letters, that's what it expects right now. I see the word prompt. So the last time we saw a prompt, it was in a parameter query where it was telling the user what they were supposed to do or was asking a question. And that's kind of going to be what this is about also. So we're going to give them a phrase here on screen in quote marks. Quote. And we're going to ask them a question, and this won't be the most efficient way to do it, but it will let me talk a little bit more about if and then and else and some things like that. And then we'll see maybe a little bit more elegant way to do it. So user choice, message box, and in quotes we're going to say, do you need to see the personal data form? Question mark, closing the quotes. I'll leave that on screen, pause the video, catch up with me there, please. Okay, assuming that you have caught up with me, I'd like to have a little bit more space over here on the right-hand side, so I'm going to collapse the left-hand side by putting my mouse on the little divider between the two sides here, getting a two-headed arrow, and then dragging to the left to make that left section skinnier and leave me a little bit more room on the right for my coding. So, says in quotes, do you need to see the personal data form, question mark, and I've closed the quotes. Now I'm going to type a comma, and it tells me, oh, the next thing it would like is information about the buttons. Do I want a Visual Basic OK only button? No, in fact, what I would like to have is two buttons, a Visual Basic yes and a Visual Basic no. And so the actual command for that is VB yes, no. So that's going to be a special kind of message box that doesn't just have an OK button, it'll have a yes button and a no button. So catch up with me that far, please. All right, we're adding another comma. Now it says whatever you put next is going to go in the title bar. So we're going to say, in quotes, choose a form. Close the quotes and close the parentheses. And that's the end of our first message box here. So I may need to scroll left and right a little bit to let you see all of it. So here's the first part, user choice equals, message box with stuff in quotes, comma, Visual Basic yes, no, comma. Then the third part was what did we want to have in the title bar, and in quotes we're going to have choose the form, and then close the quotes and close the parentheses. And when you hit the enter key, if there's something that you've typed wrong, you'll get an error message. If you put the comma in the wrong spot, or you opened a set of quote marks and you forgot to close them, it's pretty picky about those kind of things. So let me put this up on screen again, just in case you've got some kind of error message. So user choice equals, check out the parentheses, check out the quote marks, the commas, all that stuff. And then at the end, make sure you've closed the quotes for choose a form and close the parentheses. So hopefully life is good for you, and your cursor is now on the next line. All right, here comes the next part. So this is going to begin the if-then kind of stuff. I usually choose to hit the enter key a few times. So I'm going to hit enter about 3 times, and then I'm going to use my up arrow to move back up here. Just going to make it a little bit easier to read. So here we go. If user choice is equal to VB yes, meaning if they have clicked the yes button, then. And I could put what I want them to have happen right on this line, but people who write code for a living, they usually break it down a little bit more than that. So we're going to follow the norms for writing good, a little bit easier to debug code. So I've got if user choice is equal to VBS, then, now hit the enter key, and then hit the tab key. This is called indenting. So if they have clicked on yes, that they wanted to see the personal data form, then this should happen. docmd, do a command, dot, open form. This kind of sounds familiar all of a sudden, open form. And then parentheses and quotes around the name of the form, FRM personal. And again, there's no list from which to choose. You have to know what forms are available to you. And then I'm going to close the quotes around FRM personal and close the parentheses. So this is an open form action the way that it's written in Visual Basic. And remember, when you tell it to open a form, you have to have the name of the form. That's required, whether it's Visual Basic or macro editor within Access. All right, so if they chose yes, that they need to see the personal data form, then it opens that form, FRM personal. All right, hit the enter key to start a new line. And here I want to say, so what if they didn't do that? The keyword for this is else. And usually people who write code for a living, they line up the else under the if, which means I got to have some way to get my cursor over to the left edge. I'm going to do that by holding the shift key and hitting tab. All right, so now I'm going to have this logical construct, else, meaning if they didn't choose the yes button, and I'm hitting the enter key and I'm indenting with the tab key again. So if they chose no, that they didn't need to see the personal data form, then I wanted to ask them another question. User choice is now going to be equal to another message box. Open the parentheses, open the quotes. This one's going to say, do you need to see HR data? Question mark, closing the quotes, comma. All right, now it wants to know about buttons here. Let's give it another VB yes no. So VB yes no, comma. Now quotes. Notice in bold letters now it wants the title. So this title could say choose a form. Close the quotes, close the parentheses. So if they didn't choose the personal form, then by default it will give them the HR data form. Or at least it'll ask them about the HR data form and give them a yes or no button. So let's choose what happens if they have chosen yes. That's going to be very much like the one above that. And this time, this if is part of the else. So I got else, do you need to see HR data? Now, if their choice, stored in the variable called user choice, is equal to VB yes for this question, then enter key. And now indenting again with the tab key. So if they have said, yes, I want to see HR data, then we're going to need a do command to open a form. Do cmd dot open form, parentheses and quotes. Name of the form is FRM HR data. Close the quotes, close the parentheses. Hitting enter. Catch up with me there. So what if they chose no this time? Well, I'm going to outdent with a shift tab. I'm going to add else. I'm going to hit the enter key. And then I'm going to give them a message box. I'm tabbing inward. Message box will say, okay, no data for you. Message box, parentheses, quotes. Okay, no data for you. Closing the quotes. Closing the parentheses. Hitting the enter key. Every if needs an end if. Every subroutine needs an end sub. That part we have already. So here is a if nested inside an if. So this one needs an end if. I'm going to use shift tab to line it up under the if and the else. And I'm going to make this say end if. Now you can do this in one word or two, but when you're done, it'll make it 2 words. Let me prove that. I'm typing end if as 1 word, and when I hit the enter key, notice it made it 2 words. So that's the if and the else and the end if, nested inside another if else. What do you suppose I'm going to need down here? Yep, sure enough, another end if. I am outdenting with a shift tab, and if, and enter. So here's why people do this indenting stuff. It makes it easier to do what I'm going to notate right here. So I've got an if, goes with an else, goes with an end if, all lined up. And then I got another if and an else and an end if all lined up. And when I'm trying to go in and figure out, well, what went wrong with my code, it may very often be that I forgot an end if or I put it in the wrong place or something like that. So there's our code. Hopefully you've been playing along, and now I'm just going to delete some of the blank lines down there and bring up my end sub. So compare your screen with mine, and then we're going to go try it out. Okay, everybody, I'm ready to try it out if you are. It would be a really good idea to go up here and click on the Save button in your Visual Basic editor, especially if you got like 45 minutes worth of code in here. So this time we'll save it right here in the Visual Basic editor. It says, what do you want to name it? Now, it's naming the form here that we created. Remember, we created this form and put a button on it. So this form doesn't have a name yet. Let's call it FRM. How about FRM Welcome? Because that's what it was. It was a welcome form. So we'll name it FRM Welcome. Looks like I got a little fat finger there. No, I did okay. So I'm clicking on OK to finish saving that form. And now I'd like to get back out of Visual Basic back into Access. Anybody remember our keyboard shortcut for that? I hope that it leaped to the tip of your tongue to say Alt F11, and I am doing that. Alt and F11. So here I am back in my form Welcome. And maybe I would like the words here to say click and answer the questions. So that could be my caption. If I go to the All tab, I can type that in as the caption, but I did mention you can actually just type it in here and it will become the caption. So last time I typed it this way, this time I'm going to type it over here. So I'm dragging across the words in there and I'm going to say click and answer the questions. And I'm going to spell answer better. So you type that in, click and answer the questions, and then if you click away, then that will become the caption, although you may need to now resize the button. Taller, wider, or whatever. Get my 2-headed arrow in there. There we go. Click and answer the questions. All right, catch up with me there, putting a caption on that thing, and then we're going to go try it out. All right, here we go, everybody. I'm going to the form view. I'm about to click on a button that has an untried macro. I'm going to go save my form, and then I'm going to try it out. Click and answer the questions. So I'm clicking. Here comes my message box. Choose a form. Do you need to see the personal data form? If I say yes, I get my personal data form. I'm closing it. Click and answer the questions. Do you need to see the personal data form? No, I don't. Okay, then would you like to see HR data? Sure, let me see that. There's my HR data form. Go back and try one more combination here. Click and answer the questions. Do you need to see personal data? No, thank you. Do you need to see HR data? No, thank you. Okay, no data for you. Okay, I'm done. Hope that's working well for you. If not, I'm going to go put the code on screen. You can compare yours with mine. Now, if it didn't work out, you probably got some kind of error message on your screen. And if it doesn't go right to the Visual Basic Editor, remember we can go with Alt F11. And very often when you get back to this window, it will have yellow highlighted something where it thinks the error is. And you will need to go up here and click on this you'll need to go up here and click on this square blue button labeled Reset. If you've got any yellow stuff going on screen, you need to go click on that. And then you can go in and try to debug things. And usually it's going to be a comma or parentheses out of place or something like that. So if I scroll to the right, I can get this really long line here. So you could see if it's maybe in that line, compare your code to mine. I suspect it's probably not in that big long line. And now I'll scroll to the left and now you can see the rest of it. So I'm going to leave that on screen. If you have to debug this thing, I'm pausing the video, and you should pause the video and go compare your screen with mine and see if you can track down what went wrong. Maybe you typed everything just great, and I hope that's the case for you. So there's our first piece of Visual Basic. Come on back for the next session. We'll add some more, and we'll do some a little more elegant than this if then, if then, if then. So come on back for the next session. Well, by now you can see what I mean when I said you have to talk a lot to get a little bit done in Visual Basic. Let's go see another way of doing a similar thing, and this is going to let us actually type stuff in something called an input box, and based on what the user types, then things will happen. So this won't be a message box, this will be something called an input box. So we're going to start out by making another command button. We're going to name the button so that the macro that's built from it will have the name of the button in it. We'll have two variables this time, both of which are going to store characters. So in order to get this started, let's go to the design view of this form, please. So I'm headed to my home tab to get to my view button, going into the design view of that form, and I'm going to make another button here. So we're going to drag to create the second button. And then again, we will ignore the wizard. We will cancel that wizard. And now I want to name it, and then we'll build an on-click event for it. So I'm going to want to name it, and then we'll build some code for it. So over here in its property sheet, under the All tab, we're going to give it a name. So let's see, this time we'll call it case. How about maybe BTN? BTN case example. So that'll be the name of this button, BTN case example. And then hit the enter key. And let me magnify that so you can compare yours with mine, BTN case example. And I'm naming that because we're going to examine another logical structure called select case, which in many ways acts like if then else, but I think it's a little bit more elegant. And in fact, we'll have a select case and some if then else all tied together. Woo woo. So we'll do a little bit more in this particular one. So we're ready to rock here. Time to do an on-click event for that button. And why don't we put some wording in there? And again, we could do it through a caption or by typing. And maybe we'll say click and type a selection. And then if I click away, then I can see those words, but I'm not looking at properties of that button anymore. So now I'm going to go click on the button again. And let's do event now. Okay, so we got the name of it is BTN case example. And then we're going to go make an on-click event. So we're clicking on event, and then we're clicking on the three dots for on-click. And again to the code builder. So here we are back in the Visual Basic editor. There is the last macro we were working on. Here comes the new one. button case example. That's the name of the button, and then it's the on-click event. All right, again, I'm going to hit the enter key a couple of times, then I'm moving back up here after the word private. And I want to create two variables this time, and instead of storing numbers, this one is going to store words called string variable. That's a really old programmer's term. So, anybody remember the three letters for defining a variable? It was dim. Not that I'm feeling like I'm dim or you're dim. It's just dim as short for dimension. DIM and leave a space. And then I'm going to have another one named user choice. This is not the same user choice as that one because these are both private subroutines. Their variables are enclosed in that subroutine. So user choice is going to be the name of one of my variables. And then we'll put in a comma and a space. And I want to make another variable called pword, as in password. And then leave another space. And these are both going to be text variables called string. So we need the word as, and then a space, and then string. In early days of programming, number variables were called binary, and text variables were called string. So the word string has just hung around for a really long time. Now, this is the end of that line, so we can get away with hitting enter right here. So we've just set aside two RAM memory locations, one called user choice and one called pword. All right, and I've said that most programmers, after they declare the variables, they'll hit enter a couple of times, leave a little gap, and now we're going to start the coding. So we're going to have another user choice equals going on here. And then this time, it's not message box, it's called input box. Parentheses and quotes. Not an on-put box, an input box, sorry. So now I've got the parentheses and the quotes, and it was complaining that I had hit the enter key, and it said, you are not done with that. All right, so here we're going to let them know that if they type a P, they'll get personal data, and if they type an H, they'll get the HR data. But how will they know that? Well, we're going to tell them right here. So P equals personal data form, close the quotes, and then I need to concatenate. And those of you who have seen earlier modules, we have concatenated before. Anybody remember the operator, the math symbol for concatenating? It is, in fact, the ampersand, the symbol you get when you hold the shift key and tap number 7. So we're going to type that right here. Now, I don't have to have the space between the quotes and the ampersand. I just usually do because it's a little bit easier for myself as a human to read. So I'm going to put a space after the ampersand as well. All right, here comes a rather odd combination, and it's a really old term here. So VB, as in Visual Basic, CRLF, and then another space. So the VB stands for Visual Basic. CR and LF have to do with really old typewriters, mechanical typewriters, not even electric typewriters. So on an old style mechanical typewriter, there was the roller, sometimes referred to as the platen. And when you got to the end of a line on one of those old typewriters, you had to reach up on the platen and grab this little lever and drag it sideways. And what that would do is roll the paper forward. That's a line feed. And it would send the platen over so it started a new line. So CR is carriage return, which puts the cursor over at the left edge. And LF is line feed. That is, it jumps down to the next line and moves to the left side. How's that for an old school term? Man. Okay, so after all of that, leave a space, another ampersand, and then another space, and then some more quotes around these words. H equals HR data form. Close the quotes and close the parentheses. We'll see what that looks like pretty soon. I got fat-fingered here. I got HR, so I just wanted one of those. All right, there's the end of that line. Hit that enter key. Okay, so this time instead of if then else, it's going to be something called select case. So I'm hitting the enter key twice, and I'm going to start my select case. This is like starting an if then. Select case a space, and the name of the variable that they just filled in, which is user choice. So instead of saying if user choice equals blah, 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 we're saying select case user choice, and then hit the enter key a couple of times. Okay, so here comes the if-then kind of stuff here. So if it's the case that they typed a P, here's how you type that. Case, space, quotes around a P, and enter. So if it's the case that they typed a P, then we want to do the command that opens the form for FRM personal. So let's see, we could kind of copy that from down here. Do command open form FRM personal. In fact, we could literally copy and paste it. I don't necessarily recommend that. I think the more times you type it, the more it makes sense to people. So case P, I'm going to hit the tab key, and I'm going to put in that do command. Parentheses, quotes, I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. Do command dot open form. Now parentheses and quotes around the name of the form in this case would be FRM personal. Close the quotes, close the parentheses. All right, let's hit the enter key twice. Enter, enter. And I'm going to outdent, shift tab. So now, what if they typed an H? Well, that would be, what if the case is that they typed an H? Quotes around the H, enter key. So if they typed an H, then it means that they're asking for the HR data. Well, let's say that to look at the HR data, they need a password. So now we're going to have an input box that gives them a chance to type in the password to be able to look at the HR data. So if the case is that they typed an H, I am using my indenter tab key, and we're going to say, all right, then P word, what they're going to type in as their guess for the password, P word equals another input box, quotes and parentheses, enter the password, then click OK. Close the quotes, close the parentheses. Enter key. So now we're going to do an if then else for the password. I can't do a case because I haven't really told them what they're supposed to type. So this time we're going to do an if then else. So if P word, that is if the thing they typed in the input box, is equal to, and here I get to decide what my password will be, and I'm going to make it way too easy. Quotes around 1, 2, 3, 4, quote, then. Enter key. Indent with the tab. Then if they typed the password correctly, if they typed 1, 2, 3, 4, and that is the password, then do the command dot that will open the form, parentheses and quotes, and supposedly this would be the HR data form, FRM HR data. Closing the quotes, closing the parentheses, enter key. Now what if they got it wrong? Well, that would be an else. Enter key, indent. We'll have a message box that says wrong password. All right, we're almost done here. Outdenting, I need an end if. Enter key. Outdenting, we need an end select. So again, let me zoom in and get my little magic marker here. So I've got the start of the select case. Goes with the end of the select. If the case is that they typed a P, then do this. If instead the case is that they typed an H, then do this. If they typed an H, then they're going to need the password. And we've got an if, else, and if all in there. So an if then else nested inside a select case. Woo-woo. Okay, and lots of chances for getting commas in the wrong place and all that stuff. So we're going to hope that things are going well. Let's go find out. So this would be a good time to save your brand new macro. And then we're going to go back to access by using what key combination? Yes, Alt F11. All right, I'm ready to go to the form view. I'm going to click the button here. Here comes my little menu. P equals personal data form. Carriage return line feed. H equals HR data form. And then this is not a message box. This is an input box where they can actually type stuff. So how about P for the personal form? I hit enter, click on OK. There comes my personal data form. Go back here and click again. How about the H for HR data? I hit enter, click on OK. What's the password? I typed the wrong password. Sorry, not authorized. One more time. H for HR data. Okay, password 1234, enter OK, and there's my HR data. So you got three things to try out there. The H, the R, and the I forgot to type one. Actually, I guess I didn't do it. I forgot to type one. So if I click and I don't type anything and I click on OK, it just does nothing right now. So catch up with me there. Check yours out. Hopefully yours is working as nicely as mine. If it isn't, you'll get some kind of error message and you'll want to go back and check out the code. And remember to do that. It's going to be Alt and F11. And you'll probably have yellowness up here somewhere, and you'll click on that little blue rectangle to reset your macro, and then compare things on your screen with mine. Now if I zoom in, I can't quite see all of it at once. We can read it better, but I guess I better zoom out. I know that makes it a little tougher to see on your screen, but then you're going to try to compare things like quote marks and parentheses and all that kind of stuff. So that's our second example of Visual Basic with the select case method of doing our if-thens. Right now, things have been going swimmingly for me, but maybe not for you. So I'd like to talk about the idea of trying to track down problems, sometimes referred to as debugging. That's from an old legend about room-sized computers with vacuum tubes and trying to program that thing. And supposedly this was in a naval operation. Who knows if any of this is true? That everybody was, working on this method of programming, and it still wasn't working. And somebody said, "Hey, maybe we ought to go in and check out, see if any of those vacuum tubes are wasted now." And supposedly they started pulling these out, and it turns out, according to the legend, that a moth had gotten in and short-circuited himself across two of those vacuum tubes. So that kind of became a little joke around there. Has anybody gone in and debugged the computer lately? And so that debugging term, according to legend, has stuck around until now. We use it for trying to pick apart what's wrong with some kind of coding. So there's a couple of different kinds of errors that we might get. One of them is called a runtime error. That usually means there's some kind of bad logic. And there's also errors about where you've misspelled something that's not allowed to be misspelled. So let's see maybe the process of tracking down a misspelling here. So I'm looking at the code that was written in that last session. And let's say that we've got the name of this form wrong, FRM personal. So maybe let's go in, come with me, and we'll go into the code and we'll make a mistake on purpose. We'll call it FRM personnel, EL instead of AL. And you click away, and it doesn't have any error message right away because the Visual Basic doesn't really know that that's not a form, at least not yet. Now let's see what happens if we misspell select. So I'm going to go up here where it says select case, and I'm going to take the E out of that one. And now when I hit the down arrow key, I get a little error message that says compile error, expected expression. And so the expression that it's looking for is basically the word select here. So go ahead and try that with me. Misspell select. As soon as you hit the down arrow key, you get this compiling error, and I'm clicking OK from that. Now, at least it highlights the area where it thinks the problem is, although the problem is not actually on the word case, it's on the word select, but at least it gets my eye in the right area here. And if I go fix that, SELECT, okay, so that got rid of the redness. And now when I click elsewhere, the redness does not return. Okay, so that's an example of misspelling a keyword in Visual Basic. So you can't misspell things like dim or string or select or if. You'll get those kind of error messages with red letters. Okay, now let's see what's going to happen from misspelling the name of this form here, personnel instead of personal. So no error message so far. Let's take it and save it the way it is, warts and all. And then let's go back to Microsoft Access with our Alt F11. And then let's try the second button. This is the code that we were just looking at is for this button. So I'm clicking on that button, and it gives me my little menu here, and I'm going to try P for the personal data form. I hit the Enter key, or I click on OK, and all of a sudden I'm in the Visual Basic editor. It says runtime error. The form name FRM personnel is misspelled or refers to a form that doesn't exist. Kind of nice when it can give you a clue about what's wrong. Don't think that it can always give you that clue, unfortunately. All right, so I've got a button here labeled Debug. Let's go ahead and click on that. And now suddenly things are lit up in yellow. And so maybe I'm going to go fix that part, FRM person L instead of L. And then I'm hitting the down arrow key, and darn if it's not still yellow. And the reason for that is once you're in the debugger working on this thing, yeah, you got to fix it, but then you also have to reset the macro. And I've mentioned this a couple of times. The blue rectangle up here, the little blue square labeled reset, you need to go up and click on that. That'll finally get rid of the yellowness. So you had to do two things. You had to fix the problem, and then you had to reset the macro. Otherwise, while the yellow is still there, if you go back to your form and try to run it, it is not going to go anywhere. It'll do nothing. So we had to fix the problem and get rid of the yellowness by clicking the reset button. Put your video on pause and please do that. And then we're going to go try this thing out again. So Alt F11 to get back to our Microsoft Access window. And let's try that button again. And we're asking for the personal form, and we hit the Enter key or click on OK, and no complaints this time. So that's just a slight example, a little small example of trying to debug things when they're wrong. So if you've misspelled a keyword in Visual Basic, it won't even let you out of the editor. You get the red letters and you got to fix it right away. If you get a runtime error, maybe because you misspelled something that you told Visual Basic to open, then you have to go fix it in the Visual Basic editor and reset the macro. I'm back in my welcome form where I've got my two buttons. I haven't saved it recently in my case, so I'm going to go up and click my save button again. And then let's close form welcome from our last session. Want to save the changes to the form itself? Yes, please. All right, I'd like to delve into some more Visual Basic, and I'd like to use it on a form that we were working on in previous modules named FRM Customer Data. So let's find FRM Customer Data, and we'll right-click on it, and we'll go right to its design view, please. So we're right-clicking on Form Customer Data and heading into its design view. I'm going to close the property sheet here for a moment. So I've got my two combo boxes here, one for the provinces and one for the states. And I would like to make them both invisible to start with. And then when I'm going through as a data entry person and filling in the information in this form, when I get to the part about the region, as soon as I click in the region form, I would like to have two radio buttons pop up. One says US and the other one says Canada. And whichever of those two radio buttons I choose will make the pull-down list visible for that country. Now we're going to need to name these pull-down lists as the first thing. So let's go ahead and click on this thing. Right now it shows the words STR region in there, but that's only because that's where it stores the answer that comes from it. So let's double-click on that combo box right there to look at its properties, please. So pause the video. I closed that last form, the welcome form. We might wind up going back to that later. And now I'm working in FRM customer data in its design view, looking at the properties of that province's combo box there. So double click and let's go to its properties, please. All right, now I want to name it because we're going to refer to it in some code. So we'll need to go to the All Index tab. And right now it's got this generic name, combo, and some number. So let's drag across that name. And this is a combo box, so we'll call it CBX, combo box. And then what else do I want to name it? Provinces. So CBox, provinces. Magnifying that. As opposed to CBT, which was command button. So CBX provinces, and then hit the enter key, so that becomes the name of that one. And then the other one over here for the states that says STR region in it, we're going to double click on the edge of that one. And as far as this name, we're going to call it CBX. I think that's what I used on the other one. Sometimes I use CBO. Let me just make sure. So I'm using CBX on the provinces, so I want to use CBX states as the name of this one. Combo box states. And hit the enter key. So we needed to name those because we're going to refer to them in some code here pretty soon. So I think maybe I'm going to take these two and put them over top of each other. That is, I'm going to grab the provinces combo box and I'm going to drag it over here on top of the states combo box. It brings its label right along with it. And gosh, yeah, that'll be okay. And then I'd like to add a couple of round, what are called radio buttons over here, with one choice for provinces, with one choice for US and one choice for Canada. Also, I'd like to start out with these two things being invisible. Maybe we'll make that a property of when the form appears. Right now, when the form appears, it's got one macro that says maximize it. Maybe we'll add to that macro to make these two list boxes invisible as that form opens. We'll do that in a little while. First, let's talk about the idea of radio buttons to choose either Canada or US. So we've seen an event called onOpen, and that means pretty much what it says. When the form is opened, make this thing happen. But now I'd like to set in a property that happens anytime we go to the next record, and this is called onCurrent. So this is going to be a property of the form here, FRM customer. So we've got an onOpen event that maximizes the form name customer data. Now I want to have an onCurrent event that hides these two combo boxes, and then we're going to add some radio buttons. So that's where we're headed over the next few minutes here. So first of all, the onCurrent event for the form. So remember, you could get to the properties of a form using this list box right here, or you can double click up here in the corner at the intersection of the two rulers. Actually, a single click would do it now since we have the property sheet open already. If you didn't have the property sheet open already, double click up in that corner and it will open the property sheet of that form. Okay, so I want to go look at one of the events again. So right now I'm in the All tab. Let's go over here to the Event tab. And this is going to be called onCurrent. So again, onCurrent is triggered every time you change to a different record. So in our onCurrent event, I would like to go to the original macro builder that doesn't involve Visual Basic just yet. So onCurrent event for the form itself, make sure it says form right here. And let's go click on the three dots. And we're going to go back to the original macro builder, not the code builder, at least just yet. So macro builder and OK. Back into this window. It's been a little while since we were there. And so I'm looking at properties of the form itself here. And we've got our onCurrent event, and then we're going to add a couple of actions. The first one, rather than set value, is called set property. And I think we have to show all actions again to get this one available. So let's go click on show all actions. And then we can click in here and we can start typing SETP, as in set property. And then when you hit the enter key, comes up with three arguments here, the control name and the property and the value to set it to. So the control name in this case is going to be the name of one of my combo boxes here. So when this form goes to a new record, we want it to set the control name named CBX. Let's see, so this is, well, we'll do them one at a time. So CBX provinces. CBX, oh, I got fat fingered there. CBX provinces, there we go, and it's confirming that I actually have an object named that. The property, there's quite a few of them here. Notice one of them is called visible, and that's what I want to set here. So for the when we change to a different record, I want the CBX provinces to be made invisible. So we check the property name visible and set the value to no. So here's what I've got in there so far. Compare yours with mine. So this is when we go to a new record. It also happens when you first open the form, just so happens. So the control name CBX provinces set its visible property to no. And now your job is to set property for CBX states visible equal no. Make that happen. I'll catch up with you. All right, good work. I am going to catch up with you right now. So I want another set value, or excuse me, I want another set property. And control name this time is going to be CBX states. As I continue typing, it says, hey, did you mean this one? I'm going to click on it, maybe even double click on it to finish filling that in. And then the rest of it is going to be the same as the previous one here. Visible is equal to no. I hit the tab key. All right, that's it as far as the beginning of this thing. So every time they go to a new record, you can't see either of the two pull-down lists. That's what we've just done. So feel free to, let's go and save what we just created and then close it. So now let's see it in action. Let's go to the form view. When we go to the form view, it maximizes our form. We set that long ago. And right now, I don't see either of those combo boxes. They are both invisible. Their visible property has been set to no. Check out yours. Make sure it's working right. Okay, let's go to the next part here. Back to the design view of this form. And now we're going to add a couple of those round radio buttons over here on the left side. And the way to set these up is through a control called option group frame. So let's see, here's our controls up here. Let's click on the third arrow. That's the one that lets you see all the controls at once. And the option group frame is a little box that has XYZ at the top. I'm hovering over it. You can see the words option group. I'm going to click on that, and then I'm going to draw a little box like right over here to hold my option group, and it's going to open up a nice wizard here. So please do what you just saw me do. I clicked on the third of the arrows so I could see all of the controls. I clicked on the one that had XY at the top of a little frame, and that produced this, this wizard. So pause the video and catch up with me. All right, now looking at this wizard, it says an option group contains a set of option buttons or checkboxes or toggle buttons, and you'll only be able to choose one toggle button or one option button or one radio button. What label do you want for each option? All right, so one of my options, I want it to say United States or just US. So let me zoom out and do that. I'll make this one say US. And then again, I'm going to hit the down arrow key. If I hit the enter key, it'll choose next, and I'm not ready for that. So down arrow key, one of them said US, the other one's going to say Canada. And down arrow key again. All right, so those are going to be my two radio buttons here, US and Canada. All right, catch up with me. That was pretty quick. Good work. Let's click next. So now it's asking me, do I want one of these to be the default choice? And I'm thinking, yeah, probably most of my customers are in the US. Why don't I take it up on the offer to make US my default choice? So we'll go with yes for US, and then next. Clicking an option in an option group sets the value of the option group to the value of the selected option. And right now it's offering us numbers. So what value do you want assigned to each option? I'm going to go with the default choices. US is number 1, we're number 1. And then Canada, you're all number 2. and I better leave that alone and move on. I'm clicking next. Sorry, any of you Canadians. You can either store the value in RAM memory to paste somewhere, or you can use the value to do some kind of printing sort of things. What do you want to do with the value of your select options? And we'll go with the default button here, save the value for later use. So with that selected, please click Next. All right, in the next window, we get to decide how we want our buttons to look. Now, when people see square checkboxes, they assume that they can choose more than one. But because it's in a group here, they will only be able to choose one, so it's best not to confuse them. Let's leave it as a round button. Most people know when they see it that the round buttons mean you can only choose one. And then we got some choices down here about how you want it to look. And I see a choice about etched, and you see the others, flat, raised, shadow, sunken. Feel free to try one of those. I'm going to leave mine as etched, but if you'd like to try one of the other guys, definitely feel free to do that. And then we'll click Next. And then last but not least, it says, what name do you want to give to this thing? So as radio buttons, I'm going to start it with RDO. And I'll call it RDO Country Group, all smushed together there. Country Group. Let me zoom in and make sure I typed what I thought I typed. Yes, RDO, as in radio buttons, Country Group. All right, finish that off. And here come our radio buttons. Now, if we go to the form view, you'll notice US is selected, but I can choose Canada. Right now, nothing happens because we haven't written a macro as to what should happen if they chose number 1 US or number 2 Canada. But at least we got the radio buttons in there. And now the last thing we're going to do is assign a subroutine for an after update to this group called RDO Country Group. So let's click on RDO Country Group. So you've got the thing selected. Sorry, we'll have to go to the design view for that. My mistake. So over here at the left, I've named it RDO Country Group. But if I go look at its properties, specifically under the All tab, and look at the name, it thinks it's still frame something. So how about we'll name it over there as well. I'm going to call it, again, RDO Country Group. And I'm hitting the Enter key. I'm also getting rid of the frame 58 part. I should have done that as well. So backing out the frame something or other and then calling it RDO Country Group. And I'm hitting the Enter key and it has no complaints here. So catch up with me on that, and then we're going to go create some Visual Basic code for it. So we've labeled it here, RDO Country Group. We've named it RDO Country Group. Now let's go to the Event tab, please. And we're going to talk about the After Update event for our RDO Country Group. So After Update, we're clicking on the right side. Give it the ellipsis, and we're going to the Code Builder, back to Visual Basic here. Okay, we're going to keep it fairly short here. So it's got the name of that group, and it's the After Update. And I want to do a select case on this. So select case for our RDO Country Group. A couple of enters. Okay, so we saw that in one of those diagrams, they wound up being radio button 1 and 2. So case 1, if it is that they clicked on case number 1, which should be the states, indenting now. So CBX states dot visible. Here's another way to set visible and invisible properties. So visible equals true. CBX provinces dot visible equals false. On the other hand, if the case is that they chose radio button number 2, then, as you can imagine, CBX states is going to be visible false, and CBX provinces visible will be true. It's just the opposite of what we had last. So type that in. I'll be doing that at the same time. You don't have to watch me type it. Now, this isn't the only thing you can do with radio buttons. Again, it's like proof of concept here. I'm introducing some, ideas to give you ideas, and then you're going to have to think about how you're going to use this. All right, so we've got our select case started, and we've got both cases that we want to worry about. So I'm hitting the Enter key. I'm outdenting with a Shift tab. And remember, every select needs an end select. So end select, and I'm hitting the Enter key. All right, I'm not seeing any immediate errors as far as red letters and compiling errors and so forth. So I'm going to assume things are going okay so far. We'll see if we have any runtime errors. Why don't we take a moment and save what we've been working on here. And then let's Alt F11 to go back to Microsoft Access. Oz go to 11, don't they? All right, let's see. Now we're going to go to the form view. And let's say we're entering a new record here. So I don't see either of my pull-down lists. They're both invisible right now. Let's go down here and click the button to start a brand new record. And let's say in this case, they're going to be from the US. So if I go over here and click on the US button. So let's say we're going to make this first one from Canada. When I click on Canada, I get the provinces pull-down list. I click on there, I choose, for example, Manitoba. It fills in Manitoba, country equal to Canada, jumps to the postal code. If I go over here and click on US instead, then my provinces list disappears, and my states list appears, and I choose one of the states, and it fills in that state, country equal to null, jumps to the postal code. But I'm realizing that when I had this set to US initially, that it made it hard to choose US because it was already selected. So maybe I'd like to go back and say, for the beginning of that, I really shouldn't have one of them selected as the default. So let's see what we can do about that. In the meantime, play with each of those. Make sure you get the right little pull-down arrow and try them out. And then to make sure you don't actually save this record, tap the Escape key to back out of there. All right, so try yours out, try your radio buttons, and make sure your pull-down lists still work and all that kind of cool stuff. So now what I want to fix is setting it up so that neither of these two choices is pre-selected, thereby making it easier to choose US. So let's go to the design view of that form one more time. And I want to talk properties of this group here. So double-click on its border to get the property sheet. Specifically, we're then going to go to the data subtab in here where it says the default value is choice number 1, the US. We want to change that. We're going to replace that 1 with a 0, meaning there is no default value. And then when you hit the Enter key, it'll leave the 0 there and jumps down to the next row. So join me there. Go to the property sheet of the combo box group down here. Sorry, not combo box, but combination group. Radio buttons, I'll just call them that. And so then go to the data index tab and set the default value equal to 0 and then hit Enter. And now we're ready to go back and try it out. So I'm going to the form view. In this case, neither of those is selected. I can't see US or Canada combo boxes. Let's go down here and start a brand new record. And if we choose US, then the states appear. If we choose Canada, then the provinces appear. And the rest of it works just like it has before. So check yours out. Make sure things are working well. And the reason I throw in radio buttons is that I've had so many students ask me, hey, how do you set up radio buttons? So I just toss that in my Visual Basic class. Thanks for checking it out, everybody. And let's save the latest and greatest version of that form, please. Good work, one and all. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Module 7. Man, we did a bunch of stuff in there, didn't we? So mostly today we worked in forms. Here are some of the macro actions that we discovered in the macro editor that's built into Microsoft Access. Message boxes, the open form command, maximize all windows, restore the windows down, Not sure we actually did a close command. We did see move size window and we saw set value. So a couple of things to remember specifically about those. Move size window, there was something that I said you should glue together in your head. Every time before you do a move size window, you need to make sure that all of the windows aren't maximized. What is the command to do that? It's on this screen right here. Yes, it is the restore command. So anytime you're thinking of controlling the size of something, you want your macro to first run the restore action and then do the move size window. Remember, the move size window action had 4 arguments. How far down and to the left of the upper left-hand corner of your screen do you want the upper left-hand corner of your new form that you're opening? And then there was also the height and the width. And it wasn't measured in inches. It was measured in something called twips. And specifically 1,440 twips per inch. Think of it as 1,500. That's close enough. There was something special about the set value action as well. Remember, the set value action was hidden until you told it to show you all actions. Then you could get to the set value action. We've seen several ways to run a macro. Using the red exclamation mark in the editor window, double-clicking on the macro's name in the left side navigation pane, having a command button, boy, we did a bunch of those, having it run a macro when we open a form, or when we type magic words into a field. The last one on the list here, by opening the database file, this macro has to be named autoexec. I'm going to put that in the last module here. So come on back for the next module to catch up on that one. Now, what other kind of things did we do? Well, let's see. We saw lots of different ways to trigger our macro. That's right here. We saw macros written in the macro editor built into Access. We saw macros built in with the Visual Basic editor. Visual Basic is tougher. You have to go declare variables if you're going to store temporary values and so forth. So we got a little introduction to Visual Basic, using it through input boxes, and if-then-else commands, and select case commands. So we actually saw quite a bit, at least kind of a starter, of Visual Basic. So when you get your energy back up, come on back and take Module 8, where we'll be talking about how do you control what happens when they first start using your database. In the meantime, for Module number 7, this is Dan McAllister signing off. Good day, one and all, to Microsoft Access 2016, Module 8. As you can see here, my name is Dan McAllister, and I'll be your host today. In Module 8, we're going to talk about hyperlinks in a database. We're going to talk about compacting and repairing our database. We'll talk about what we want our users to see when they open our database. This will include what we call setup options and a couple of different ways to set things up about that. And we'll also talk about how to create switchboards, which are simple forms that allow people to click on a button and be taken immediately to a job that you want them to do, even though they might not be particularly Access savvy. So let's get started, everybody. Welcome to Access 2016, Module 8. Now, if you've been following along in the other modules, you know that the first thing I usually have everybody do is go grab practice files. But for Module 8, I'm actually going to assume that you've already got practice files, and I'm going to assume that you've been working in Module 7 already. Part of the reason for that is I want to talk about compacting a database, and if you don't have a database where you've been working on things, adding tables, removing things here and there, then there probably won't be much of anything to compact. So I'm in my Access 2016 samples folder. I'm heading to my Mod 7 and 8 folder with a double click here. And I want to make a note, either a mental note or a written note or both, that looks at the file size for this file that we were using in 2016 version Module 7. It is this one, command buttons. So I make a little note that that thing is about 2 megabytes right now. And the next thing I want to do is open it. So I'm going to go start Microsoft Access. Remember, we got that thing about 2 megabytes right now. So I'm starting up Access. I'm going to go reopen that file named Command Buttons right here. I'm double-clicking on it. And welcome back here. Now, I don't get any little warnings about certain content being disabled because I've had it open recently, and that'll probably be the case with you too if you've been playing along. So we've seen that our database that we're looking at right now, Command Buttons, was roughly 2 megabytes in size. So what I want to demonstrate is the idea of compacting. Now, the whole name of this button is called Compact and Repair, and we can find it under the File tab. So I'm clicking on the File tab to go to the Backstage view, and here's the button in question, right here in front of my face. It automatically goes into the Info group on the left side, and I can see my Compact and Repair button. Now, there's actually, as you can see, two parts to that, the compacting, the repairing. So the repairing part, I have had that save my bacon a couple of times. Most often it happens when I'm trying to create a macro, and I'm running the macro, and I'm debugging the macro, trying to figure out what's wrong with it, and I've been working on it for a while, and I can't see anything wrong with the macro, but it's not working. So I can think of at least two, and maybe a third time, where I've said to myself, you know what, maybe this database needs to be repaired, and by repairing it and then reopening the database, my macros all worked. Now, I can't guarantee that that's going to happen for you, but I'm saying I've had the repair part work several times. In this particular case, I don't really have any problems with my macros to repair, but I should at least be able to see the compacting part. So that's what I want to demonstrate right now. So I'm going to recommend that you do what I have done. Take a moment, pause this video, open up that Command Buttons database, the one that hopefully you were using in Module 7, and then come on back and join me here. So I'll give you a second to do that. Pause the video. Go open that Command Buttons database, click on File, and you'll be looking at this window right here. So catch up with me, folks. All right, so now we're going to compact this thing. So I am clicking on that button to compact and repair my database. A 1, and a 2, and a 3, and I click. So there's a little spinner, and I didn't really see a progress bar or much of anything happen. And yet here I am back to my opening screen of my database. So let's go see if we got any compacting done. Take a moment and join me there. Go click on that Compact and Repair button, and then let's go see the results if we can. All right, welcome back. To go see the results, we'll need to close the database. So that's what I'm doing right here. I'm going to go up and close Access, closing that database. And now I'm going to go look at the new file size of my command buttons. Mine was cut roughly by a third. Sometimes I'll see it cut the size by even more than that. And so what it's doing is throwing away things that I thought I had gotten rid of. I had cleared out tables, I've replaced forms, and so forth. And so what it just threw away is all stuff that wasn't needed to keep the database running. And mine cut itself down by about a fourth, roughly. It's about 3/4 of the size that it was before. And so I was able to compact it. So I would like you to do that same thing. Go close the database and go look at its size. You'll probably see that yours was compacted by at least that much, and sometimes even more. So go check that out. Go see how much you just compacted your database. So I've got one other thing that I'd like to say about compacting my database. There is a way to set it up so that if I am the only one using the database at the time, then every time I close the database, it could compact itself. So that's what I'd like to demonstrate next. I'm going to go down and start Microsoft Access again. And I'm going to go reopen that database, Command Buttons. I'm just double-clicking on it over here on the side. And I'm going to go to the Backstage view. That is, I'm going to go to my File tab. And then at the bottom left side here, I'm going to click on Options. And then I'm going to come over here on the left-hand side of the new little navigation window here. And I'm going to click on Current Database, because this affects only the database I'm working on right now. And then about halfway down on the right side screen is a checkbox here that says Compact on Close. And I'm going to check mark that. I think I would do that for every database that I'm in charge of. Be aware that you have to be the only person using the database at the time that you set this up. So I'm going to choose that Compact on Close. And now I'm looking to step out of this window by clicking OK. And it says, you can see on screen here, you must close and reopen the current database for this specified action to take effect. So I'm clicking on OK. It doesn't actually close and open it for me. I'll have to do that myself. So over the next couple of seconds, I'm going to close and reopen that database. And I recommend that you do the same thing. You've compacted it, and now we're going to close and reopen it. So you're not likely to be able to see this thing happen by closing it now. I mean, we did just compact it, so there's probably not much more to compact. So that's the idea of compacting and repairing a database. I know we didn't really get to see it repair anything, but we did. You should have definitely seen it compact. So that's the idea of compacting and repairing a database, everybody. In this particular session, we're about to talk about how to create hyperlinks. Hyperlinks are generally used a couple of different ways, either in a table or as a property of a picture in a form. Those are the two main ways that we can trigger hyperlinks. And you can hyperlink to several different things. You can hyperlink to websites. You could hyperlink to documents that are in shared network folders that everybody can get to, although that shared network folder has to have the same drive letter for everybody. For example, it can't be the N: drive for some of the people and the H: drive for others. It would have to have exactly the same volume letter and so forth. So we're going to see several different ways that we can hyperlink. The first one is going to be as a field in a table. And so I'm going to imagine that maybe our customers table, you may remember in this particular database, we're a wholesale bookstore, so our customers are retail bookstores that might have their own websites. And maybe we want to have a hyperlink for each of our retail store customers to have a hyperlink to their website. So I'm going to open up the table in its design view. I'm headed over here to TBL Customer. I'm right-clicking on it to go quickly to its design view. And then I'm going to add a new field down here. So up here at the top, I'm scrolling down so that I can add a new field name. And I don't really have a Lizinski naming convention for a hyperlink, so I'm not going to bother with one. I'm just going to name it Website. And then as I hit the right arrow key or the tab key to go over the data type, like every field at first, it assumes it's short text. But when I click on the list arrow here, one of my choices is that it could be a hyperlink data type. And that's what I'm going to click on right now. And then in this case, I want it to hyperlink to a website. So I need a description for my data entry operator. Maybe I could say, hey, data entry operator, you're supposed to type something like www.blahblah.com. I'm not sure there is a website named blahblah.com. I should probably check that out before I start referring to it. But that's what I'm going to put in for my description. So why don't you join me? Do the same thing there. Put the video on pause. In your field names of your design view of TBL Customer, you're going to scroll down, add a new field name called Website. Data type will be hyperlink. Little instruction is going to be like www.blahblah.com. So take a moment and do that much, and then come on back and join me. So pause the video and do stuff to catch up with me there, if you would. All right, everybody, welcome back. So now I want to try this thing out. That is, I'm going to go to the datasheet view where we can actually start entering websites, and then maybe we can see how the hyperlinks will work. So I'm headed back up here to my View tab. And it says, all right, you got to save the table. Are you sure you want to save the table? I'm going to say yes. So pause the video and join me there as well. Step out of the design view back to the datasheet view, please. So I'm now scrolling over to the right where I can see my new field named Website. And let's imagine for this customer, Ingalls Books, we want to put in their web address. This is a fictitious company, so to see one actually work, maybe I'll use www.microsoft.com. Now, I left a little note to my data entry operator, and I'm looking down in my status bar here. All it says right now is ready. And we've seen that happen before in earlier modules. If you put in a description for your data entry operator and you don't see it right away, close and reopen that table, which is what I'm about to do right now. So I'm going to go over and close my TBL Customer. I'm going to go back to the left side navigation pane, double-click to reopen my TBL Customer. And oh look, I've got stuff down in my status bar. Particularly when I scroll to the right and click in the one labeled Website, it has my little note, hey, data entry operator, you're supposed to type in something like www.blahblah.com. So I'm going to type such a thing. I'm going to type in www.howaboutimicrosoft.com. And when I go over here and click on the pencil or hit the down arrow key to jump to another record, I can see the hyperlink in there right now. So take a moment and join me there. You're going to type in that hyperlink and move to another record or click the pencil somehow to save that new entry in the record, please. So do that for just a moment. All right, welcome back. And now it's time for me to try out the hyperlink. So as I hover over it, I get that hyperlink hand. And now I want to click on it to try it out. And it should start up a browser, whether that'll be Google Chrome or Internet Explorer. Let's find out here in my case. So I'm clicking on it. And it goes round and round, little circle, and then here comes my browser. In this case, my Internet Explorer has appeared, and it is taking me to Microsoft.com, the US English version of that. And they seem to be doing a little advertising for the new Surface Pro. So my hyperlink has worked. Go try yours out. You went to www.microsoft.com, I hope. Notice it automatically put in the http:// for me. So catch up with me there. I'm going to close my browser, but try out your hyperlink, and hopefully yours will work as smoothly as mine. All right, everybody. So for the next one, I want to have a little different kind of a hyperlink. Instead of taking me to a website, it's going to take me to my email handler. And normally I wouldn't have it under the field named website. I'd probably make a separate field named emails. But in this case, I'm getting lazy here, so I'm just going to put it in the website field. So I'm going to click to put my cursor in the next record under the website field. And I would like to insert a hyperlink a little bit different way this time, instead of just typing www. So I want to use a keyboard shortcut for inserting a hyperlink. And this keyboard shortcut, interestingly enough, works all across the Office suite, Microsoft programs, and it works pretty much all across the Creative suite, the Adobe programs. It is Control-K for insert a hyperlink. So I put my cursor in the next record down here, still under the website field. I know it's not going to be a website. Hang in there with me. So I'm about to use Control-K. Boink, there's my Control-K to go into the Insert Hyperlink window. So why don't you take a moment and do that. Go click to put your cursor in the next record down under Website, and then tap Control-K, and you should wind up in the Insert Hyperlink window just like I am. So catch up with me there, everybody. All right, welcome back. So might be a little bit hard to see all the different things you can hyperlink to. Let me use my third-party magnifier here for a second. So I can hyperlink to an existing file or a web page, which was the default setting for what we just did. We didn't see this window, but we made a hyperlink to a web page. Now, if I'm going to hyperlink to an existing file, what could that be? Well, maybe it could be an Excel spreadsheet that has the budget for one of my companies. Or maybe it has a hyperlink to a Word document that's the contract with one of my companies. But be aware that in your database, you're going to have people, all over the company using this database. And if I'm going to hyperlink to something on a network drive, then it needs to be the same volume letter for everybody. It can't be the drive H : for some of the people in the company, and it's the same place, but it's called drive S on other people's setups. Has to have the same volume letter, or the thing will break down when you're trying to hyperlink to an existing file within your company. But you might notice right below that, I could hyperlink to an email address. And again, this would probably usually be a different field, one for websites and one for email addresses. I'm just being lazy here. I'm just going to do an email address right here in the website. So that's where I'm headed. You're probably right there with me. So up here at the top, it says text to display. Well, first of all, I'm going to tell it that it's going to be an email address. So I'm clicking on that, and suddenly the text to display goes blank, and there's a whole bunch of new fields in here, like the email address, the subject line that you would like to have the email have when you click on this hyperlink. So that's what I'm going to fill in for the moment. Maybe text to display. This is what do I want to have actually show up on screen when I go to follow this hyperlink here. So maybe the text could say, click to email this company. So those will be words that are going to appear on screen someplace. And then the email address, let's see, maybe it's going to be, how about president@whitehouse.gov. Yes, you can actually email the president. And you might notice that it added something at the beginning of my email address box here, mail to and a colon. I didn't type that part, I just typed the rest of it. So making it an email address automatically added on the prefix here, mail to and colon. All right, now when I'm sending my email to the president at the White House, so now I'm thinking of a subject line that I want to fill in when I'm sending the email. And if I don't fill one in here, it'll ask me for the subject line when I go to send the thing. And then down here is a list of recently used email addresses, and I haven't used any recently, so that one's empty. So I'm just going to have the email address filled in here, president@whitehouse.gov, and I'm going to leave the subject line for filling in when I go to actually send the message. So take a moment and catch up with me. Pause the video. We saw what I typed in. I did the Control K, then I typed in text to display, click to email this company, and we're assuming that this company is at this web address. And I'm going to leave the other things blank, and I'm clicking on OK. And if it has any complaint about not filling in a subject, it should ask me right away. So I'm clicking on OK, and no news is good news. And it says up here, click to email this person. So pause that video, catch up with me. You're going to step out of that window. And right now you can see that I've got the pencil over here because I'm editing this record. I'm going to go click that pencil. And again, there's no error message, so it seems to be set up to do this thing. Now, in my case, I've got about 3 different versions of Outlook. So when I go to click on this thing, it may have a little bit of a problem figuring out which version of Outlook to use, but I'm going to try it out. So I'm hovering, I get the hyperlink hand, I'm clicking on it. Notice as I hover, it says, there's the link that we're going to, the mail to link. I'm clicking on that thing, and mine says the default mail client is not properly installed. So if you try that at your work, you're probably going to have better luck than I am, because you're not going to have 3 different versions of Outlook on the same machine. Now, when I clicked away, it's trying, but you can see it's having some problems here. So I'm going to close that part out, but you should have better luck when you try that. So try it out. Try clicking on that thing and see if you could actually send an email. I don't know that you want to send one to the president, but feel free if you would like. So take a moment and try that out. Try your hyperlink. So that's how to set up a couple of different kinds of hyperlinks in a table. When we come back for the next session, I'm going to talk about how I could put a hyperlink as a property of a picture in a form. So that's what we'll be doing in the next lesson. Hope you're having some geeky fun, and I hope you're thinking about how you might use hyperlinks in your database. In this section, we're going to trigger our hyperlink a slightly different way. We're going to set this up as a property of a picture on a form. So this is the other way that you can trigger hyperlinks. So I would like to go to a form named FRM Personal. So this is a list of our employees inside our company. And then on that form, maybe we want to have a picture that they could click on to go to our corporate website, something like that. So I'm going to go to the design view, not of a table this time, but in a form named FRM Personal. I am right-clicking on it, going to its design view for FRM Personal. And I want to set this up basically as a property of that picture right there. But I also need people to know that they could click on that picture to go to our website. Right now there's nothing that says that. So I want to add a free-floating text label that says, click the logo to see our website. And so a free-floating label, that would be this AA under my Form Design Tools. I am in the design view. So I'm going to go to the Form Design Tools. I'm going to click on the AA. And then I'm going to draw a little box below the picture here, and the letters are going to come out fairly big when I start. And it's going to say, click the picture to visit our website. So take a moment and join me. Come with me to the design view of FRM Personal, and then add a free-floating label here right below that picture logo and make it say what mine says. Let me magnify that. Click the picture to visit our website. So go that far, catch up with me, pause the video, add that little label. All right, welcome back. Now, we could actually make this a hyperlink, but I would rather do it on the picture. So I'm going to right-click on the picture so that I can go to its properties. Here's its property sheet. And under the All Index tab, about halfway down, actually kind of towards the bottom of this first screen, I do see a property labeled hyperlink address. So join me there. Right-click on that picture icon, and then look at its property sheet, and we'll go to the hyperlink address property. So join me there. All right, I'm ready to put in the web address that I'd like it to go to. Now, a little bit of a story about this web address. Years ago, I was listening to a National Public Radio interview with a couple of guys, and they were talking about using Diet Coke and Mentos mints to create little rockets. Now, when I was growing up in the 70s, I had a little rocket ran on baking soda and vinegar, and it was fairly explosive, and it would shoot the rocket up in the air. But this Diet Coke and Mentos breath mints are actually more powerful than baking soda and vinegar. And so this web address is basically one of their early experiments. And these two guys on their National Public Radio interview said they were attempting to recreate the Bellagio fountain using Diet Coke and Mentos. So we're going to go look at one of those early experiments. Anyway, with all of that spelled out, we're now going to go to this hyperlink address. I'll type it in and then I'll magnify it on screen. It's kind of an odd one, EEPY-bird, eepybird.com. And let me magnify that here. eepybird.com, that's where we're going to head. And so I'm typing that in, and then I'm hitting the enter key, and it doesn't seem to have any complaints about that. So join me. Let me magnify that on screen again. eepybird.com. Put the video on pause, catch up with me, put in that hyperlink, please. All right, let's go try it out now. So I want to switch to the form view. Here's my button for switching to the form view. I'm going to save the form before I try it out. And then as I hover over the little picture, it shows me the link, eepybird.com. And so now I'm going to click on it. Now I'm noticing there's no http:// in front of that because I didn't start it with a www. Let's see if it works nicely or not. So I'm clicking on that link to eepybird.com that says this location could be unsafe. And I'm going to say, it says, do you want to continue? I'm going to be brave. I'm going to say, yep, I would like to head there. Unable to open eepybird.com, can't find the specified file. Notice what it says there about a file. So it turns out in that case, what I did need to do was add the http:// or start it with www, either of those ways. So I just wanted you to see that happen so that you could tell anytime you're going to make a hyperlink, you might have to take care of the http://, particularly if you don't start it with www. So how do I get back in there to change it? Well, first thing I want to do is go to the design view again. So I'm headed up here to my view button, going back to my design view, so that I can get back to the hyperlink property of that picture right there. So here I'm going to the hyperlink property, and this time I'm going to click at the beginning of it, and I'm going to add http:// and that'll tell it that this is definitely a Hypertext Transfer Protocol web address. So join me there. I'm going to add that into the web address. Then you probably want to hit the enter key to see if it's got any complaints about how you typed it. It shouldn't complain. So add that http:// and then maybe hit the enter key to kick down to the next property. All right, I'm assuming you have done that. So now I'm going to go test my hyperlink out a second time here. So I'm going back to the form view. I'm going to save that form one more time before I try it out. Now I'm hovering over it. Shows me http:// blah blah. I'm clicking on it. Here comes my browser trying to take me to that website at eepybird.com. So it's going to take it just a second to catch up. And here's a couple of guys in lab coats. These are the men in question who are doing the Diet Coke and Mentos Mint experiments. And as I scroll down a little bit, here is the first one that most people saw. It wasn't the very first video they made, but it does say the Extreme Diet Coke and Mentos Experiments. And I'm going to go click on that one. So join me here. Put the video on pause, go click on your hyperlink there, and then come on back and we'll compare screens. All right, I'm ready to try it out, so I'm going to go click on the play button for the Extreme Diet Coke and Mentos Experiments. Now I'm scrolling down just a little bit to see the featured section here. And I'm going to let her rip. Not rip, I'm going to let it play. So here it comes. I'm going to go full screen. You can feel free to join me. I'm going to let that play in the background here for a minute, doing the Diet Coke and Mentos Mints experiments. As you can see, it is not the first experiment. A little bit of choreography coming up now. So I think rather than making you sit through it when it's doing some hesitation on my screen, I'm going to pause it right there. You go try it yourself. You should get a better version than I'm seeing on my screen right now. And so hopefully you've had a little bit of a laugh seeing the early Diet Coke and Mentos mints experiments. Now, if you go to YouTube and you look up Diet Coke and Mentos, man, you will see a bunch of them in there, just including all kinds of ways that people have been experimenting with it. One of my favorites is a kid out on a playground, and he puts a whole bunch of the Mentos mints in the Diet Coke, and puts the lid on and then shakes it up, and then tosses it, expecting it to kind of explode. Well, it does. He tosses it, and it lands, and it knocks the lid off the thing, and it shoots that bottle like a rocket at him. And so the end of that particular video is him running across this parking lot with the rocket chasing him. So you'll have to go look for that one on your own. Go YouTube the idea of the Diet Coke and Mentos mints experiments. So I was demonstrating this in a live class one day, and I had a lady sitting in the front row, and she reached down next to her and pulled up this big 2-liter bottle of Diet Coke. And we said, well, have you got, everybody starts laughing. Said, do you have Mentos mints? And she says, it just so happens I do. And so we said, well, have you ever heard of this? And she said, no. And so we were all laughing, like we may have saved her from a terrible fate of accidentally putting Diet Coke and Mentos in her mouth at the same time, have it come squirting out her ears or something. We didn't actually do that, but everybody had a good laugh about it. So anyway, what have you learned in this particular module? Well, you've learned that you can put in hyperlinks a couple of different ways, either as a field in a table or as a property of a picture in a form. So I hope we're giving you some ideas about how you might use hyperlinks. Just remember, if you're going to hyperlink to some document that's in a shared folder on a network drive, then that network drive has to be the same volume letter for everybody. Otherwise, that link will break down. So I hope we've given you some ideas of how you might use hyperlinks in your database. In our next couple of sessions, we're going to talk about how to create an opening form that our users will see when they open our database. This is sometimes referred to as a switchboard, and we're going to see a couple of different ways to create an opening switchboard. We're going to use a database that we haven't played with yet. So I have closed any previous databases from any previous modules. Feel free to do that. Save anything that it asks you to save as far as layouts and so forth. And so join me opening up a database we haven't played with yet. I'm going to do that by clicking on Open. And I'm going to browse, and I'm going to head to my Mod 7 and 8 folder. So first I have to head to my Access 2016 samples, Mod 7 and 8, and we're going to open this one named My Switchboards. So when it pops open, you're probably going to see a warning that certain content is being disabled. You'll tell it to enable the content, and then your screen should look like mine. So please open the database named My Switchboards. All right, what we're going to create is a form, but it's not immediately attached to any table. So it doesn't really matter whether you have anything selected over here or not. It just won't have any effect. So come with me to the Create tab, and we're going to go right to the Design view of a form. And we're going to do that by clicking the Form Design button. So here comes my design view of a form. I don't really need the property sheet just yet, so I'm going to close that. And then I would like to have a form header, and you'll notice I've got a detail section, but I don't seem to have a form header or a form footer. So take a moment, catch up with me, come to this design view of a blank form, and we're going to pick it up from there. All right, to add a form header, there's a couple of ways to do it, but you've seen I'm a big right clicker. So I'm going to right click on the detail bar here, and one of the choices on the pop-up menu is to put in a form header / footer. And I'm going to click on that. So I right-clicked on the detail bar, I left-click on form header, footer. Now I've got a form footer area and a form header area. Sections, they're called. So get yourself a form header section, and then we'll add stuff to it. All right, in our form header, I'm going to make it a little bit taller by touching the bottom of the form header section, which is the top of the detail bar. Just make that thing a little bit taller. And then I'm going to add a label, and if this is going to be my opening screen, maybe I want it to say welcome. So I'm going with the AA label here, and I'm just going to click over at the left side, and I'll type in the word welcome. And we know from our previous work that if I want to modify that, if I want to change the font or the size or anything like that, I click outside the label and then inside the label. And now I could play with the font size, and maybe I want to make it bigger so it goes all the way across my form. So I'm going to grab the resizing handle, make the thing wider. I'm going to go to the font tools over here, make it bold, make it about twice as big as original, like 22 size. And maybe I want to center that from left to right. And you'll notice when I made the letters bigger, it didn't automatically make the label bigger. So I'm going to make that a bit taller as well. I'm going to get the resizing handle, two-headed arrow, and make that baby bigger. So your turn. Go add a label in there, change its font, change its size, add color if you like. We've done those things before, but mostly get a label up there for the title of our form. All right, now I would like a series of buttons on the left that let me open forms, and a series of buttons on the right that let me open reports. And then maybe this is going to be an opening screen that people see as they open my database, and they don't have to be very access savvy because they'll just have buttons that say, so print out the customer report, or print out this particular thing, or add new customers in a form. So that's what we'll be setting up right here as our welcome form. I need a couple of more labels. So I'm going back to the design tab. I'm going to add a couple more of these labels here. So how about one over here? I'm just going to click and I'm going to make it say forms. And then I'm going to add another label over here that says reports. And we can line these things up. We know how to do that. Make it look pretty later. So far I'm just getting the stuff on there. If I want to line these things up, might as well do a little bit of that now. So I'm going to lasso those two objects. And then if we go up here to the Arrange tab, you could line up their tops, for example. And when I align their tops, then whichever one is higher, that one stays put, which means this one. And then this one is going to move up, so its top matches that one because this one's the highest. So I say align their tops. Boink, there they are aligned. So take a moment and put in those two labels, one for forms, one for reports, and take a moment to align them, please. And then come on back. All right, we won't worry too much about making this thing pretty. We've done those kind of things in previous modules. So here's where I want to start adding some buttons that will open various forms. And we actually have quite a few forms in here as I scroll down. We've got forms for categories and customers and departments and orders and just all kinds of cool stuff here. So we want to make some buttons that will run those particular reports or open those forms. So that's where I'm headed right now. I'm going back to my design tab of my form where I can get to these different controls. And this time I don't want a label, I want a command button so that when I click on the command button, it opens a particular form. So that's what I'm doing right now. Command button, I click. I'm going to line it up maybe under the left edge of the word forms, and we can play with lining things up again later. So I click, it puts in a command button, and the command button wizard appears. And I want to have it open a form. So on the left side in the categories, I'm going to click on Form Operations, which changes the right side actions to stuff about forms, like opening a form. Also, from our previous discussions, if we say open a form, then the one absolutely required argument is, which form would that be? So when I click on Next, I'm going to just choose the first one alphabetically here, Form Categories. I'm clicking Next. It says, do you want to save that and use it for later, or do you want to just open the form and show all the records? I'm going with the default choice there, open the form, show the records. I click Next. It says, what do you want to have the button say? Maybe I just want it to say Categories. I'm going to click Next. It's going to give me a chance to name my button in case I want to refer to it with code later on. So I'm going to use BTN Categories. So let me back up and just review that for a moment, what I did. So I made a new button, the wizard appeared. I said I want to open a form. I said the form I want is the Categories form. I want to show all the records. I want the label on the button to say Categories. I want to name the button BTN Categories. And then once you've caught up with that, click on Finish, please. Okay, there's our first button, everybody. Let's make a couple more, and then maybe we'll add one or two for reports. I mean, we got a lot of forms here, so I'm not going to put one in for every single one. And I've got two other ways to show you about how to create this opening form. So let's add another button through the wizard. So I'm clicking on the button. I'm clicking down here below categories. Wizard appears. I want to open a form. This time I'm going to choose the second one on the list, the form for my customers. Nexting that. Same thing here, or show all the records. Maybe I'll have the button actually say the word customers. And next. And we'll name it BTN customer. Customers, I guess. BTN customers. Right, so in this case, we're opening the form named FRM customers. So make that happen. I'm going to click finish. When you're done, your screen should look basically like mine. All right, time to put in a button to show a print preview of a couple of our reports. So another button, lining it up under reports this time. We'll worry about alignment later. So this time, instead of form, it's going to be report operations. I would like to preview the report, basically print preview. I don't want to print the report itself, I just want to preview it so far. And I choose next. And of course it will say, well, then which report would that be? And I'm going to go with the alphabetically first one here, the customer orders. I'm clicking next. And so maybe we'll have this button say customers. Wait a minute, I'm going to have two buttons that say customers. Well, one of them is under the forms group, and one of them is under the reports group. So I don't think we're really going to get them mixed up there. So here's what I've done. I created a button. The wizard said, what do you want the button to do? I want it to open a report in the preview view. Which report was that? Well, customer orders. I want the label on the text box, the caption on the button to say customers. And I'm going to name it BTN customers. So it says there's a field with this name already existing. Type a new name for my command button. So I've already got one named BTN customers that was under form. So I do have to change the name here. How about BTM customers report? Now when I click finish, it should have no complaints. All right. So join me there. Put the video on pause. Make that new button. So you'll see it can have the same label as the other button, but it can't have the same name. So I wasn't allowed to make this one say BTN customers if this one was already named BTN customers. All right, so you get the general idea of laying this thing out. Now let's see what it's going to look like to our users. So I'm going to go to the form view, and before I test the buttons out, I'm going to go save that form, Control S, or click the save button. It says, what do you want to name it? So I'll call it Welcome 1, because I'm going to have a couple other welcome forms here in a minute that do similar jobs but different ways. So Welcome 1 will be the name of this form. I'm choosing OK. So it shows the name up there, Welcome 1, but the actual form still says Welcome. So save yours, and then let's try it out. All right, to test it out, I want to see the categories form. I click the button. There's my categories form. All right, I'm going to close that form. I want to see my customers form. There's my customers form. Closing that one. I would like to see this customers report. Here comes my print preview of the customers report. So these buttons could have names like Run the Customer Report or Add New Customers or something like that, depending on what you want the button to do. So that's our first method of creating a little switchboard. I'm going to close the print preview of that thing. So in a moment, we're going to go start a new way of creating an opening screen, and maybe we'll call this one the Welcome To form. So catch up with me. Hopefully you've had a chance to try your buttons there. And you can imagine that we could add things to that, add more buttons, change colors, change fonts, line things up, and all that stuff to make it look pretty. So that's our first way of creating a switchboard form, everybody. I'd like to look at some other properties of buttons here for a moment. For example, maybe I'd like to have a button where I can only look up previous customer records and not add new customer records. That is, I'd like to be able to open up the customer's form in read-only mode. So let's see how we could do that. We can't really do it through the wizard, but we could do it by creating a little macro, or we could do it by adjusting some of the properties of the button itself. So I'm going to do it by adding a macro. So I'm going to add a new button here that will let me look up customer information, but not edit any or add any new customers. So I'm making another button here, and I'm going to decline the help of the wizard. So I'm creating a button. Here comes my button icon. I'm going to go create a new one here. So there's the size of it, and then it wants to help me open forms and stuff, but I didn't have any choices in here about open for editing versus open for read-only. So I'm going to decline the help of the wizard here, and instead I'm going to go make a macro for this button. So that would be its on-click event, and it's a good idea to name the button so that your on-click event has kind of a name associated with it as well. So as far as the name of this new button, I'm going to call it BTN Read Customers. So that's the name of my button. The caption, instead of just saying Command 8 or whatever it says here, is going to be Look Up Customers. And I'm hitting the Enter key, and then maybe I need to make the button a little bit bigger to hold those words, either wider or taller. And now I'm going to adjust what it does through a macro. And that would be an on-click event for the button. And while I can get to those events just by scrolling down here through a humongous list of different properties of that button, I'm going to make the list shorter by clicking the Event Index tab, where I can make a new macro for my on-click event. So if the macro existed already, I could choose it from this pull-down list, but we don't have any. So I'm going to use the three dots. Takes me to my choices of what kind of macro I want to make. I want to use the regular built-in macro editor, not necessarily Visual Basic. So I'm going to go with Macro Builder. All right, so why don't you join me in going that far? I'm going to step out of the Macro Builder here for just a second. So I made a button. It offered me the wizard. I said, no, thank you, wizard. I named the button. I went to the All tab, and I've named it BTN Read Customers. I gave it a caption that says Look Up Customers. I had to resize the button for that. And now I'm creating an on-click event through the three dots and the Macro Builder and choose OK. So catch up with me that far, everybody. So now I'm going to set my open form command. So I'm clicking here. I can type OP. And open form is the first alphabetical one there. So I hit the Enter key, and then I've got these properties, including the data mode. And this will be where I can choose to open it to add new records or edit old records, or read only, which is what I said I was going to do here. So as far as the name of the form I want to open, that's going to be my customers form. I want to view it as a form, not in its design mode or any of those other choices there. So we'll go with the default view here, just form. We don't need a filter. I'm not going to have any query that says I only want to see certain customers. The where condition, I don't really need that to match up with any other form that I'm calling it from. But the data mode, this is the one that I'm interested in this time. So as I hover over data mode, I get a little explanation here, although if I try to zoom in on it, it'll probably disappear. But I do have a little pull-down arrow over here where I can choose to either only add new records and not be able to see any former records or edit any former records. I can go with edit, which is actually the default. If I don't choose anything, it will open in edit mode where I can see and edit old records, add new records, whatever I want. Only this time I'm going to go with read only. I want to be able to look up data in my customers list, but I don't want to accidentally edit it, and I don't want to accidentally add any new ones. So again, this is the idea of having a button that opens something that a user might need, but opening it in a safe way. I don't get to choose which user opens it this way. That's maybe a discussion to have later on. So come catch up with me here. I created a new macro. The macro has only one action, open form, and then the arguments are open the form name FRM customers. It automatically opens in the form view. We changed data mode to read only. That's the only thing that I've actually changed in there. So come join me, set that thing up to open that form in read only mode. And then when we're done, come on back. All right, I'm assuming you've done that. This would be a good time to go save your macro that you just created. And then let's close the macro editor. And then I want to try out the difference between this customers button and my new lookup customers button. So I'm going to go to the form view, and I'm going to try it out here. So in the form view, probably be a good idea to save it. We've just added a new macro there. So I'm going to go click the save button or Control S, however you like to save yours. So here comes the first method. I click, this is the one we did earlier. I click customers button here, opens a form. I can edit stuff. I can see that there are 13 customers. I could go down here and add a new customer. Here I am creating a 14th record right there. I'm going to step out of that by just going backwards one. So this is how it opens just normally in full edit mode. All right, I'm closing that one. And now I'm going to try this brand new button where I went in and made my own macro that controlled whether they can edit things. So I'm clicking on Look Up Customers. So I'm looking at record number 1 of my 13 existing records. If I try to click and type stuff, it just laughs at me silently. If I try to go down here and add a new record, the Add New Record button is totally grayed out, totally blanked out. So this is a way that I can control what people can do in that form. Do I want them to only be able to add new records? Do I want them to be able to see old records and edit them and add new ones? Or do I want them to be able to only retrieve data, to look up data, but not edit any of it? So I got that extra choice by not using the wizard, but by going in and creating my own macro. So that's how to update your buttons so that they can do specific things. So hopefully that's making sense. I'm going to go ahead and close that form. So that's how to get more control over what your users can do when they open a form by clicking one of these buttons. As you can see, I have closed my Welcome 1 form. I didn't delete it. It's still available down here. There it is, alphabetized in, Welcome 1. All right, I'd like to look at a second way to create switchboards through something called the Switchboard Manager. But we'll have to go hunt for the Switchboard Manager and add it to either our Quick Access Toolbar or our ribbon. So in order to edit either the Quick Access Toolbar or the ribbon, I'm going to need to do some stuff up here. Now let me adjust my viewing area for just a moment, dragging upwards so that you'll be able to see my Quick Access Toolbar. And so I'd like to add a button to that. Now there's a couple of ways to do it. My favorite way is just to right-click anywhere here in the ribbon. And on the pop-up menu, you'll see there's a choice about Customize the Quick Access Toolbar. So that's what I'm doing. I've right-clicked anywhere in the ribbon. I'm now left-clicking on Customize that Quick Access Toolbar. Takes me to this window where I have the Quick Access Toolbar choices that are already on there on the right-hand side, and then a list of popular commands on the left. I need something called the Switchboard Manager, and although the left-hand side is alphabetized, the Switchboard Manager is not on there because it is not one of the popular commands. So I'm going to go up here and click on the list arrow, and I'm going to say, hey, I would like to see all the commands that are available. And now as I scroll down through the alphabetized list to get to the SWs, like Switchboard Manager, there it is, Switchboard Manager. So I could click on it and then click Add, and it would jump over here to the right, but in an even faster way, I'm just going to double-click on Switchboard Manager, tap, tap, and now I've got a choice about Switchboard Manager over here on the right-hand side. And when I click OK, I have a new button up here for my Switchboard Manager. So come join me, add that button. How the heck did I do that? Well, let's see. I right-clicked anywhere in the ribbon. I left-clicked on Customize QA Toolbar. I said, don't just show me the popular commands. I need to see all of them. I scrolled down through this, yes, humongous list of all the different commands that are available through Access to find the one called Switchboard Manager. I double-clicked on it. Now, if I do that now, it'll say, hey, I've already got one of those over there. That's kind of nice. So it won't let me put that in there twice. So add your Switchboard Manager to the Quick Access Toolbar. Down here, click OK, and you will have the new button just like I do. So come join me. Add that button to your QA toolbar. All right, now I'd like to try it out. And so I'm clicking on the button that says Switchboard Manager. And mine opens up one that says Switchboard Manager, And it has actually found a switchboard in there. There's a table up here called Switchboard Items. This was here before we did anything. So we're about to create a main switchboard, and then the main switchboard is also going to have a couple of sub-switchboards, one for forms and one for reports. So we're basically doing the same job in a different way, and we're going to get a bit of a different look to it as well. So come join me in the Switchboard Manager. You added the button, give it a click, and your screen should look like this. All right, now over the next few minutes, maybe the toughest thing about the Switchboard Manager is to know when to choose to make something new and when to edit something that exists already. So right now it says I have a main switchboard available. I would like to make 2 new things over the next couple of steps. So I'm clicking on new ... A little dialog window appears here. It says, all right, we're assuming that you want to make a new switchboard page. It says, what do you want to name it? So I'm going to name it Forms Switchboard. Now you don't have to have the word switchboard in there, but I choose to put it there. And I got a little fat-fingered typing forms here, so there, that's better. So I just made a new form switchboard. When I click on OK, there's one listed. So take a moment and do that. Click on New, name it Form Switchboard, and OK it. And then once you've done that, come back here and make another new one, and we'll name it Reports Switchboard. So go do those 2 things. When you come back, we should have the same things on our screens. All right, so we've got a couple of things to work with. Now, on my main switchboard, I'd like to edit it so that it has a button to take me to my form switchboard. So let's see, I've got main switchboard selected, and we're going to click to edit the main switchboard. So here comes a new dialog window that says we're working on the switchboard named main switchboard, and now most of the things are grayed out here. About all I can do is add a new item. So come join me. With main switchboard selected, click on Edit. You'll wind up in this window with me. All right, time to add our new thing here. So I'm clicking on New, and so I've got a choice here about what text I want on kind of a little button here, and then what do I want it to do, and then what switchboard do I want it to go to. Now, the third box here is controlled by the second box. So right now it says the command here is go to switchboard, so you notice the third box gives me a list of switchboards that exist. But if I change the second box here to say open a form in add mode, or open a form in edit mode, or open a report, see how cool these things are. So in this case, I do actually want to go to another switchboard. I'm in the main switchboard, so I do want this clickable button to go to a switchboard, specifically the forms switchboard, and now I know what to put up in the text. Maybe it'll say, go to forms switchboard. So how did I get here? Well, I went back to my main switchboard and told it I wanted to edit it. That opened up this window. In this window, I said, go to switchboard. Actually, it said that. I told it which switchboard to go to, and then I can add the text up here for the button, go to form switchboard. So catch up with me there and click on OK. All right, now I'm catching up with you. I'm going to click on OK. So now I've got a button on my main switchboard that would go to the form switchboard. All right, my impossible mission 4, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to add another new item to this main switchboard that would go to the reports switchboard. So that should only take you like 2 minutes. Take a moment and do that. So I'll get you started here. You're on the main switchboard, and we need to add a new thing to the main switchboard here. So I'm clicking on New, and I've got a choice about go to switchboard, and I'm going to tell it to go to the report switchboard and make the text say that. So you're going to do that over the next couple of seconds. Pause the video and make that new choice here about a way to go to the reports switchboard, please. Here's what yours should look like. I'm going to click on OK. You just magnify that in case you're still working on yours. And I'm OKing that. So now on my main switchboard, I have a way to get to the other 2 switchboards. All right, we're definitely not done here, but let's go test out what we have created thus far so you can see what the heck is going on here. So I'm going to close the Edit Switchboard dialog window, and then I'm going to close the Switchboard Manager dialog window. And then to test it out, I'm going to go down into my forms, where I have one named Switchboard. So in order to test out my switchboard, I have a new switchboard down here, and I'm going to double click to open it. And then it's got kind of a nice look to it, a little bit of nice formatting, colors built in, shadows on the text. And then I've got two buttons, one to go to the form switchboard, one to go to the report switchboard. I can click on either the button or the words, and I am now in my form switchboard, where I don't have anything. Not even a way to get back to my main switchboard. So that'll be something we'll need to do next, add something to the form switchboard to get back to the main switchboard, and likewise do that same thing on our report switchboard. Easy for me to say. By the way, you will not do this by going to the design view. Very rarely will you go to the design view of a switchboard, because about all you can do in there is change the colors of the backgrounds and so forth. All of this stuff about adding things to the switchboards need to be done through the switchboard manager. Very important here. So try yours out. You're going to go to your main switchboard. I'm just going to close this one. So I go to my main switchboard and then try out each of your buttons. Try the one to go to the forms. There's no way to get back. You got to close it and reopen it. Try going to the report switchboard. Both of those should work, but you don't have anything on the forms or report switchboard, but you should be able to get there so far. So test that out. All right, time to go add more stuff to our form switchboard and our report switchboard. Man, so I'm right-clicking to close this one. And I should not go to any design view of anything. I should go back up to my switchboard manager, which is the button up in the quick access toolbar. So I'm opening up my switchboard manager. I'm going to go to my form switchboard. And then I need to edit that one. See what I mean about trying to figure out when do you do new and when do you edit. So I'm going to edit the form switchboard, which currently has nothing on it. So come join me there. Open up the form switchboard and edit it. And then add a new button that'll take you back to the main switchboard. I'll be doing that while you're catching up. Here's what mine looks like. I'm going to OK that. And then I'm going to step out of the form switchboard by closing it. And then you need to go edit your report switchboard so it has a button to get back to main. So again, I'm going to pause the video. You should do the same and go create a new item on the report switchboard. So I click on report switchboard. I choose to edit it. So far there's nothing on it. I need a way back to main. So do you. Go make that happen. So on my report switchboard, I had to click new to put a new item on it. That created this window where I want to go to a switchboard, go to the main switchboard, and I want the button to say that it's returning to the main switchboard. So I've stepped out of that. I'm back to my switchboard page called reports. And now I actually need a button that would open one of these reports. So that, again, will be a new item on this switchboard called reports. So I've just added the new Return to Main Switchboard button on my report switchboard, and now I'm ready to do something other than just move between switchboards. So I want to add a new button that would open one of my reports, since this is the report switchboard. So I'm going to click on New. So as far as the command, I don't want to go to another switchboard in this case. I would like to open a report. And then which report would that be? Notice now I don't have a list of switchboards. I have a list of reports. So I'd like it to open the customer orders report. And now I know what to put in the text. So I could call it Run Customers Report. And I OK that. So come join me. That was adding a new choice. And we did this. We said we wanted it to open a report. We wanted to open the customer's report and have a button that says that's what it's going to do. So I'll leave that on screen while you catch up with me. See what I mean about trying to figure out when do I add new things and when do I edit things? And again, that can be the toughest part sometimes. All right, so I've got one report and I've got a way back to my main switchboard. So now let's add something to the switchboard called forms, and that'll be kind of enough to demonstrate the proof of concept here. So I'm going to close the editor for my report switchboard. And then I want to edit my forms switchboard. I don't want to make a new thing out here on my switchboard page. I want to edit the one named forms. So I'm choosing forms. Now I'm going to edit that. And right now the only thing it has on it is a way back to the main switchboard. And what I would like it to do is open my categories form in maybe edit mode. So I need a new button here. And this is not going to go to a switchboard. It's going to open a form, and I want to open it in the edit mode so that I can look at old records and make new records and edit things and so forth. So now I'm telling it to open a form, and now it's got a list of forms down here, and that's going to be my categories. And then for what I want the form button to say, it could be edit categories list, or how about just edit categories. So this was a new switchboard item on the switchboard named forms. So we're telling it to open a form in edit mode. The form is named categories, and the button is going to say edit categories. And I'm ready to click OK, and I hope you are too. So that's enough for proof of concept. We would normally, add lots more buttons because we got lots more forms and we got a couple more reports here, but this should be enough to get the idea. So I'm going to close here. There's no OK buttons for any of these. So closing the editor for the form switchboard. Now I'm back to my main switchboard manager here, and I'm going to close that as well. And it's time to test out our new switchboard. So pause the video, catch up with me, and then let's open our new switchboard form, and it should come up looking like this. So catch up with me. All right, now comes the big test. So a little drum roll here. Go to the form switchboard. There it is. I'm in my form switchboard now, and I can go back to main by clicking here. Okay, I'm back in the main switchboard. Now I could go to my report switchboard. I'm now in the report switchboard, it says, and I could return to main. Okay, so far so good. Now back to my form switchboard. And this time I'm not just going to go back to main, I'm going to edit categories. Boink, here comes my categories form in edit mode. I can add new records. I can edit old records. And when I'm done, I'll close the categories form here. And when I do, I'm back to my main switchboard. And so I'm on the form switchboard. I would like to go back to main. And then I'd like to go to my report switchboard. And then I'd actually like to run the customer report. Here comes my customer report. So this is a different way of doing that opening welcome screen with a look that's all created by the switchboard manager. We are not in the design mode of this form. We're basically staying out of there. So you're going to go try yours out. If you've got any pieces that are bad, feel free to rerun the video. Just back up a little bit and check out, the things that I did and create this kind of a switchboard. All right, everybody, welcome back. So there's a couple of things that have happened here. There's a form named switchboard, and there's a table named switchboard items. Now I'm just going to show you behind the curtain here. When I double-click to open the table named switchboard items, it has the things that our switchboard manager has added for us. And it's got these different levels, and it's got the command numbers and so forth. Good news is you don't necessarily need to know what all these mean. Although you could kind of track them down by looking at it here. I've got 0 main switchboard, which has 2 other buttons, go to forms, go to reports. Then I've got another 0, my forms switchboard. It has the return to main, and it's got the edit categories. And then I've got my 0 report switchboard, and it's got 2 buttons, return to main and run the customers. So you're not going to go in and edit this table. You're going to let the switchboard manager do that. So I'm going to close that table right here. Then I was also mentioning that you generally are not going to go into the design view of this form either, because this is what it would look like if I go down to my forms list. So I've got my form named Switchboard, and if I open that in the design view, the only thing I get to change in here is the background colors of these borders. I should never, ever, ever mess around with any of these buttons here. I could change a label, but my switchboards actually, makes a pretty decent label there. So generally the idea is you're going to stay the heck out of the design view of that form, and you're going to stay the heck out of either the design view or the data view of the switchboard items table. Let the switchboard manager handle all of that. So that's the ins and outs of creating a form with the Switchboard Manager. In our next session, we're going to talk about something brand new. The Switchboard Manager has been around for a while, but our next subject of discussion has only been around since the 2010 version of Access. And it's called a navigation form. So that's where we'll be headed next. Hope you're having some geeky fun. In this session, we're going to see a third way to create an opening switchboard. And this is called creating a navigation form. And it'll be found in the Create ribbon. So I'm going to go up and click on the Create tab to produce the Create ribbon. And I'm over in the Forms group, and I see one called Navigation. When I click on that, I get several choices here. So I'm just going to try to zoom in on that. So I've got choices about where I want buttons to appear. Do I want them to go sideways across the top? Do I want them to go down the left side? Do I want them to go down the right side? I prefer this one called Horizontal Tabs 2 Levels because it doesn't use up a lot of screen space. All of these use up a bit of screen space. They have a footprint here, but I think the Horizontal Tabs 2 Levels takes up less space than some of the others. So that's the one I'm going to go with. So come with me this far. I don't have anything open. It doesn't matter which forms or tables I have selected at the left side. None of that matters. So come with me to the Create tab, and then over here towards the right, in the Forms, we're going to click on Navigation, and then more specifically, we're going to click on Horizontal Tabs 2 Levels. And your screen should come up looking like this. And so catch up with me there. Pause the video, and go tell it that you want to create a navigation form with 2 levels of horizontal buttons. Well, welcome back. I don't really need this field list, so I'm going to close it. So I'm going to have one row of buttons up here and one row of buttons down here. And so I can either type things or I can drag things in from the left side. You'll see what I mean as we go. So I'm going to go up here and click on the top row where it says Add New, and I'm going to type in this word, Forms, and I hit the Enter key. And so it makes a button named that, and then gives me another place where I could add new, and I'm going to click on that Add New, and I want it to say Reports. And I hit the Enter key, and it gives me another Add New. So, do what I just did. I clicked on the first Add New, it was the only one that was there. Type in Forms, hit Enter. Click on the second Add New, type in Reports, and hit Enter, and we don't need a third Add New. So catch up with me that far. Pause the video and make those buttons. All right, in the next part, we want to be careful to choose which one we're going to work on. Specifically, let's choose Forms. That is, make it the dark blue one. And then the list of available forms is going to be in the second row where it says Add New. Now, I could click on Add New and type stuff, but a better way is to actually drag things in from the left side. So, for example, I have a form here named FRM Categories. I'm literally grabbing its icon and dragging it right onto the second row where it says Add New. And there it is, Form Categories. Now, I might want to change that button name so it doesn't say FRM, but so far so good. And then maybe I'd like to have my Customers form available. I'm grabbing that form's icon, dropping it on the next Add New. And how about Departments form? Put that one in the next Add New. So try that. I'm literally dragging things from the navigation pane onto my Add News. Make sure you're putting them in the second row, not the first row. So I got categories, I got customers, I got departments. Just the first three. Drop them right on your Add News. All right, assuming you've caught up with me there, now I want to put some in the second row for reports, which means I have to switch in the first row from the forms to the reports. And now I've got Add News for the reports. And I need to scroll down until I can see the names of the reports. And I'm going to bring in my customer orders report onto an Add New, and my employee phone list onto the Add New, and my sales by category onto the Add New. That's pretty simple, isn't it? And doesn't look too bad so far. So join me there. Let's see, I switched from the forms to the reports, and I brought each one of the three in. Make sure you put them on the second row, not on the first row. And make sure you're working in the reports group, not the forms group. All right, time to see the results of our hard labors here. So I want to switch to the form view of this thing. And now if I want to look at any of these forms, I click on Forms. Here's my categories. This thing is open in edit mode. I can get my list of customers. This thing's open in edit mode. Sometimes I have to scroll up and down to see it. If I want to be able to see the form a little better, I might hide some of the ribbon things up here. One of the ways to do that is I'm moving way over to the right-hand side where there's this little up arrow. When I hover over the up arrow, it says this would collapse the ribbon, and it gives me a keyboard shortcut for that, Control and F1. So I'm going to collapse the ribbon, and now I can see a little bit more of my forms. I might also want to hide the navigation pane over here. I can do that a couple of ways. I've got a little double chevron where when I hover over it, it says shutter bar, open and close button. And if I click on that, it kind of hides my navigation pane, leaving me more room for my forms and my reports. How's that for kind of a slick way of doing that thing? So, catch up with me. Let's see. So I collapse the left side ribbon. I collapse the top part here by clicking a little up arrow that doesn't show anymore, but the keyboard shortcut for that was Control and F1. So if I do Control and F1 right now, it expands my ribbon. If I use Control and F1 again, it collapses my ribbon. So take a moment to try that out and click on the different things that are in your form. Make sure you're in the form view now, not the design view anymore. A little word of warning. In one of our earlier modules, we were talking about maybe making a little dashboard where I got something over here that's a particular size, something over here that's a particular size. When you're doing one of these navigation forms, your forms need to be pretty simple. If you have the things where it's resizing the forms and moving things around, it's going to be pretty tough to keep your navigation form intact. So just a little word of experience there. So that's our third way to create a nice opening form, by using the navigation form that's built into 2016 version of Access. Woo-woo, navigation forms are cool. I'm starting a new module here. At the end of the last module, I had my navigation form open and I hadn't saved it. So I closed that navigation form. It asked me if I wanted to save it. I said yes. It said, what did you want to name it? But it suggested the name navigation form, and I took it up on that order. So right now, as I kind of zoom in on things here, I have actually 3 different forms that I might want to use, I should pick one, as my opening screen. My navigation form, my switchboard form, or my welcome one. We'll deal with that in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I want to talk about something that happens when we are working in Microsoft Access as a multi-user database. If I'm in Excel and I have a particular Excel file open on a shared network drive and somebody else tries to open that Excel file, they will get the offer to open it as a read-only copy because Excel is not generally a multi-user program. That's not true for Access. In Microsoft Access, we might have 50 different people working in the same database file. We might have 40 of those people working in the same table. We could conceivably have 30 of them working on the same record in the same table in the same database. And there's really nothing so far just automatically that controls all of that. But here's one of the problems with that method. Let's say that 2 people are working on the same record in the same table. They're working in our customers table, for example. And Bill is working on the address for Engel's Books. And Mary is working on the phone number for Engel's Books. And they don't know about each other. So they're both working on the same record at the same time. Whoever leaves last, they are the winner. So if one person is changing the address but doesn't know that the phone number has changed, and they leave first, then the second person who's editing that record is maybe changing the phone number, knows nothing about the address. Whatever address and phone number is on screen for that second person, that's the one that'll get stored in the database, even though somebody else just changed the address. Suddenly, I'm changing the phone number, but I've still got the old address. If I'm the one who leaves last, the old address is put in there, even though some other person was trying to change the address. There is something we can do about that, and it's not turned on automatically. It's called record locking. So we can set up the record locking so that as soon as one person opens a particular table, nobody else can work in that table. Well, that one's pretty restrictive. There's another level that says, okay, I want to have multiple people working in the same table, but as soon as somebody starts working on a particular record, then nobody else can edit that record until the first person releases it. And that's my more favored way. And neither of those are turned on by default. So let's go see how we could set up this idea of record locking. In order to do this, you have to be the only person working in the database at that time. So this might require a little bit of help from the IT department. sending out an email to everybody that says, now on Friday, when you go home, when you leave on Friday evening, make sure you sign out of the corporate database so that we can do some maintenance. And we're hoping that everybody will receive that email and follow instructions. Yeah, we know how that goes. Anyway, assuming that you are the only person working in the database at the time, let's see how we might set up this idea of record locking. So here I am the one and only person working in this database at this particular time because everybody else has cooperated and followed orders and signed out on Friday evening, and I'm in there on Monday early in the morning or late on Friday evening, and I'm the only one in the database, so I can go in and make some changes here. I'm going to go to File and Options. File first, takes me to this backstage view, and then Options. Opens up this dialog window where when I make a choice on the left, it affects things on the right. In this case, the record locking is in the group called Client Settings. So I'm going to go over here and click on Client Settings. You're going to do this in a minute. So I just went to File and Options, and then right now I'm clicking on Client Settings, and I scroll down almost all the way to the bottom, and I see this thing about default record locking. And right now it says there are no locks. But I've got two other choices if I zoom in here. I've got one that says all records. That means as soon as somebody opens the customer table, nobody else is allowed to open the customer table at all. That one I think is a bit too restrictive. I have a second choice down here, actually I guess I got a total of 3, about edited record. That means we could have 5, 20, 50 different people working in the same table in the same database file, but as soon as somebody opens up the record for Engel's books, then nobody else can get into that record until the person editing that record releases it. So that's my more favored way. So that way I can still have 20 people working in the same table in the same database, but as soon as one person is editing a record, nobody else can get into that record until it's released. So that's what I'm going to recommend here. If I had my druthers, as my grandmother used to say, if you had your druthers, I'd druther that I had edited record here. So I'm going to turn that on. I'm going to say edited record is the locking. So I could have lots of people working in the same database. That's what Access is all about. I got to have a whole bunch of people working in the same table. Not if I say add all records. But instead, if I say edited record, then I can have 20 different people working in the same table, but no 2 people can be working on the same record at any one time. So this is what I would recommend. And again, this is, pretty structured. I have to be the only one using the database at the time, and I need to be able to go in here and choose File and Options, and then Client Settings and Edited Record. Now, we're not going to be able to see the results of that because I don't have an example here where I'm Bill and then later I'm Fred working in the same database. I don't really have that going on here that I can demonstrate, but that's what that's about. Only one person can work on a particular record at a time, and I'm clicking the OK button. All right, so again, that's pretty restrictive. You have to be the only person working in the database to be able to set that up. So how did I get there? Well, let's see. That was File, and then Options. Not sure why I'm talking like I'm from Louisiana or something. And then Client Settings, and then pretty much to the bottom of the list of client settings, and it was right here, Default Record Locking. By default, there are no locks. And I would prefer to set it to edited record. And then I would choose OK. So you can do that now, but you won't really see any results because you don't have 5 other people trying to use the database right now. But this is the idea that Microsoft Access, unlike other programs, Word, Excel, where they're expected to be only one person working in a particular file at a time, Microsoft Access is set up by default to be a multi-user database program. But you might be able to go in there and say, all right, only one person at a time working on a particular record. So that's how you set that up. And again, you might not be the person to do that. Maybe there's somebody else who's in charge of that database. But that's what I would recommend, if you care what I recommend, as far as how you would set up the record locking, everybody. So in the last session, we were talking about record locking that can only be set up if you are the only person working in the database at the time. And that will be true for what I'm going to talk about in this particular session, which is talking about what do I want people to see when they open my database. Yeah, right, my database. Okay, make believe that it's my database. Hang in there with me. So again, this is one of those things that you can only do if you have everybody signed out. You're the only person working in the database at the time. So there's a couple of things that I can use to control what my users see when they open my database. One of them is a macro that has a specific name, auto-exec, as in automatically execute this macro every time I open my database. And another way to control what people see is through one of the menu choices here. And I'm going to go to that second way first to control what people see when they open my database. So I'm going to head to File and slide down to Options. Takes me to this window of lots of things that I can set up. And in this case, I want to control what happens in this database that I have open. So on the left side, I'm going to switch to Current Database. And then there's a bunch of stuff that we can talk about right in here. So come with me that far. You're imagining that you're the only one using that database. So you go to File, you go to Options, takes you to this window, and then please click with me on Current Database and join me so that your screen looks like this. All right, so for example, I see a little box here that says Display Form. And right now it says None. So this is where one of the places where I can choose what should they see first when they open my database. So I'm going to click on the pull down arrow. Maybe I would like through here to have it open up my welcome screen, my welcome one screen. So display the welcome one form when they open it up. Now I've got some other checkboxes and radio buttons that I might want to control. For example, I've got a checkbox here about display the status bar. That's this area down here in the bottom, right below my list of objects. Right now it only just says ready. So that's my status bar. That's the place where when people are doing data entry, they can see any descriptions or any little notes I wrote for them. That's the status bar. So I can choose whether they see that or not. Maybe I'll turn that off. So come join me so far. Put the video on pause. You're going to go to File and Options. That's how you get to this window here. You're going to click with me on Current Database. And then for the opening form, let's choose Welcome 1 from the list. And then we'll uncheck Display the Status Bar. That's where I've gone so far. I've got more stuff I want to do here, but join me that far. Pause the video and do that stuff, and then come on back. All right, having assigned a opening form as Welcome 1 and not displaying the status bar, let's look at some of the other choices here. So we've already got the tab documents. That's good. We've talked about that before. Use access special keys. As I hover over that, if I try to use my third-party zooming in software, I won't be able to read the thing anymore. But it does say, as I hover over that, use navigation pane, show immediate window, show the visual basic window, and pause execution. These are all things that have special keyboard shortcuts. And so far, I'm going to let them use access special keys. We'll talk about what this means in a couple of minutes. But first, so far, I'm going to leave that selected. All right, and then I've got a couple other things down here that I'd like to talk about. Display the navigation pane. The navigation pane is this part over here at the left that shows all the tables and the forms and the queries. Maybe I want to set this thing up so that my average user can't see all that stuff. They can only go to whatever I've shown them in my opening form, like those clickable buttons that open up reports and run reports and open up forms and so forth. So I'm going to uncheck the thing about the navigation pane. Turns out there is actually a magic keyboard shortcut for that. And the keyboard shortcut will still work because I've got the Use Access Special Keys turned on. Eventually I might choose to turn that off, but I'm just giving you some background here. So what have I done so far? Well, I've told it to display the Welcome 1 form when it opens. I've told it not to display the status bar. I'm leaving these Access Special Keys turned on, but I'm turning off the navigation pane. So far, that's what I've done. So catch up to me there, if you would. All right, maybe I don't want them to see the full menus, like Create and Home and all that stuff up here at the top. So I'm going to disable those. I'm going to say, no, don't allow the full menus, but do allow something called default shortcut menus. Now, if I'm getting really picky, I might choose to turn that one off, but so far I'm going to turn that one on. I'm going to leave that one turned on. So what I've just done since our little break here was I turned off allow full menus. Now these things are overridable as it turns out, but we don't necessarily have to tell our users that they're overridable. So let's see what we get out of all of that. So again, what have I done? Well, let's see. I've chosen Welcome 1 as my opening display form. I've chosen not to show the status bar. I've chosen not to display the navigation pane, which is this area over here. And I've chosen not to allow full menus, but allow a default shortcut menu. Okay, so that's one way to control what people see when they open my database. Catch up with me there, and then we're going to click on OK. All right, when you click on OK, you're probably seeing this same little warning message that says, yeah, we'll be glad to do that, but you're going to have to close and reopen the current database for all of those options to take effect. So I'm going to click OK. It doesn't automatically close and reopen it. I'm going to have to go do that. So I'm going to say, well, maybe I'll go to File over here. I'm going to choose to close the database, but not the whole program, just that database. And so now I still have Access running. I'm going to go back to File. I'm going to tell it I want to open a file. And oh, here is a list of recently used files, like the one we just stepped out of, my Switchboards. I'm going to go click on that one, and here's what I see. I see that opening form that I selected, Welcome 1. I don't see the whole ribbon up here. I see File and I see Home, and that's about it up in the top here. So I don't see the full menu, and I don't see the navigation pane where I'm going to get into the forms and the queries and the tables and all that stuff. So as an average user, I now see the screen that the owner of the database has set up for what I should be able to do. So maybe I want to be able to open the categories form. There it is. Close that. Maybe I want to open up the customer's report. So my opening form is working just great as far as what I can click on and what I can choose. So take a moment and do that. Close your database, because it said you have to close it and reopen it. So File and Close, and then File and Open, and reopen this one named My Switchboards, and you should be able to see what your users will see. So take a moment and do that. Pause the video and catch up with me. Close and reopen the database, and you should see the Welcome 1 form appear. So that's our first method of choosing what they will see when they open up the database, what they're allowed to do, what's turned off, what's disabled. But occasionally I'm going to need to get back into this database because I need to make some changes. Maybe I need to edit a form or something like that. So let's talk about how that can happen. How can I override this stuff that I've set up for the opening screen and what things are showing and what things are hidden? So I'm going to close and reopen this database with a special little twist. So I've got the program running. I'm going to go to File. I'm going to try to exit from it. I don't see a choice here about close, so I'll actually have to step out of the program. Okay, so I've got web windows going on and all kinds of stuff. So I'm going to go restart Microsoft Access. So here comes Access coming back. And now what I want to be able to do is open this recently used file, My Switchboards. But if I just double click on it, I'm going to see what I was seeing a moment ago. I can't get into the things that I might, as the owner of the database, need to edit. So here's the trick. I'm going to hold the Shift key down. And you can't really see me doing that, but just imagine in your brain that I'm holding the Shift key down. And I'm going to keep the Shift key down as I open the database, and I'm going to keep the Shift key down until things stop kind of flashing and moving around on screen. So right now with my offhand, I'm holding the Shift key down, and now I'm going to go double click on My Switchboards. Actually, a single click is enough while I'm holding the Shift key. So I click on it, opens up that database, and oh look, this time I see the navigation pane. And this time I don't get some little crummy submenu up here. I've got the full menus. I can go in here and double click on something to open up the full ribbon here. I don't need to tell my users that they could open the database by holding the Shift key and get around my kind of options there. But, this is how I can get in and override the overall setup of that thing and the restrictions. And again, that was to hold the Shift key while I opened it and not let go of the Shift key until I see the navigation pane and the full menus, and then I let go of the Shift key. So try that on your screen. If you don't hold the Shift key and you open it, you're going to see the partial menus and no navigation pane. But if you hold the Shift key and keep it down as you open that database, you will see what I'm seeing right now. So that's the idea of setting some startup options and then being able to override them as the owner of the database. Just be aware anybody could do that if they got on the web and started reading a little bit of something about how do you get around those restrictions. But we're going to call it keeping the honest people honest. How about we'll call it that way? So that's our first method of setting up what people see when they open your database. In the last module, I set up some startup options. But now I've got the database open in a way that I've overridden the startup options. And again, that was by holding the Shift key as I opened the database and then waiting for things to stop flashing and moving around on screen before I let go of the Shift key. But there's another way that I can choose what form should be opened at the beginning, and that's through a macro. And in particular, if I name the macro with a particular name, auto exec, as in automatically execute this macro, then that macro will be executed when they open up my database. And so, for example, now I would never do this, but for example, I could have my auto exec macro opening one form and having my startup options open a different form. And I'm wondering who would win under those circumstances. So let's see how you set it up, and let's see who would win there. So what I need to do right now is create a brand new macro and then give it a specific name after I create it. All of that's going to happen under the Create tab here. So I'd like to create a new macro. So I'm going to click on the Create tab, opens up the Create ribbon. And in my Create ribbon, I would like to create a new macro in the regular macro editor. No Visual Basic required here. So I'm going to go click on the little script icon. And here I am in my original macro editor. This is basically where we started this whole module here. And so what I want to do is open a form. So I'm going to start typing OP, and alphabetically first on my list of OPs is open form. When I hit the enter key, I see the arguments, one of which is what's the name of the form. So let's see, maybe I would like to have it open this time instead of the welcome one form. How about I'll open my navigation form? And the view, yeah, I don't need it to be in design view or anything like that, so we'll just let it open as a form. We're not going to have a filter, we're not going to match up anything with a where condition. Data mode, I do want to be able to make choices in here, and if I don't make any choice for data mode, then the default setting is edit, which allows me to do whatever I need there. So we've just got the open form command, and maybe I would like that form to take up the whole screen. That is, as it appears, I would like it to maximize itself. Well, we do actually have an action called that, maximize window. So I'm going to click for the add new action. As soon as I type M, alphabetically first is maximize window. And when I hit the enter key to complete typing that, remember that maximize window doesn't have any arguments. That is, you don't have to tell it what window to maximize. It will maximize all windows until you tell it otherwise. By the way, I should mention something that we talked about in an earlier module. The one kind of window that will not be controlled by maximize or restore window is any message boxes that you use in your macros. But I'm not going to use any message boxes here. So, what have I done? Well, I've told it that I want to have a macro that opens the form named navigation form and maximizes that window. Now, how do I get it to do that as they open my database? Well, it's by saving this macro with a special name. I'm thinking of Dana Carvey, the church lady, where everything was special. Or it was created by the devil. We're not going to have a devil, we're going to have a special here. All right, so the deal is naming the macro is the thing that'll trigger this. So I want to save my macro. Right now it's got the generic name macro1. I'm going to right click on it. I'm going to save it. It says, what do you want to name it? So I need to name it auto exec, as in automatically execute. Now it doesn't have to be capitalized this way. That could all be lowercase letters. But I can't have any space in the name of the macro. And I can't have any little prefix on it like MCR or some kind of Lozinski naming convention. Again, it doesn't have to be capitalized, but no prefix and no spaces. So I'm going to finish naming it, automatically execute this macro as I open my database. All right, so in my opening section under File and Options, I told it to open the welcome form. Now in my auto exec, I'm telling it to open the navigation form. And I'm wondering who wins. Let's go find out. So pause the video, do what I just did. I went to the Create tab, I made a new macro. My two actions were open a form, specifically the one called navigation form, and maximize all windows. So put those two things together and then save it, naming it auto exec. Please catch up with me there. All right, it's time to test out whose opening form wins. Is it the setup part or is it the auto exec part? Time to find out. So I'm closing this database. First, I'm saving it. That would be a really good idea. And now I'm going to go to File and close it. So I've still got Access running, but no database. Now I'm going to go open that file. So File and Open. And here is a list of my recently used files, like my Switchboard. That's the exact one I'm looking for. I'm clicking on that. Little drum roll here. Drum roll. All right, so who won? Well, it looks like navigation form won. That is the one I had in auto exec. But look at the other tab here. Welcome one has also come up. So both of them are there. Welcome one was the one that I demanded in the open file section of my options window. Navigation form is the one that I demanded in my auto exec. So both of them are up there, but auto exec is the winner as far as which one appears first. And just keep in mind, in real life, I'm not going to have both of these forms. I just wanted you to see that auto exec overrides the opening setup stuff. But do notice the opening setup stuff is still happening here. I don't see any status bar. I don't see my navigation pane over at the left-hand side. So come join me there. You've got your auto exec macro. So make sure you save that and then close that database and then reopen it, and you should get the same results that I'm getting right now. Now you might also notice that I'm getting full menus up here. I'm not getting the little shortcut menu. Oh, I beg your pardon. Actually, I am getting a little shortcut menu. I've got File and I've got Home. So I don't have full menus up here. Now, none of this is really etched in stone. There are some loopholes here. For example, we have seen that if I want to override all of this stuff, I can just hold the Shift key as I'm reopening the database. And in that case, all bets are off. As far as which form I see first, as far as running the auto exec macro, that won't run. So if I hold the Shift key as I open this thing, then none of that stuff is happening in either of those methods. But, for example, what if I am feeling lonely and I would like to be able to see my navigation pane? Well, a little bit of reading on the internet, I might discover that the F11 key by itself would open up the navigation pane. So I'm going to tap that right now. I'm about to tap F11. Here I go. And, oh look, my navigation pane opens up where I can get to tables and queries and stuff that I, as the owner of the database, didn't really want the average user to see. So there is a way that I could disable the F11 key. Let's see how to do that. So I have to be in here, as somebody who can get to every place. And right now all I've got is File and Home. But even this isn't totally secure. So if I right-click on File, I've got some other choices here about how I want to see things. And for example, I could say, well, I want to customize the quick access toolbar, or get into stuff up there. I want to see the whole ribbon. I could get in and customize the ribbon. And now I can do whatever I want in there. So this little thing about what do I want them to see, this is not like etched in stone, unbreakable. So the way things are right now, they could hit F11 to see the navigation pane, and they're able to basically get around my restrictions for what I want them to see up here by right-clicking on File and then going in here and customizing the ribbon. So again, none of this is etched in stone. We're basically keeping honest people honest, if you want to think of it that way. So what can I do about disabling the F11 key for opening up my navigation pane? Well, that was one of the what are called special keys. So if I want to be able to change that so that they can't use F11, I have to get in here as myself with all of my special superpowers. And we know that we can do that by holding the Shift key as we reopen the database. So that's what I'm about to do. I'm going to close all here, and I'm going to close and reopen the database. And I'm going to be holding the Shift key as I do it. So in this case, I'm going to exit totally from Microsoft Access. I'm going to go Start Access again down on my taskbar. I know you couldn't see me do that. And then I want to reopen my switchboards, but I want to hold the shift key while I'm doing it so that I'm overriding all that stuff. So right now, you can't see me doing it, but I'm holding the shift key. While I'm holding the shift key, I'm opening the database. I wait for everything to kind of stop flashing on screen. Now I'm letting go of the shift key, and I've got full control of things. So I'm going back to File and Options again. And we're going to be talking about the client settings. And we're going to be talking about the current database here. I've got stuff that I want them to see or not see. And so down here we have a button about using access special keys. And again, when I hover over that, one of the choices there is about showing navigation pane. So if I uncheck this, then they wouldn't be able to use that F11 key to see the navigation pane. So I'm going to turn that part off. Don't allow the access special keys. I'm choosing OK. It says, all right, you got to close and reopen it for that to take effect. OK, I understand that. So come do that with me. That was File. First of all, you had to open the database using the Shift key so you could get all your superpowers. And then I went to File and Options. I went to the current database, and I turned off the checkbox about using access special keys. So come join me there. Pause the video and do all of that. All right, now assuming that you've turned off the special keys, let's OK it. We'll close and reopen the database as suggested. So File and Close. File and Open. Not holding any shift key. I'm just trying to get into it as my user will. So I'm going to the My Switchboards database, double-clicking. I'm not holding any shift key. So here's the partial menus. Here's the opening form that I've suggested through AutoExec. Here's the opening form that I've suggested through Startup Options. I don't see the navigation pane, but I've been reading. I read that I could tap F11 to open the navigation pane, so I'm tapping F11 right now. F11, F11, no navigation pane because I have disabled those special keys. But again, none of this is etched in stone here. We've seen that there are ways to get around these things by using some of the tabs that we've got up here where we can change things around. So again, not full control of like who can do what and those kind of things, but a little bit of control about what I want people to see when they open my database. And again, in real life, I'm not going to have this competition between AutoExec and the startup options. I'm going to pick one of these forms, and I'll use that as my startup. And again, I wouldn't have three different kinds of opening forms there. I just wanted to show you the three different ways that we could create that. So again, the idea here is having a little bit of control over what my people see when they open the database and whether they're allowed to get into that navigation pane, for example. So some kind of simplistic security options there. Well, thanks everybody for hanging out through 8 total modules here, if you took the thing from start to finish. So in Module 8, we talked about setting up our database, how we want people to see it when they open it. We started out talking about compacting and repairing the database. That was available under the File tab. We saw a couple of ways to use hyperlinks, either as a field in a table or as a property of a picture in a form somewhere. We saw 3 different ways to create switchboards. The first way was just through some buttons, and that really didn't allow us to choose whether they could add records or edit records or just what by using the little wizard that appeared for the command buttons. Our second way, we didn't use the wizard. We looked at properties for ourselves, created a macro, and a macro allowed us to choose whether to open it in add mode or read-only mode and things like that. We saw a third way called a navigation form. We mentioned that through a navigation form, you want to make sure that the forms that you're opening are simple little forms, not forms where they change size and open up things that happen over on the right-hand side of the screen versus things on the left-hand side of the screen. Things need to be pretty simple there. We discussed record locking, how you could set it up through, my favorite method was the individual records, not the table level. We talked about how to set up startup options through 2 methods. We had the ribbon method, and then we also had the AutoExec macro, both of which could be overridden by holding the shift key when you open your database. And we saw just a little bit of security stuff, but it's all overridable with the things that we have seen. So I hope we've given you some ideas on how to set up your database and how to share it with others. And so come on back and try some of other videos here. Maybe you're interested in Excel. Maybe you're interested in Word. Any of the other things that we offer, why, come on in and try those things out as well. In the meantime, for Module 8 of Microsoft Access 2016, this is Dan McAllister signing off.